Same back four of Bree, Harwood Bellis, Wood against the club that both he and his dad play for, and Manning. Charles comes in for Downs in midfield, partner Yanda. Maxty replaces Downs on the right, Sienz is on the left, and another Borough old boy, Finazaz, plays behind the returning Ross Stewart, who leads the line with Kyle Larry dropping to the bench. Borough have Sol Bryn in goal, back three of Ailing, Fry and Malanda. Britton, Morris, McGree and Southampton old boy Matt Target. Then Conway and Whittaker in support of Strelaks. Up front on the benches, Southampton have got Stevens back from injury along with Wellington, Downs and Bragg. Fellows Edozie, Archer and Larry and keeper George Long. For Borough, it's Wildsmith, Gilbert, Monroe, Brown and Silvera, Castledine, Edmondson, Hanson and Sarmiento. And the referee is Andy Madley, who sent off a couple of players in the Fulham-Bournemouth game on Saturday.
Jim, thanks very much. So Scott Minto, Southampton, Noglin, Downs, 3 changes for them. What do you make of the lineup that Tonda Eckert has put out?
Yeah, I think it's strong. I think it's, Ross Stewart came on, made a difference. Joe Charles came on and made a difference at the weekend. I think Finazaz has got a bit of a point to prove against his former side. Hasn't played well in the 3 games against him. I thought he was well shackled at the weekend. Leo Sienza as well has been a superstar, but, hasn't quite performed of late, or certainly not in, again, the game at the weekend, where they were completely outplayed, Aidan. I don't think that it was that Southampton were affected by what's gone on. I actually think that Middlesbrough were positively affected. We heard Crookie just saying that Kim Hellberg will go out and say, let's do it on the pitch. I think that's what he said at the weekend as well. Plus, those amazing scenes of what the fans were like with the flares and the smoke and just the atmosphere, thousands upon thousands of fans that were there, and Tommy Conroy being interviewed beforehand, he looked so up for it. So, look, I think they were probably ran out of gas after about 60 minutes. I think the Southampton side that finished was very, very strong, and I think this is a very strong Southampton side. Look, we have to be careful what we say because of what happened last night. We kind of maybe expected Millwall to do the job at home, but I am expecting Southampton with this side to do the job, and it's something that the EFL will not want.
Indeed. So do you think everybody involved in Spygate, other than Southampton, want Middlesbrough to win, and that quietens it right down, yeah?
I think so. I think so. I mean, do you not think it does?
Are you going to be questioning any penalties that go Middlesbrough's way then?
No.
I'm just saying.
No, referees, total integrity. I know what it was like back with the Bielsa one back in the day. I was part of it, of uncovering it, of Spygate, but then there wasn't the law about it. And to be fair to Bielsa, when we got to find out about it, he was like straight away, yeah, fine, I'll come out. And it was actually the Leeds press office who didn't want it, was sort of fighting to try and keep it quiet. He was like, no. And he even rang Frank Lampard up to say, yeah, I did it. And he was very honest about it. And I think I'm right in saying he paid the 200 grand himself. So it was like, oh, okay, this is what we do in South America. Well, you don't do it in England, and there's no excuse this time around, eh?
Spygate is the backdrop, but there is a game to be played tonight. Southampton against Middlesbrough. You're listening to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus fees apply to delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary.
Kick off on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. 18plusgambleaware.org.
Mr. Mendes and Miss are back in Abbeymill and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Abbeymill. Until the end of trip from 11 a.m. Includes one pistolette book or toy. While stocks last. Subject to availability.
Have you got your golden goals in for the weekend? BetMGM is giving you the chance to net up to £250,000 with 6 correct football scores. There's also free bets and cash prizes for 2 correct results or more. And the best part? It's completely free to play. Up to 6 figures for 6 correct scores. BetMGM. It's showtime.
Predict 6 correct scores to win up to £250,000. T&Cs apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical-grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexhere.com.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? Once you've got saying. Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade. With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
There's always a risk involved in supporting your team. Will they win or lose? How you watch can also be a game of winning and losing. Research shows that almost 2 in 5 people who stream content illegally have suffered financial loss, losing £1,680 on average. Illegal streams can also leave your devices, your data, and your identity wide open to fraudsters. To truly enjoy the sport you love, watch without risk. Choose official sources. Find out more at bstreamwise.com.
With all of our markets on, all of the action, anchors and odds, whatever your passion. Build your own bet on a small local derby, and there's live in-play betting if you're late to the party. Sign up is easy on all your devices. Exclusive promotions and bet-boosted prices. Criminal punters are sharing this tip. Get the king of the app. talkSPORT bet is a hit.
18+, gambleaware.org.
EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Got big McDonald's hunger? The Big Arch is here to stay. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
I'm Matt Ford and I want to tell you about your new favourite podcast,
How to Win the World Cup.
I'm asking the icons who've been there and done it. We're talking David Seaman, Emmanuel Petit and many more. I've also brought along Alex Crocker, mostly to see if he can swap his Panini stickers for an actual trophy.
How to Win the World Cup from talkSPORT. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts and on the talkSPORT YouTube channel.
And the keepers out there warming up ahead of an 8 o'clock kick-off here in the Championship playoff semi-final second leg. The only away game Middlesbrough have lost since New Year's Day was at champions Coventry. Saints 12 unbeaten here at St Mary's. It's coming up on talkSPORT. Time now to get an odds update with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Alex Abati is with us. It's a big one tonight. It starts at 0-0 Southampton, Middlesbrough.
Yeah, for goodness, something's got to give tonight. Southampton are 7-5 favourites to win. Middlesbrough 15-8, so just shy of 2-1, and the draw is just under 5-2. So it is tight. Middlesbrough completely outplayed, I think, Southampton on Saturday. Should really have been coming in with a lead to defend, although probably lucky not to lose it at the end there. You would think it's advantage Southampton now, though. Not to make it all about me, but West Brom were in this position a couple of years ago. Drew 0-0 with Southampton in the first leg at home. Got played off the park in the second leg and lost 3-1. The odds suggest a similar story tonight, although Middlesbrough, on top of that decent away record, are unbeaten in 5 against Southampton now, including a 4-0 win back in January. Wrap your head around this. I did take a look at the promotion betting just now. Crazy, really. Hull are third favourites despite being the only confirmed side in the final at this moment in time. Southampton are favourites to go up right now at 6-4. Then it's Middlesbrough 15-8. Then it's Hull at 2-1. I am looking forward to tonight. I don't think there'll be many goals, but I do fancy drama, so I will go with a draw at full time around 5-2. From there, tough to pick a winner, really.
Interesting, because a mini table of the 4 playoff teams, Hull are top of that in the results over the course of the season. What about relegation? Spurs drew last night. West Ham still in the bottom 3. What are we thinking?
West Ham 1-4 now, Tottenham 11-4, but could have been much, much bigger. Missed a great chance last night, and again, probably lucky to get a point in the end too, so big week coming up. Spurs and West Ham are both as likely as each other to win their next Premier League games. West Ham 23-10 to beat Newcastle, Spurs 23-10 to beat Chelsea. West Ham play before Tottenham, they've got to win, their goal difference is so bad, they've basically got to win their last 2 games. If they do that, they go above Tottenham, and then Spurs can't afford to lose next Tuesday because it'll be advantage West Ham. So, given it's a must-win for West Ham, I see them beating Newcastle this weekend. I see Spurs maybe drawing with Chelsea, and that scenario puts both teams on 39 points with 1 game left. That is absolutely the kind of drama that I'm here for.
That's amazing. So they might both win, and we'll have another team relegated with 42. It could be West Ham relegated with 42 yet again. Alex, thank you very much. That was a look at the latest odds with Ladbrokes. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Get a free bet every week of the season and a big boost every day. That's Satisfaction. Minimum £5 bet. Conditions apply. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Well, regular listeners to the Saturday afternoon Game Day Live show on talkSPORT will know about a few topics this season I've been updating regularly. Lincoln City gloriously winning League One without wanting possession of the ball. 23 of Stevenage's 47 league and playoff games so far this season finishing either 1-0 or 0-0. And Bristol Rovers 2 points above the League Two relegation zone in mid to late February, finishing more than 22 points above the drop zone by the end of the season. Incredible stories all. The other one has been Middlesbrough's consistent ability to dominate games, create loads of chances, have loads of efforts on target, but not score goals. Our commentator Jim Proudfoot has been studying this pattern. What you got, Jim?
Well, Middlesbrough have underperformed their XG in 10 of their last 15 away games, including each of the last 5. And you've got to remember that those last 5 games include a 4-0 win at QPR. The last 4 away games, they've scored 6. XG suggests they should have scored 10. They've got 6 goals from 63 shots. Look at some of the individuals involved. And on the back of those figures, you would imagine that individual statistics would be poor. That's not the case. Tommy Conway's actually overperforming XG. Dennis Strellick's not too far behind where you would have thought he was going to be. Now, in the first half on Saturday, they had 17 shots. XG suggests that they should have scored 2.5, 3 goals, probably 3. Conway missed 3 big chances in that game. Now, as for Southampton, they've overperformed XG in 9 of the last 11 here, quite markedly as well. So they've scored 23. The quality of chances that they've created probably should have scored 16. So they're overperforming it by nearly 50%, which is a huge amount. All of that comes with a rider, and it's this. Over the course of the season as a whole, I'm not sure it's had as much effect as you might have think, because Borough should have scored more. The other end, they should have conceded more. So they've been overperforming there, and of course it is possible to break things down game by game to see whether individual results would have changed. So, look at a side like Hull, the other playoff finalists. They've outperformed XG ridiculously at both ends of the field. If you take that game by game, you can make a case that XG suggests they should have finished in the bottom 7. Borough, though, ended up with exactly the number of points that XG implied, 80. You look at it game by game, so this game they overperformed the opposition by a goal, therefore given 3 points in terms of an XG table. They've ended up exactly where you would have thought that they would. So over the course of the season, they're where they might have expected to be, but in a one-off game like tonight and the weekend, those XG disparities could be hugely important.
Scott Minto, I mean, analysts at football clubs study all of this and take it to the manager. He interprets it, coaching staff interprets it, and then feed it onto the players with a cure, if necessary, for any of the ills. So, Saints overperforming XG, that's not a problem, is it? Borough underperforming XG. When it comes to one-off, two-off, playoff, semi-legs, whatever you might call them, they've got to put chances away. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Do you know what? I think Jim did the equivalent of the Rubik's Cube in 60 seconds there.
That's quite a while for him, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating because, I mean, whether you like XG or not, it does show you how well a team is playing in terms of creating those chances. What is interesting for me, what Jim has just said, and hearing that for the first time, is that actually it's not the strikers that are underperforming. So, you know, from a manager's point of view, I'm saying that Kim Hellberg is doing a sensational job. He's creating a team that's attacking, front foot, that's dominating the ball and creating lots of chances. Now, he can't get on the pitch himself and put it in the back of the net. And that's ultimately why the strikers get the big bucks, because that's the hardest thing to do. But then who's having these chances then? It must be people who, you know, who are not the strikers, who perhaps aren't as good a clinical finishers as the strikers are. And in terms of Southampton, look, Tom Dewecker, let's just take away for a second for what's going on off the pitch. What he has done, Abe, it is nothing short of sensational. Has he been cheating more than once? We don't know. But on the pitch, it has been incredible. But if they've been overachieving with the XG, then that tells me that perhaps if the job he's done is great, of course, and I don't want to take it away from him, but the players in the right positions are performing and getting themselves. I remember speaking to you at Boxing Day where Southampton were mid-table, and you were saying like who's going to go through in the playoffs, and I said well if Southampton get into the top 6, that'll be the hardest thing for them. I think the squad that they've got, that they will go up, and actually they've done that by some weeks and very nearly got into the top 2. So look, it's there's a lot of information that Jim came out there, but what I would say is for Kim Helberg, I think if anyone says he took over when they were second and he didn't finish in second, I think that's really, really harsh. And for Tom de Rekker as well, I think ultimately it shows that it's all about the players. The players on the pitch, the managers are more important than ever before, and how they set up, both with and without the ball. But ultimately still it's about the players, and when they're in that position, have you got that composure, that clinical ability to stick the ball in the back of the net? And that's what Southampton does. And in terms of tonight, that's another reason why I would fancy Southampton.
I completely understand why a lot of people would have gone XG and then just switched on. And I'm a numbers man, I always have been, and I think that you can have a look at a scientific element and break a game down. But the eye test, for people that really understand the game, I think is even more important, much more important than merely XG. But what XG does do, it allows you to have a look at ongoing trends and over the course of a season to see outlying numbers, such as Hull, such as West Brom, who could have been a top 6 side, had they been able to take the chances that they created and keep out the chances at the other end that the opposition have created. You know, the underlying numbers are positive for them, that they will do well next season, and you could argue that if Hull don't spend a lot of money, if they were to be promoted, they might struggle because of their underlying numbers. But I think that the fact that Middlesbrough and Southampton were so close in the league table, pretty close in the XG table, Middlesbrough with a slight advantage, I think shows how close this is going to be tonight. But the bottom line is you can't have 17 shots in one half of a playoff game, score none, and expect that doesn't necessarily come back and bite you.
Yeah, that's the underlying thing, isn't it? That Middlesbrough simply got to take some of the chances and the many chances that they create. XG, I always say, is a guide rather than an actual factual science. No manager should be sacked on the basis of XG, I don't think. Listen to Kick Up on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes, 18+, gambleaware.org. The sun is setting just above the stand opposite us. Sun will be setting on the season for one of these two. It's Southampton against Middlesbrough in the playoffs. Coming up live on talkSPORT.
Kick off on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes, 18+, gambleaware.org.
On day 3 of leftovers for lunch, have a day off. Switch it up with a double cheeseburger for $2.49 on the McDonald's Saver menu.
Leftovers left the chat.
Talk about saver satisfaction. Served from 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability.
In a world of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Take our flexible stocks ISA, which gives you the freedom to withdraw funds anytime and replace them in the same tax year, all without losing your £20,000 tax-free allowance. And if that's not enough, pay no commission on your stocks, shares and ETFs when you invest with IG. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply. Tax treatment depends on individual circumstances and is subject to change.
Next.
Hi, just these, thanks. To do cashback?
Just need to check you're not a robot first. New security policy.
Okay.
How many traffic lights can you see out the window?
Oh, 2?
No, that's wrong.
Right, well, obviously I'm not a robot.
That's what a robot would say.
What a load of malarkey. Smarty keeps things simple, like 80 gigabytes for £10, and on a rolling monthly SIM plan, you're free to leave any time. Less malarkey, more Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on willow.
Absolute beauty.
Fireworks.
Power ballads.
And t-shirt cannons.
Vitality Blast is back with the biggest local rivalries.
Cartwheeling stumps.
And sixes in the sun. Oh, wonderful technique. Have a blast with men's and women's T20 cricket starting 22nd of May.
Search Vitality Blast to get your tickets now.
With Betfred, when you bet £10, you get £50 in free bets. So, want to back your new striker to score the first goal? Your midfield maestro to get the assist? Want to say there'll be a header? Want to see their striker caught offside? He was born offside. Want to predict the final score? Or both teams to score? Want to get involved for 90 minutes? Want to nick in extra time? Want to bet £10 and get £50 £10 in free bets. Want to bet? Bet Fred. New online customers only. 5 £10 free bets. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Extra time on talkSPORT with Acorn Taxi Insurance. Want extra sports action?
The Celts are racing on the pitch.
Extra pundit opinion.
But that was an absolute stonker of a game, I thought.
And extra fan passion.
The return for the club has been absolutely incredible.
We've got you covered.
It's actually got them back in the game.
Get through the night football conversation, connection and comment. It always goes the extra mile.
You don't pick a football club in picture.
Extra time with Acorn Taxi Insurance, the UK's largest taxi insurance specialist. Not available in Northern Ireland.
EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
talkSPORT News.
With the 7:30 headlines, I'm Tom Creighton. Good evening. Health Secretary Wes Streeting will meet the Prime Minister tomorrow as Sir Keir Starmer fights for political survival. 4 ministers have quit the government today and are calling for the PM to follow. Well over 80 MPs want him to go after Labour's electoral drubbing last week. But more than 100 Labour backbenchers and parliamentary private secretaries have signed a statement backing him, saying this is not the time for a leadership contest. Elsewhere today, a man in his 40s has died after being shot by armed police in Bedford. Officers say the suspect presented a weapon after an armed standoff. And TikTok's giving UK users an ad-free version of the app, but they'll have to pay £3.99 a month. The social media platform says it'll start notifying users aged 18 and above for the coming months.
talkSPORT Sports Headlines with Bostik. For workable, easy-to-apply mortar that tools easily, pros trust Bostik.
Referee Chris Kavanagh was told to review the Trossard and Rice incident at the corner at West Ham on Sunday evening as part of the disallowed goal review. Here's the audio from that. That's just been played on the Mic'd Up programme from the Premier League.
Trossard on Pablo. Just if you look at Trossard on Pablo, give me a better angle of that. I'll get you a better angle.
I don't think it's watching that at all. I'm happy with that.
He also dismissed the actions of Declan Rice. More reaction to that to come this evening. Elsewhere, Ben White's World Cup hopes are in the balance after doing his MCL, and Jack Draper has added Andy Murray to his coaching team. Get more at talkSPORT.com.
talkSPORT Superstar Breakfast.
It's me, Andy Goldstein, and I've got the keys to the talkSPORT Breakfast Show for the rest of the week. On tomorrow's show, multi-Emmy winner, Tony Award winner, Hollywood A-lister and West Ham fan James Corden will be in the studio.
It's a stellar guest lineup that's out of this world.
What a show that is, so make sure you join me, Andy Goldstein, and the wonderful Gabby Agbon for tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. 6 a.m?
Oh, I believe it. On the talkSPORT Superstar Breakfast.
Here we go.
Stand by. Sports Bar later will have more on Howard Webb and Mic'd Up on the show tonight, so you can take a listen to that. You just heard the news as well. It's going well for Keir Starmer, isn't it? For any more developments on his future and all the latest news, go to Times Radio Evening Edition with the superb Kate Borsay is on right now. Carol Walker from 10 tonight. We'll have more. And the Times Radio tell you smart speakers to play Times Radio, or you can access it on the talkSPORT app. talkSPORT Live at St Mary's for Southampton. Middlesbrough winner goes to Wembley to face Hull City in the playoff final. Time now to look at the latest football action with Ladbrokes.
The big preview on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Time to play. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
And let's remind you of the teams for Southampton, Middlesbrough. Here's Jim Proudfoot.
Middlesbrough, the visitors, unchanged. 3 changes for Southampton, with Charles Matsky and Stewart coming in for Downs, Fellows and Larin for a Saints side unbeaten against Championship opposition in 21. Peretz in goal, Bree, Harwood, Bellis, Wood and Manning, Charles and Yander, Matsky, Azaz and Cienza and Stewart. It's Bryn in goal for Middlesbrough, Ayling, Fry and Malander, Britton, Morris, McGree and Target, Conway and Whittaker, and Strelex with still no Hackney on the bench. Kick-off just a shade under 25 minutes away.
That's all thanks to Ladbrokes. 18 plus B, gambleaware.org.
The big preview on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Time to play. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Who's going to be ending their season tonight? 16 years old, we have win it again. Here's Balumi. Oh, what a goal! And the travelling Tigers go absolutely wild.
Absolutely nothing the goalkeeper Patterson could do. He sticks it right in the corner.
Is Millwall's home curse in the playoffs going to strike again. Now Black stay down, and Balumi is in. He's got McBurney to his left. He's played it back instead for Joe Gelhardt. Oh, through Parison and in. Terrible goalkeeping.
He literally punched the ground as it went in, Jim, and it just crawled over the line painfully.
And that 7 minutes is now up. And it's the end of Millwall's season. Hull have made it through. Finished 6th, but they're in the playoff final. It is finished. Millwall 0, Hull 2, 2-0 to Hull City on aggregate.
Well, that was last night live on talkSPORT 2. It was 0-0 from the first leg Friday night. Hull City seeing the job through at the Den last night. And I've got to award bravest fans to the Hull City fans who were at the Den last night. I've been in the away end at the Den when my team has won, and it's a very scary place to be. Not quite the old Den, but the new Den's still scary. And the Hull fans were singing, you know, Millwall have got this song, No One Likes Us, We Don't Care. The Hull fans were singing, No One Hates You, No One Cares. How brave is that? Can you imagine being a Hull fan out on the Old Kent Road after that? And you bump into a load of Millwall fans. You're going to struggle, Scott, aren't you?
I can imagine you doing that on your own, mate. Come on, if you think you're hard enough.
Do you want the XT from last night?
Let me give you the eye test.
Go on then, yeah, you were there, Jim Proud, but Hull City, could they really win it from 6?
Yeah, they can.
What makes you say that?
Because they have players who are capable of individual moments. Now, both of these two do as well, don't get me wrong. And I would make them outsiders going through to the final, whoever they play against. But Balumi is outstanding. And we made the point in commentary yesterday that he's a player, I suppose, not dissimilar in the way that he impacts a game to someone like Matt Letizia used to be here. That he's on the periphery for ages, and then all of a sudden something will happen and he'll burst into life. We saw that yesterday. It came on when Alfie Doughty came on at left back. First chance Balloon had a run and he was past it and was in and scored his goal. He had very little to aim at and scored. And then it was another great pacey break, but he had the wherewithal to play it in behind the on-rushing Ollie McBurney to set up Joe Gelhardt for the second. So Balumi is a real talent. I think defensively they're solid. They didn't create an awful lot. It was a dire first leg, wasn't it? But they laid a platform down.
But Balumi actually, early on in that first leg,
missed a glorious opportunity.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Created by himself.
And then he faded. But I think that he is a match winner. So he's a player of moments rather than having a huge impact. And we talked about the numbers 20 minutes ago for Hull, but they're much better in reality to what they should be at both ends of the pitch. And, you know, confidence is clearly high. Don't look at it as a shot to nothing, so I do give him a chance, not write them off at all.
He needs to get his shirt ready first before. Honestly, I know Jurkovic was absolutely livid with him not being ready to come on, but you know that's sometimes what you get with I won't call him a genius, but a maverick. And you know what? I go back to what when I was at Chelsea, we really used to say, you know what? If it's a really tight game, I want you to do two things that make a difference. And Balloon certainly did that, didn't he, in that particular game? I thought it was really clever from the whole manager, where, you know, Kogan kind of bullied the two centre-halves in the first game, and so he went with the back three. Everyone kind of thinking maybe they'd sit back and just try and soak it up at the Den. But he didn't. The first 15 they went for it. Millwall sort of came back at them. But half-time it was really, really level, and then obviously the sub just made a complete difference. And that can be the difference, and turning it to tonight as well. I look at the bench and I think this is Middlesbrough's best 11, whereas I think there are some players coming off the Saints bench that can really make the difference towards the end. Of course, it took the extra time as well as the full 90 minutes, but well done to Hull. Massive congratulations. Can't believe that as we speak, third favourites go up. You know, and they're in the final.
That's incredible, isn't it?
It is incredible, really. So everyone's going to say whoever wins here is good. Well, if Saints win, you know, they'll still be allowed to play in the final. But whoever they play against will be massive favourites against Hull. As Jim says, don't rule Hull out.
I love the fact, and this is what the playoffs can be about. The Hull finished 10 points behind Millwall, yet they're going to Wembley. And you know what? And anybody could say, any Millwall fan could say, well, that's not fair. Who cares? I mean, football isn't fair sometimes. That's the jeopardy of it.
Do you know what? When I covered it for TV, we used to say on a regular basis, the playoffs do not care about the league table. You could be 25 points behind. It absolutely doesn't matter. And even we look behind it in terms of the momentum. Everybody wants momentum going into a big game, but actually, it doesn't really make a difference. You know, this was a few years ago now. We studied it, and it had momentum. Yes, some of them went up, but in other years they didn't. So it's almost just, these are 2 games and 3 games completely on their own. Can you find a way to grind your way out to get to the final? And then in what is the richest single game in world football, worth now over £200 million, can you handle the pressure?
Yeah, you only had to look at Sunderland last year. And I know that Regis Labrise put the reserves out for the last 3 or 4 games of the regular season because he knew where they were going to finish in the playoffs, and so he rested a few, and it worked out superbly. But they were second best in both legs against Coventry in the semi-finals. You could argue that they didn't deserve to win the final against Sheffield United. They got the job done. They got into it in the worst form of any side in Championship playoff history, and they won them. And Hull, 5 wins in 18 going into last night, and having a real wobble. Middlesbrough have had a little bit of a wobble coming into this with a run of only 4 points in 7 games at one stage. So I don't think you can read into it. What's more relevant is the statistic that you touched upon earlier, that Hull come out of really well and Southampton come out of really poorly. The mini-table between the 4 sides who get into the playoffs is often really relevant because that shows trends. That underlines Hull's ability to be able to go away from home against anybody. They've beaten all 3 other teams in the playoffs away from home this season, and they did it again last night. Southampton only picked up 2 points in their 6 games against the other 3 sides in the playoffs in the regular season, and I just wonder whether that actually could be extrapolated out to become relevant.
I do think that the Hull manager, Sergej Mitrovic, is really smart. He's great with the media talking, which is basically talking to fans. He's terrific. He answers questions. And he's got that light touch. He looks like a real bruiser, but he's got a light touch as well, and so smart with his players. Just an update on the fans dressed as hedges that actually got in. I can't believe it's got in. So they're in the stadium.
You sent me the photo, and you were like, I don't know, a little bit derogatory towards it. Don't you love that?
Well, I do, but
love seeing it.
How did they get searched? That's what I want to know. And was it legal?
It was the room French process.
He's here a week. He's here a week, sadly. We are 15 away from kickoff at St Mary's. Southampton Middlesbrough starts at 0-0. Second leg tonight. You listen to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary.
Kick-off on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. 18plusgambleaware.org.
It's probably nothing. That's what Jack always thought when he felt a bit dizzy after physical exertion. He was only 17 and a keen basketball player. He was playing basketball when he had a cardiac arrest and collapsed. He was rushed to hospital and ended up on a life support machine. Jack was diagnosed with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a serious but rare heart condition, and his chances of survival were believed to be just 8%. Jack's surgeon believed they could avoid a heart transplant. He underwent an 8-hour operation and was later fitted with an implantable cardioverter defibrillator, an ICD, and a pacemaker. Jack is now at university studying software engineering and getting on with his life as a normal teenager. British Heart Foundation is funding groundbreaking research, including pioneering gene therapies to fix the DNA spelling mistakes that caused Jack's heart to stop. So when you donate to British Heart Foundation, you're helping to fund life-saving research. Donate now at bhf.org.uk and keep us beating.
On day 3 of leftovers for lunch, have a day off. Switch it up with a double cheeseburger for $2.49 on the McDonald's Saver menu.
Leftovers left the chat.
Talk about Saver satisfaction. Served from 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability.
At Ben & Jerry's, we've had a thought. Our cookie dough ice cream is already loaded with chunks.
It's a classic for a reason.
We wondered, could we make it even more cookier?
Go on.
The best way to top it was the bug.
Let's just clarify that's
with cookies.
Introducing the new Ben & Jerry's Cookie Dough Ice Cream Sandwich. Our legendary ice cream packed with cookie dough chunks between soft vanilla and cocoa marbled cookies. No spoon needed.
More ways to enjoy cookie dough. Count me in.
The new Ben & Jerry's Cookie Dough Ice Cream Sandwich.
Whatever kind of football fan you are, talkSPORT and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front-row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half-an-hour scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torchbearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download. Every morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Coral. We're here for the fans. 18+ capitalweb.org.
EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Got Big McDonald's hunger? The Big Arch is here to stay. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
Established and excellent evening star of football. Kick-off live on talkSPORT.
What a goal that is. Southampton 1, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Finn Azaz with the excellent strike from the edge of the penalty area.
Yeah, Finn's been spot on since he's come in. Seems to be clicking quite nicely out there.
Finn Azaz cost Southampton 12 million from Middlesbrough last summer into double figures. Goals again from a 10 position, attacking midfield position, and you touched on him earlier, Scott Minto. This is a high quality player. I mentioned Balumi for Hull City, making the difference, an individual with talent. Finn Azaz has got that talent. He could make the difference tonight.
Yeah, he absolutely could. He's a massive talent. We've seen it all season. You know, and look at some of the goals he scored, especially at Wembley. I really do like him, but I think there's something sometimes when you play against your former side, you either really lift yourself or you kind of struggle for some reason, and for some reason he struggled. He has. He wasn't particularly good at the weekend. He hasn't been particularly good against them in the regular season as well. So, you know, it's almost like a bit of a cliche, but cometh the hour, cometh the man, and this is where the money was put down for him to be one of those major players. Talked about player of moments. To come out with that moment that's going to take them to the playoff final and then to the promised land after that as well. So I'm fascinated to see how he's going to deal with Barron. I thought, again, it was really clever with how Tim Helberg tactics, you know, one of the centre halves. Normally it was Malanda coming out and getting really tight to him and being physical with him. They didn't get involved at all. So, big talent, scored excellent goals. But now, can you do it against your former side where you haven't so far out of 3?
Cienza as well has been really impressive for Southampton, but even he himself admits he hasn't got the physicality, or he didn't think he had the physicality needed for English football. Well, his talent has still shone through despite that, and he scored a playoff goal in Germany for Heidenheim last night. He kept them in the Bundesliga, relegation playoff goal in injury time. So got a little bit of form in these do-or-die games.
You know what? He's one of those who is just a joy to watch. If you can create space for him, then he can hurt defenders. From a full-back's point of view, I don't want to be running backwards one-on-one because he can go either way. He's quite happy to go obviously inside, but also down the line as well. And yes, from a physical point of view, he's even admitted he thought he'd struggle in English football. It would take him a long time, but it was too good an offer not to come. But actually, he's been sensational, and he's another one who I genuinely think will be a fantastic performer tonight. Again, it's one of those, right? The manager's going to look you in the eye and say, "Are you the man now who's going to take us to the final?" And I think Leo Cienza can definitely do that.
And the flip side of that for Borough, their talisman is Hayden Hackney, not available again tonight. Morgan Whittaker really has to come to the fore. He's a wide man who drifts inside, so it's actually quite difficult sometimes for defenders to know which one of them has got to pick him up.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the sort of maybe playing as in the 2 10s with him and Tommy Conway. You know, Conway himself is perhaps not a natural finisher. We saw that at the weekend, but in terms of Whittaker, 14 goals in the regular season and in the championship, so he is a scorer of goals. And again, everyone's here now, and we're all kind of thinking, apart from if you're a real Borough fan, that Southampton are going to go and win this game. We saw it last night, that actually Hull stepped it up in the second half. I'm not quite sure that Borough have the bench to really do that in the latter stage of the 90 minutes and the extra time. So it's going to almost come from this 11. Strelic, he's kind of struggled a little bit, but he's done well in recent times, but he hasn't quite justified his speed. Conway has just discussed as well, so I do get the feeling Morgan Whittaker, if Borough are to go up, he's going to be the man.
Those last 3 away games for Middlesbrough, 2-2 at Wrexham, 2-2 at Ipswich, 2-2 at Swansea, and guess what? They underperformed on their XG in all 3 of those games, even though they scored 2 in each of them as well.
Unbelievable. And again, it goes to show how well the manager has got them set up. The pattern to play, the ability to break down the opposition. Obviously, every opposition is different. So, you know, well done to him, but he can't get out there himself and score the goal.
No, absolutely. Playoffs for you. This is what it's all about. The noise in this stadium, a bowl of a stadium, Scott Minto, is electric, and nobody's really thinking, there's a bit of fancy dress going on, there's some binoculars out, and nobody's really thinking about that. They're thinking about the game in front of them, and winner takes all, winner gets to Wembley.
This is what it's all about, Aid. Obviously, these teams would have loved to finish in the top 2, but actually, in terms of Middlesbrough, they'll be disappointed considering how long they stayed in the top 2 during the whole of the season. Southampton, considering how they started the season, have done really well and almost crept in there as well. But this is where almost like the whole world is watching. The Championship is a very exciting division, not always at the highest quality, but this is the moment where everybody's watching. Can you handle the pressure? Can you take your team through to the final?
And I think the other thing, I was at Spurs last night, West Ham involved in a lot of controversy. They could be here this time next season. They could be involved in playoffs. Might go up automatically, might not be anywhere near it. But this is what they've got to look forward to. Those 46 games, intense games, they've got to get used to that quick, whoever goes down.
Blimey. I mean, can you just imagine Spurs? But even West Ham, obviously I want West Ham to stay up, but both sides, either side, but Spurs in the Championship, and I genuinely have no idea if they did go down, how they would handle the mentality, the physicality, and the way that the relentlessness that the Championship is. No idea at all.
And it is relentless. You're right. And things can turn around, as we've seen with Southampton this season. That they're right down there, and then a few months later, they're right up there. And as you said, not just in a playoff position, they were in with a shout of automatic as well.
Yeah, I mean, the converse of that is look at Leicester. You know, if your mindset's not right, look at Luton. If your mindset isn't right from coming down and you're ready to go again, and you don't have that hunger that you had the 2 seasons previous, where you were able to get promoted, you've had that taste of the promised land, you think you did well, or either that or you're used to losing, and you can't turn around that culture. The Championship will find you out. So if you're not there, doesn't matter how good technically you are, you're not there mentally, you will struggle. It's fascinating to see what happens next season with either West Ham or Spurs. But right now, well done for Southampton for turning it around. And no one's thinking for these next 90 minutes, perhaps 120, perhaps even a little bit more with the penalties. Nobody's thinking about the hedges, the binoculars. They want it done here. Most of football want Middlesbrough to win, but this is a really massive cauldron here of noise, and the way that the fans are trying to get behind their side. Southampton players can't help but be lifted by it.
Oh, absolutely right. And it's worth pointing out that some of the camouflage that the fans are dressed up in is Southampton fans who are doing it. They're kind of mocking themselves. They're laughing along with the whole situation. And maybe they don't realise, or maybe they're just thinking, we've got to go along with it, whatever happens. Maybe they just don't realise the punishment that could be coming their way after this game. We shall see. Up at the Riverside, there was a big welcome for the Middlesbrough team bus when it arrived at the stadium ahead of the first leg on Saturday lunchtime, and there were loads of red smoke bombs going off. Well, outside St Mary's they did exactly the same a couple of hours before kick-off. It was quite the sight out there. Nothing like what normally happens on a regular match day. They've really whipped it up for the playoffs here at St Mary's tonight, and inside the stadium as well. The noise absolutely electric. Fans out of their seats, I was going to say in their seats, but they're all of them standing up, and it wouldn't surprise me if they stayed there for the whole game as well. I actually think Scott Minto, given the backdrop, I think that Middlesbrough could come out really feisty. I think Kim Helberg will be annoyed by what's happened, and he's also annoyed they didn't score on Saturday.
Yes, he will. That first half, and they may look back and say, well, that's where we lost it if we didn't go through, because they absolutely dominated Southampton, like a team I've not seen dominated Southampton all season, even under Will Sill. And I do look at the way that Middlesbrough and Jim talked about it with the XG. The bottom line is, it's quite simple. You've got to stick that round thing and hit the net. And if you don't do that, you're not going to win games. And they're so good going forward, but they're not able to do the single most important thing. And that's where it might get hurt. But look, like Hull came out at Millwall last night, maybe Middlesbrough will do the same, quiet in the crowd. We shall wait and see. This is a very good Middlesbrough side who've only lost once in the last 10 away games. So Southampton are very good at home, Middlesbrough very good away from home.
Yeah, and that was a Coventry, the champions. Red smoke opposite us, the flames have been thrown into the air in front of the stand opposite us as well. The teams are out, the atmosphere absolutely sensational. And you know what? I spy with my little eye something beginning with P. Could be playoff, could be promotion, could be punishment, could be a binoculars away. Time to get the ball out and play. Southampton against Middlesbrough starts at 0-0. Live on talkSPORT with former West Ham and Charlton fullback Scott Minto, alongside your commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Adrian, thank you, and a very good evening to you for the final game at St Mary's in the latest tumultuous season of Southampton's turbulent recent past. This simply a club that can't stand still. Down, up, down over the last 3 years. They now hope to replicate their 2024 playoff success, make it back to the Premier League, and have another crack at doing themselves justice in the elite. A few saw this coming, bottom 4 in early November, still 14th as recently as February the 10th, but an extraordinary run of 38 points from a possible 42 catapulted them into the conversation for automatic promotion, with the most memorable cup run thrown in. At one stage, they were 18 points behind Middlesbrough. They ended up above them, just the Borough recovering from the early season defection of their manager. They're top of the table 3 months ago, before a springtime bubble realigned their focus towards the playoffs. At the heart of that small slide, the worrying habit of not putting sides away. That reared its head in the first half on Teesside on Saturday, and how costly might it look at 10:30 tonight. Well, it's a wonderful atmosphere here at St Mary's, and the two sets of players just having a huddle in front of their sets of supporters at the moment. Saints fans away to our right-hand side, in front of the North and the Middlesbrough supporters. Just in front of the away fans are now situated in the southwesterly corner of the ground. Two clubs who could hardly have been closer in the final table, despite such differing journeys. United in overcoming managerial upheaval, but separated by a torrent of bad blood that's as wide as the nearby Solent. Southampton and Middlesbrough, a win from Wembley and 2 wins from the Premier League. But for one of them, it is all about to unravel tonight. Southampton, predominantly white shirts with the red central stripe to get us underway. They're kicking from right to left towards the chapel end of the ground. And Middlesbrough in their change kit of black and dark blue, defending away to our left-hand side, and already back on the back foot. Cienza just colliding with Whittaker. Manning's going to be able to knock the ball in towards the edge of the penalty area, and it will go out again, this time for a throw. Going to be taken on the Middlesbrough right. This is how the lineup. Corrects in goal for Southampton. Bree, Harwood, Fennis, Wood and Manning, Charles and Yander, Maxky, Zabs, Cienza, and Stewart. And the Middlesbrough, it's Bryn, Halen, Fry, Melander, Britton, Morris, McGree and Target, Whittaker and Conway, and Strelets. Throw will be taken on the Middlesbrough right by Luke Halen. Plenty of playoff experience through this Middlesbrough side, including the likes of Halen, who's won them in the past. Andy Wood trying to bring the ball forward here against this former club. Mansky winning it back, and going back inside his own half. Manning will lay it back for Harwood Bellis, who finds his goalkeeper. Now Perez taking a touch on the edge of the 6-yard box, and he now drives it forward. Through the 175 seconds, and tonight you and I in the company of Scott Minto.
Yeah, good evening, Jim. Good evening, everyone. I mean, already you talked about the atmosphere is amazing. From kick-off, a very clever little kick-off from Southampton, half a dozen players to the right, and yet they chipped it to the left. Can't kid a kid there. Luke Ayling read it, 34 years of age, very experienced, and that type of experience will be really important in a situation like this. And the other one is, when the ball went up to Strelic, I thought that Nathan Wood was all over it, pulling his shirt. I thought it was a foul. Referee didn't give it, so I think he's going to be quite happy for a physical game tonight.
Yes, Andy Madley taking charge this evening, who, as you mentioned earlier, sent off a couple of players in the Fulham Bournemouth game of the weekend. The retailing of Middlesbrough in possession. It's a poor challenge on Ayling, with Ross Stewart catching him from behind. I think if Middlesbrough a free kick, which they will take on halfway, they're taking it quickly with Morris working to his left-hand side for Matty Target, who was a ball just up the road from here at Eastleigh, out by the airport. He's got it again here with his ball in towards the edge of the area. It's a stumble on the edge of the box for one of the Southampton players, which might allow Whittaker the opportunity to get a shot in. Mansky got away with just falling over at the worst possible moment. Southampton clear. Back is going to come again here with Morris. Much more even start than this second leg than we saw in the first on Teesside on Saturday.
Yeah, but it is Middlesbrough on the ball and very much on the front foot. In Southampton, you expect to have a little bit more. They're certainly chasing around. It's 100 miles an hour at the moment.
Mansky just caught by Manson Callum Britton, who can bring it forward. He's then grounded out of it inside the Southampton penalty area. Manning can clear. Get it forward towards halfway. It's the ends of the blonde-haired Brazilian chasing after him. And Gale Fry was able to knock it away, and it ends up being a free kick to Middlesbrough on the right-hand side with one lone red balloon, which has somehow made its way unscathed, drifting through the midfield. Oh, there it goes. Miranda couldn't help himself. He saw it was an open target for him, and that balloon is no more. Bring to take this free kick then for Middlesbrough. It's 5 yards into the right-hand touchline. It is 15 inside the Southampton half. 0-0 on the night still. Very early stages. 0-0 on aggregate after the goalless draw between the pair of them on Saturday. Ball sent in deep, and it's back across the edge of the 6-yard box by Fry. Nobody could get there immediately. Luke Ayling can now. Little audition for him as a right winger. Perez punches his cross away. Comes outside the penalty area for Riley McGree. Support arriving from Target. Wants to square in his right-hand side. An opportunity for Morris to bring it forward. Southampton camps inside their own penalty area in these early stages. The sun just goes down behind a bit of cloud behind the Kingsland stand opposite us. As Middlesbrough bring it forward again. Brings ball in, right-footed efforts in. What a start! 5 minutes in. It's Middlesbrough to take the lead. The perfect start from Riley McGree. And those travelling Borough supporters go mad away to our left-hand side. Didn't hit it particularly cleanly, but it was with devastating accuracy. Scuffs it into the bottom left-hand corner. And Southampton trail Middlesbrough by a goal to nil. The perfect start for the Smoggies.
Well, we wondered whether Middlesbrough would sit back or try and go for it. And after the first couple of minutes, they spent a long time in Southampton's half. And fair play to them for that. It's actually a really good ball from Callum Britton. He's on the right-hand side. He's completely free. He's looking up. You expected him to almost try to whip the ball in between the goalkeeper and Southampton's back four, but no, he's looked up, he's played the ball almost across to Riley McGree, who's just stood still. And there's two Southampton players trying to get close to him. And you're right, he didn't really strike it as sweet as he would have liked, but he got enough contact and he directed it in a way that there's no way Daniel Perez just standing there looking to get anywhere near it. What a start for the away side.
Yeah, Perez was unsided because the ball went through the legs of Charles. And now Middlesbrough will bring it forward again. And here's the goal scorer, McGree. That was his first in 11. And he's worked the ball out of the left-hand side now. As Middlesbrough, hungry for more, will be able to bring it forward. Well, the narrative from the first leg on the field was Middlesbrough's inability to take a stack of chances. They've taken the first tonight. Ball in towards Whittaker. Didn't keep it in. It was caught by Perez anyway as he shipped it back through the 6-yard box. It's a goal kick to Southampton. 6 gone. Southampton this season have turned deficits around on 5 separate occasions. They've beaten Wrexham and Derby here. They won at Sheffield United, Leicester and Swansea. About the first weekend of the season, you and I sat in these very chairs watching a spirited late fight back as they scored twice, one through Manning, one through Stevens, in stoppage time to beat Wrexham. But Morris is bringing it forward here for Middlesbrough. It's found Whittaker, who unleashes from distance. It's well blocked by Manning, volleyed away by Bree. But Middlesbrough, with an electrifying start, a goal up through 7 minutes and hungry for more.
I remember that opening game of the season where Ryan Manning came off the bench and just turned the game from left back. But my goodness me, what a start for Middlesbrough. Expected goals, 0.18, and yet they're 1 up, so they're over Jimmy Big tonight so far. It's been a really positive start from them. You know, and we spoke about it. You know, everyone's kind of expecting Southampton to win this game, and they still might, of course. You mentioned how they have come back from behind this season on several occasions. You know, they've got a stronger bench. This could be a 120-minute game, not a 90-minute game, but so far, Middlesbrough, again, very much on the front foot. Doesn't matter where you play, at home or away. They still try to create chances, and they're certainly doing that.
Alan Britton's got it now. Ball into the field on the edge of the penalty area. It's snapped away by Nathan Wood. It's a poor clearance that goes straight for Morris. It goes back to Ayling. Ayling's ball down to the Middlesbrough right-hand side for Whittaker. Whittaker will come forward and have a little reverse ball. McGree actually didn't quite read it in time to make something of it. Another poor clearance though. This time from Charles, and it's picked up on the touchline by Morris, who's been heavily involved in the early stages here. 8 minutes in. 1-0 Middlesbrough lead with targeted possession working wide for Common.
You know what, Jim, it seems ridiculous to say we're not even at the 10-minute mark, but Middlesbrough are so much on top now. They've got to try and go for that second goal.
The Southampton have done well to win it back. It was Yander dispossessed Conway in the midfield. Osienza with a really poor pass. He had options either side of him. Stewart to his right, Yander to his left, and he split the difference. And Middlesbrough can bring it forward again. Ayling intercepting that, and we're all in for. And he's making his way towards the end of the Southampton penalty area now as the ball is played back towards Whittaker. Whittaker to Britton to Morris on halfway. Transferred Malanda to turn. He'll be the one of the centre halves who will step forward into midfield when Middlesbrough have possession. He's done it again here. Back he goes towards the target. Well, all football supporters outside of the Premier League, we've got playoff experience. We've all had very different journeys. It's the best possible way of winning promotion. It is an absolute gut punch if you blow it, particularly late on in games. Say, a goal in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, and then another one at the end of extra time, something like that.
I can't think. What game you're talking about?
I don't know. I'm glad I'm over it though. But for those Middlesbrough supporters, they have waited and waited and waited for a playoff goal. The last 6 playoff ties that they've seen their side play, they haven't scored in any of them. But now they have. First since the Doma scored a goal against Brentford back in 2015. Middlesbrough leading here on the south coast by a goal to nil. Ayling getting the ball forward. Now Malanda inside the centre circle, getting it forward down to the Middlesbrough right-hand side where Whittaker's got it, and he will run at Manning. And will take him on the outside, then checks back in, the pass towards the near post. Nearly squeezed it in between Perez's left foot and the post. It's gone into the side netting. Another roar of appreciation from the travelling Teessiders, who lead here by a goal to nil through 10 minutes.
Yeah, and a roar from the home fans as well to say, come on boys, what are you doing? Feel like you've done the hard work. We try to make it as atmospheric as possible. Now go out and take us to the final. And at the moment, it's Middlesbrough handling the occasion. Morgan Whittaker will fancy his chances all day long against Ryan Manning. Look, he's got a great left foot, there's no doubt about it. But on a one-on-one situation, he can go outside, he can go inside, he's shaped to do both, and he came back inside, had the shot. Ryan Manning has to ask for help.
Well, Fry thought he might need help for a moment there as Ross Stewart nearly caught him in possession with a run towards goal. Fry recovered. And Bryn will clear. And pull it out of play for a throw on the Southampton right, but one inside their own half. You listen to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary. 1-0 to the Borough. And still, we haven't had a single playoff tie in the 21st century in any of the divisions. But it's been 0-0 at full time in the second leg. Manning bringing the ball forward now for Southampton. Left-footed ball flipped in. Stewart! Narrowly wide. He did brilliantly. Got the run on the far back line. He got in behind Malanda. Made contact. Knew that he just had to try and feather it towards the far post. No chance for Brick. But it's rolled across the face of goal and beat the far post by a couple of feet.
Jimmy's got to score. He has to score. He's inside the 6-yard box. Yes, he's stretching. But he gets contact on it. He's in front of goal. All he's got to do is just miss, sprint out. And the keeper can't get anywhere near it. And he's, in the end, shot wide. Brilliant play from Ryan Manning. Just what I was saying about what his positives are. Great run going forward. Brilliant ball whipped in. He's got the wrong side of the defender. He has to stick it in the back of the net. There's sometimes where you say, okay, he's done well to get there. Other times hit the target. That you have to score, especially when you're 1-0 down in a playoff semi-final second leg.
Now Charles has been caught. It's going to be a free kick to Southampton inside their own half. It was Ryan McGree that fouled it. Just being spoken to by referee Madley. And a yellow card is shown. First of the night. I don't think it's going to be the last. Ryan McGree on the score sheet now in the book as well. Well, Ross Stewart scored in his last playoff start. That was for Sunderland in the 2022 League One final. He's got a really good record in his playoff career, but he should have scored there. We were talking in the build-up about the fact that Southampton take their chances here at St Mary's particularly. Middlesbrough struggled to. Well, Middlesbrough have taken a half chance tonight. Southampton have missed a sinner. 1-0 to the visitors. Now the same aggregate Cienza with his beautiful poise and quick feet. Which is dancing through the midfield. Lays it off for Azaz. High ball over the top from Harwood Bellis, who hit the bar in that first leg. Another ball fired in. Maxley couldn't get there. Two Borough players go for the same ball. Comes outside the area for Azaz. Doesn't shoot. Plays it out wide. Flipped in and headed away by Britton before it found its way through towards Stewart. Southampton recycle it. Drilled pass out towards Cienza. Oh, he's got past his man, clips it in with the outside of the right boot, and Zaz off the top of his head. Bree coming in, couldn't get there. Better from Southampton and Middlesbrough clear for a throw.
Much better. And this is what the home fans were expecting from the very start. It's been all Middlesbrough so far, and they do deserve to be a goal up, but just in the last minute or so, Southampton have shown what they can do. And the fans are desperate to get behind them, but the players need to give them something, and they have done in the last 60 seconds.
Manning shoots an innocuous ball forward, and it's rolled straight out of play. There's a goal kick that'll be taken by Solbrin away to our left-hand side. 1-0 to Middlesbrough here, the full stop minutes.
And you know, we're nearly there on 15 minutes, and it's a long, long way to go. But if you look at the stats, Southampton have just crept up now to 40% in terms of possession. That one attempt, he should have scored, but one attempt, not one on target as yet. It's been Borough with 60% possession. 4 shots, 1 on target. Now they have dominated so far in the opening 15 minutes. The question is, can they keep it up? They couldn't at the weekend. Can they do it tonight?
Well, we've got 2 more Premier League live and exclusive commentaries on talkSPORT this week, including Manchester City against Crystal Palace tomorrow night and Villa Liverpool on Friday. Also, don't forget, you can hear every single match in the League One and League Two playoffs, live and exclusive across the talkSPORT network this week. And then all 3 finals. Great ball through from Whittaker. Really just ran too early. The offside flag's up against them. So break it to Southampton on the edge of their own box. This Saturday as well, talkSPORT bringing you live commentary at the FA Cup final from Wembley. As the Manchester City take on Chelsea. Kick off for that one at 3 o'clock. We've got it all covered for you on talkSPORT. Now that's before we get to the World Cup, where all 104 games will be live on the talkSPORT network. Wood, back for Harwood Bellis. This driven ball forward, repelled by Dale Fry. Middlesbrough ball and break. Southampton getting their foot on the ball again in the midfield with Charles. Charles to Yanda. Now to Nathan Wood. That's the play that he's one of throws. The ball goes out of play, but this was the last touch. Britain winning that and earning a round of applause from Kim Hellberg. Alberg's done a good job since taking over. He led Hammarby the runners-up spot in the Allsvenskan last year, the Swedish league. They finished behind the surprise champions Hammarby. Has done really well at Middlesbrough. Has won 3 times as many games as he's lost. Applying some calm to the turbulent start of the season after Rob Edwards left the Molineux.
And I think he's dealt with what's happened in the last few days with a lot of class as well. You know, you can see he wants to say something.
Oh, Yanda has dispossessed Morris on the edge of the penalty area, plays it in towards the penalty spot. Target hacks it away.
There was an opportunity there, wasn't it? Middlesbrough cannot afford to give the ball away silly in their own box, but you know, I think their manager has dealt with things really, really well. You can tell he's desperate to say things, he's almost holding himself back, but I think class is the word, and fair play to him. You know, and what we see on the pitch, as I've said on a few occasions now, there's only so much a manager can do. He can set up the patterns of play, he can set up the press and the triggers. They are creating chances. He can't go on the pitch and put it in the back of the net himself. That's what they have to do. But what a start they've had so far. And the difference between the weekend and now, obviously, is Middlesbrough have got that goal.
Yeah, he hasn't let his mouth betray him at all, but he's had a big foot balloon coming out the side of his head for about 4 days. Southampton will bring it away down the left with Matsky, and the Helberg almost catches that. It's gone out for a throw that will be taken right in front of him on the Middlesbrough right-hand side by Luke Ayling. 1-0 to Middlesbrough after Riley McGree's 5th minute goal. Britton taking the throw. Back inside his own half for Dale Fry. 15 yards inside his own half. Just waiting for a little bit of pressure from a Southampton player. None was forthcoming, really. Played the ball in towards Whittaker. And the Southampton midfield read the pass. Ryan Manning had won it back, and now he will bring it forward. Good ball retentions, found Cienza. Cienza well challenged by Morris. Fry gets it away. Only as far as Charles for Southampton. Played out of the central right-hand side. Breeze laid it back. Yanda now. 15 yards, 10 yards outside the penalty area, 5 yards outside the box. Making progress, pops it off to Bree. Then makes a run down the right-hand side and gets the return ball. Back to the fullback again, James Bree, who spent the first half of the season farmed out on loan at Charlton, but was recalled and hasn't looked back. He's been superb over this second half of the campaign in this Southampton winning run. Manning back for Wood. Wood inside the centre circle for Harwood Bellis. Matsky bending his run to try and get himself on side to attack a long ball play forward. None was forthcoming. Saints build up just a little bit more measured as they work it out towards Manning and they're back for Wood again. Now inside the centre circle, Howard Bellis has got it again. Southampton with a more sustained spell of possession than they've had for a while. Worked out of the right flank for Matsky, who's a low ball in, is fielded by Target. First touch took him down towards the byline, but he knocked it away. Conway's back there, lays it back for Target again, and then Middlesbrough number 9, Tommy Conway, couldn't receive the return ball on the touchline, and it drifts straight out of play for a throw. Southampton have taken that quickly. Yanda getting it forward. Stewart has it now as it was played into his feet. Back again. Middlesbrough just on the back foot, everybody apart from Strauss behind the ball. In fact, he is as well now as Saints work it back to Nathan Wood. Down towards Cienza. Cienza slowing things down. He's got a little drop of the shoulder when he needs to. Britton wasn't buying it though. Cienza works it in a fight ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Sass didn't make anything of it, and Borough have it with their goalkeeper Solbrick. 20 minutes gone, it's raced by. Still 1-0. It's a really poor clearance from Bryn. Straight to Yanda. He didn't get any air underneath it at all. Never went more than a foot across the ground. And Southampton bringing forward again with Matsky, who's cropping up on the left-hand side. Now, that's quite a fluid role when he plays in a wide position. Japanese international working it back for Harwood Bellis. From him to Wood. Wood down towards Manning. Just in from the left-hand touchline. Toe poked in towards Yanda. Yanda's back behind, ball behind square for Charles. Now to Bree. Harwood Bellis, it's a long diagonal. He's got it over the head of Whittaker. Manning getting a bit of joy down the left-hand side. It's a good ball in, dragged down, and No, Zaz has gone down. It's gone down really readily. Maxi, I beg your pardon, has gone down very readily. There's no way that was going to be a penalty. That's going to be the goal kick in Middlesbrough. 21 goal.
Yeah, I mean, Southampton are starting to control the tempo of the game now, going from left to right and putting the ball in when they want to. But Middlesbrough are defending really well in that final third. And it's Aidan Morris who's just come across Maxi there, making sure, yeah, he couldn't get the ball, but he made sure with that heavy touch from Maxi that he didn't allow him to get a second touch. Really good defending so far for Middlesbrough, but Southampton started to control the game.
Another free kick. There have been quite a few of them so far. Strenet's on Wood that time. Wood, who started his career with Middlesbrough, only a handful of appearances for them. The son of Dean Gordon, another former Middlesbrough player. Now Wood has it again from this free kick. It's worked it back to Harwood Bellis. Harwood Bellis waving everybody forward. When they build from the back, Charles will drop in as almost an extra centre half. Not in the middle like defensive midfielders often do, but he tends to go on the right-hand side of Harwood Bellis to help with the build. For a slightly lopsided formation at times. Yander's got it. Seemed to be the key for a ball over the top because the 2 or 3 were looking for it, but the pass, I said, was worked short in the figure Stewart. Fry reads to the next pass forward. His clearance not brought under clean control by Conway, so Southampton come again, working down towards Manning. Midway through the first half, 1-0 to Middlesbrough. And the same scoreline on aggregate. Whittaker intercepting in midfield and then fouled by Maston to give Borough a free kick.
Yeah, what it allows is Shea Charles dropping in. It allows James Bree to almost play like a winger, a wide player, pushing further on, looking along the line, and maybe for that ball over the top, which has been played to him on a couple of occasions already. We've already seen Ryan Manning bomb on from the left-hand side, but James Bree really pushing on, with Shea Charles almost being that third centre half. I love the way that Southampton are playing now, though. They're starting to control the game. They're not just pass either. They're trying to look forward. But Middlesbrough, when it comes to that back line in the final third, are defending really well.
It's the end to bring the ball forward. And the referee said that there was a foul by Yander on Morris. So it's another free kick to Middlesbrough, who've been better away from home under Helberg than they have been at home. 6 of the 8 league defeats that they've suffered have been at the Riverside Stadium. That's since Kim Helberg took charge. Only 2 away from home. What they have to do tonight, if they don't win this on penalties, is the biggest Southampton side that haven't lost a championship opposition since the middle of January when Hull beat them. Middlesbrough beat them just before that convincingly. It's still the biggest defeat of Eckert's Southampton career so far. Free kick is taken by Britain. High ball lofted towards the far post, headed away easily, and out for throw that the goal scorer Riley McGree's going to go across the tape. In fact, he will just abdicate the responsibility, and Matt Targett makes his way forward. Targett picking up the ball on the touchline, laying it back here for Malanda. Malanda to Ayling, and straight back again for Malanda. Conway. Now Malanda for the former Leeds man Luke Ayling again. A wonderful servant of the clubs he's played for throughout his career. Green coming forward through the midfield, pops it off to his right hand side. Here's Callum Britton now. Green still showing for it and has made a run towards the edge of the penalty area. Conway can turn. It's an effort that's deflected and out of play for a corner.
Still dangerous, aren't they? The Southampton starting to control the game and have a lot more possession than they had in the first 10-15 minutes, but Middlesbrough just looked dangerous. Really nice little one-touch play between them. McGree found himself inside the box. It was good defending in the end from Wood, getting a deflection, but the Rex was almost beaten by that deflection.
First corner of the night to be taken on the Middlesbrough right, in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Well headed away by Manning. Back outside the penalty area for Targett, who digs it back in. Wood got his head to that. And then cleared by Yander. Out towards Whittaker. Almost ran to open up for him. Didn't quite. Sienza tried to bring it away, but was well challenged by McGree. And now it goes down for Ayling again. Ayling coming in off the right flank. McGree to Whittaker. Always wanted to cut inside onto his left foot. A little bit of space for him, but he's too far out to get a shot in. He's working to his left for Targett. Callum Britton comes forward and he lets fly. Perez with Stepan dives down to his right-hand side and grasps the ball, brings it into his body, and then he's on his feet quickly to get Southampton going again.
Such fluid movement from Middlesbrough going forward. Tommy Conway was crying out for the ball inside the box. It wasn't found, but in the end, decent shot from Britain is a good save from Tourette's. A really good game of football.
Yeah, the first half was entertaining, the first leg was entertaining, this one has been as well. 1-0 Middlesbrough lead, the only goal of the title time. You're with talkSPORT. Tomorrow night, Manchester City, the latest instalment of the title challenge as they take on Palace. It's live and exclusive for national radio here on talkSPORT. Aiden's found Cienza here. And it's a free kick to Southampton on the left-hand side. This is a remarkable story. Leo Cienza. It's not that long ago in the grand scheme of things that he emigrated from Brazil, fancied his chances in European football, went to Sweden, and ended up playing 5th division football, kicking on his mate's floor. And from there, potentially, within 90 minutes, to a second Wembley appearance in the space of a month.
I've had a few nights out like that.
Well, ended up on top of the floor in Sweden.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
But it is a great story, and actually listening to him talk about it and tell the story, the first thing that strikes me is how good his English is. And I think that's really important when you come to England. You know, there's so many people around the world, and I've played in another country, people want to speak English to you. It's not easy to learn a language, but in England you always have to. Because use of the English language is excellent. That really helps you, not just on the pitch, but off the pitch. And yeah, you know, that type of story, he said it was only a short time, it was just over a year, wasn't it? But it made him. It made him as a player, made him as a person as well. And when he came to the Championship, he didn't think, people were saying to him, not quite sure this is your style of game. I'll tell you what happened to him before has helped him be the player he is right now.
Still no receiving treatment. There are a few games going on elsewhere. Some notable ones in Scotland tonight. The relegation playoff, Dunfermline against Partick Thistle. This is the semi-final stage, and whoever wins this will take on the side that finished second bottom in the Premiership, which is almost certainly going to be St Mirren. Dunfermline 1, Partick 1 at the moment. St Mirren though in action tonight at Pittodrie and lead at Aberdeen with the goal from Richard King. The other games in the relegation group tonight, both goalless. That's Dundee United, Livingston and Killie against Dundee. The games, the top half of the table, taking place tomorrow. Huge consequence, and we will keep you updated, of course, during our live commentary from Manchester City Palace. Cienza's back on his feet. Manning will take this free kick. And Whittaker is a one-man wall that is standing roughly where the spray has been put down. Manning's set-piece delivery, ordinarily exemplary. What can he muster from here? 5 Southampton players in red and white preparing to attack this inside the penalty area. Borough have got everybody back. Manning taking it, plenty of whip on it. Headed away before it got to Harwood Bellis. But then cleared up the right-hand touchline by Whittaker. Cienza still waiting for permission to come back on. Southampton in possession with Charles, but much deeper. In fact, he's on deep still for Yanda. Yanda on the edge of the centre circle. Waits for Nathan Wood to come back. Southampton just trying to keep possession as the clock runs down on Cienza's section on the touchline. He's going to be back on in a minute. In fact, he is now. So Southampton restored with their complement of 11. We've played exactly half an hour here on talkSPORT, and it's still 1-0 to Middlesbrough, as it's been since the opening 5 minutes. Riley McGree getting on the end of the Callum Britton cross. Stewart wrist ball now towards the right-hand side. Easily run back by Target. He read it and got there first. And now they'll come forward quickly with Conway. McGree waiting again. Target plays it in. He's won a corner. Thought that he should potentially have had a penalty for handball. Not seeing that, but it is a corner that'll be taken on the Middlesbrough left-hand side. They're second of the night.
Yeah, a really good counter-attack there from Middlesbrough. Just wonder whether Target could have missed that first man. It's it, Sherry Charles. There's no way it was, not even sure his arm, let alone it'd be anywhere like a handball for a penalty. But you know, that's where Middlesbrough are dangerous. They can't just afford to sit back all the time, but just pick your moments.
Latest Middlesbrough corner. It's an away swinger. Dale Fry coming out to try and attack it. Half clear for Callum Britton through crowd. And then an instinctive little flick from Fry. Back heel flick. Perez did really well to react. Had to turn quickly, dive down away to his left-hand side. Actually wouldn't have counted because the flag came up, but it was really instinctive play by Dale Fry. You wouldn't ordinarily have expected a moment like that from a man who scored only 5 goals in nearly 300 games. Sienz is still looking uncomfortable though. He's got a lopsided job. It's like he's got Scott's wallet in one pocket as he's trying to make his way forward up the inside left channel.
Is that the light side?
Southampton bringing it forward again. Stewart trying to react, score down. No foul by Callum Britton, who will be able to bring it away. 2 Southampton players going down, but the referee happy for play to continue. Now Middlesbrough working forward up the left. Tommy Conway's done well. He's got past the first challenge of James Bree. He's inside the penalty area. He tries to pull it back. Deflection on the cross takes it into the hands of Perez. 32 gone. Goals on Saturday. Goodness knows how. Only 1 goal so far tonight. I'm sure it's not going to end 1-0 to Middlesbrough. I don't see how it can do.
It can't. At this moment in time, it can't, because both teams are just going at it. It's like a tennis match at the moment. Midfield aren't really getting too much involved. It's end to end. There is more Southampton now possession and foot on the ball, but it's Middlesbrough who are just dangerous on the counter-attack.
Bellis, Mansky stumbled as he received the pass. There's no foul by Morris. Play goes on. Wood's got it. Wood to Manning. Good first touch. Gets it back. Looking for the little reverse ball that was initially cut out. Now chips it in. Sienza trying to improvise. Little flick at it from him. Manning coming towards it. And the whistle has gone as Fry goes down. And Sienza looked at the Southampton fans at the chapel end of the ground and pointed to his shoulder. Well, the referee's given a free kick to Middlesbrough, trying to go to half-time. They need 1-0.
Brilliant defending from Dale Fry, it really was. I mean, he has got himself in the positions. I'm just looking at the replay of the penalty that Ross Stewart felt he should have had from Britton. No chance for me. There's a clash, first of all, as the cross comes in from James Bree. Not a penalty there, and not a penalty either. Tom Echo, he's absolutely livid. He felt it was, but I think Ross Stewart, you look at his face and you know whether someone really believes that was a penalty or not. 6'2", you go down like that.
Charles. And this is Mansky from close range. All out of play for a Middlesbrough throw. And Ayling's going to come across to take it. Haven't been to Wembley for 11 years. Barrow, they lost the playoff final against Norwich back in 2015. It was the last time they were there. At the moment, they're 55 minutes away from a playoff final against Hull for a place back in the Premier League. Now, a Southampton player has gone down, and as he got back to his feet, it was to Manning. There was an angry reaction. A little bit of finger pointing and gesticulating going on. Callum Britt coming across, having a word with Manning now. The net result of all of that is a Middlesbrough throw, which Luke Ayling is going to take. He's been told to come back a good 5-10 yards before taking it. And now Andy Madley, the referee, is tapping his watch. And he's telling him not to waste any more time. Ayling knocking it forward. Southampton won it back. Finn Azaz, who's been quite quiet again in the sense against his old employer. Mansky. Oh, Mansky's giving it away. In behind the stumbling Azaz. McGree seizing on that, plays it in behind Strelec. And Manning's going to be able to clear.
Opportunity there. And that's where Middlesbrough, it looks like now Southampton are having much more possession. They were as low as 24%, now they're 56%, but they've still only created that one chance, that one opportunity, which of course wasn't even on target. But at Middlesbrough now, look like they're very, very solid. Dale Fry has been an absolute leader at the back, positioning himself so well, communicating. You can see how he's talking to the players around him. But when they nick the ball off Southampton, then they have an opportunity to counter-attack, and that was a missed opportunity. A poor pass into Strelec, and he would have had a one-on-one with his centre-half there.
Strelec going up that one as well. Didn't know where the ball had bounced, and he was looking around him, trying to see where he was behind you. But over the line, ultimately, and out for a throw. Well, Middlesbrough will take their right-back position with Callum Britton. Back he goes full Fry to the blonde-haired target. Alanda getting instruction to turn. Works it forward, but passes it straight to Mansky. And Mansky flips it off the retrieve. Britton out for a Southampton throw. The cheers will tell you that those in the main stand here think a few decisions have gone against them so far. Manning to take this row for Southampton. Middlesbrough haven't lost to the Saints for 9 years. Haven't won here though since 2003. A Malcolm Christie goal. I know that Kevin Phillips got sent off, but it was the last time they won. They've had to wait a long time for it. It would be particularly sweet for the travelling Teessiders if it were to come tonight, with all things considered. Bree works this ball towards Azaz. It does feel, though, that this is a game with a long, long way to go yet. Malanda in possession for Barrett inside his own half. Back for Fry. Ayling shown for it, poking it through the midfield. Malanda trying to get the better of Azaz. Then right to the next challenge that comes in. That was a foul. Good advantage play by the referee. Aidan Morris taking over. Yander's done brilliant to win that cleanly and get it back. Cienza shows him where he wants it. And it's played in front of the Brazilian, who then turns Ayling brilliantly. Ayling having a little nibble and he knew he couldn't let him go. And he's fouled him and he's going to get put to it.
I was going to say Luke Ayling needs to be careful, because he's one of those who he defends right in your face. Great lad to have. Good lad in the dressing room. The way he works hard, he gets tight, good, honest, professional. And he just got turned by Cienza there. Sometimes, yeah, you want to get tight, don't allow him to have the ball. Other times, just be clever, just touch tight, no more than that, don't foul. Well, it looks like should be getting the yellow card out.
Well, he has got it out. Andy Manley's got 3 Middlesbrough players around him as a defence delegation. There's some words from Manning now towards Ayling. The cheers will tell you the yellow card has now been shown. Still, he's out of the pot. Luke Ayling and the referee and the crowd want another yellow card, I think, for dissent. Calling for him to be sent off. And he is, along with Dale Fry, going to be spoken to again. I can't imagine that Andy Manley's going to show a second yellow card here. Not to Ayling, anyway. He's calling Fry over. And now he's waving him away. Now he's going to come over and have a word with Kim Hellberg. And he's calling both coaches over. I mean, the bad blood has been so obvious between the pair of them since Thursday. Hellberg's in there. Eckert's in there. And the fourth official, Tom Neal, has got a ringside seat. And the referee's laying it on the line that the pair of them need to behave themselves.
Tom Eckert's not happy with what Hellberg saying the two of them.
And Hellberg wanted to square up to him as something was said. And the referee had his arm on Eckert's shoulder. And I don't know what was then said, but Hellberg's eyes came out on stalks and he took a deliberate step forward to try and get past the fourth official towards Eckert. And they're both now being spoken to separately. This is going to run and run.
No, but I think Andy Manley's made the situation worse. He doesn't need to talk to the managers. Just talk to the two captains if you want to talk to someone. You don't want those two managers within a yard of each other. Clearly he said something, the ref. Tom Eckert has come up. You can see he wasn't happy with being said. And then Kim Hellberg has reacted to Tom Eckert's reaction. Why are you getting those two within the vicinity of each other?
Now the referee, sorry Scott, I'm sorry, while the referee's dealing with that, there are 5 or 6 players again in really close quarters. A bit of pushing and shoving. Ayling and Harwood Bellis not squaring up to each other. Ayling with a massive grin on his face after Harwood Bellis said something. And he continues to rumble on.
And again, you know, the referee's still there. And they just argue with each other. Just stay away. Just keep them away. There's no need for it at all. Just ridiculous for me how you're getting those two within the situation, within a yard of each other. Clearly someone's going to say something, and then the other one's going to react to it. I mean, if I'm Tom Eckert, I'm just keeping quiet. I mean, that's what he needs to do, but, I mean, the atmosphere certainly is risen, and Southampton have got a great opportunity here with a free kick, 35 yards out, it's going to be whipped in.
It's going to be Manning again. Borough keeping a high defensive line. Now they'll drop back a little bit of space. Oh, it's just over the bar. Flicked in left-footed, and the runners coming forward. It's Harwood Bellis. who came back down and was close to it and was headed away, I think, by Ayling from just in front of him to squeeze it over the bar for a corner.
It's a wonderful ball. I mean, you got two players offside. I don't know if it would have been given, but it was Luke Ayling who was dropping off in the right place. He's 6 yards out. He's kind of kneed it over. You can't believe he's absolutely meant to do that.
Now Cienza takes the corner, it's headed away by McCree. Back in right-footed from Azaz. Claimed at the second attempt by Crick. As soon as a header over the bar, you're absolutely right. Came off the knee of Ayling. And he would have counted as an own goal because they gave the corner. There were two players offside.
Offside. I mean, I wonder whether the flag would have gone up. I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get more goals, but even if we don't, we're going to get more excitement as the second half goes on, for sure.
1-0 to Middlesbrough. 3 minutes to go to half-time. Said that the torrent of bad blood between the two clubs was as wide as the Solent. I think it's approaching English Channel dimensions now. It's a throw that will be taken over on the Middlesbrough left. That's the far touchline from us. They're kicking from left to right in there. Blue and black change kick. Southampton in the predominantly white kit with the red central stripe down the front. Poor throw from Charles, knocked by Target, knocked away by Charles. And out for a throw that'll be taken again on the Middlesbrough left. So we've got 2.5 minutes to go to half-time. Cienza was down hurt for a couple of minutes, and then there was the shenanigans, the verbal shenanigans a few moments ago. We could easily have 4 minutes added on. 1-0 at the moment to Middlesbrough. Cienza trying to get the better of Malanda. Drops his shoulder, will take him on down the touchline. Whittaker comes back and has tried to buy a free kick and has been able to do that. Just managed to stumble in front of Cienza and to make sure that contact was made by the Brazilian. And as soon as it was, he went down. And the free kick has been given Middlesbrough's way on the edge of their own penalty area.
Well, it's brilliant play, brilliant wing back, but tracking back play for Morgan Whittaker. You know, you can see that there Cienza's trying to get on the ball as much as possible. I'm not sure he's still 100% fit. We is going to see whether he comes out in the second half or not, but the moment he gets the ball, he forgets about that injury. You've only got 2, if not 3 players around you. You know, that's really good defending from Middlesbrough. The first half couldn't really have gone better for Kim Hellberg's side.
Soldier sends a free kick straight out of play. Throw will be taken on the Southampton left. To listen to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m. 18 plus, please apply to delivery orders. Subject to availability. Price may vary. A minute to go to half time. Probably 5 minutes of playing time left yet. Ayling given a shove in the back by Stewart. Officials didn't see it. The ball comes Matsky. And down the Southampton left. Morris can't keep it in, having dispossessed them. Southampton get a throw about 6 or 7 yards from the corner flag. And Cienza, I think, wants Manning to take it. And throws the ball up so that Manning will be able to come forward and potentially launch a long one inside the penalty area. Southampton not setting up as though that's what they're expecting to happen. What a moment it would be for Southampton if they're able to score this before half time. Cienza trying to make a run inside the penalty area. Blocked off by Callum Britton. And it's a free kick descent a yard to the left of the penalty area and 4 yards from the dead ball line. This is their chance.
Yeah, Ryan Manning felt it was inside. And he made me straight away. It wasn't, it was outside. Really good movement from Leo Cienza. Whether he's confident or not, he's come short to go in behind. He's done Callum Britton, who just pushed him over. And yet, this is a big, big moment in the tie for sure. Changed the whole psychology of the whole tie. Southampton were able to go in at half-time 1-1.
Well, they've got 6 minutes to do so in terms of added time. So the referees decided that Borough have been play-acting and time-wasting and certainly added plenty on. Free kick then to Southampton from this position that is like a short corner. Plenty of grappling going on inside the 6-yard box. It's teased in towards the far post. What a save from British. A volley came in. Southampton firing in on a follow-up. And an equalising first half stoppage time. Ross Stewart playing the goal. And it is one apiece. Ball tip towards the far post, volleyed towards goal. A magnificent save from Bryn. And it was all about who would react the quickest. And it was Ross Stewart. And we're dead level again, 1-1 of the night. And 1-1 on aggregate.
Well, one, so close to half-time. Don't give away fouls like that. Two, pick up your men. And it was a brilliant save. There was a little clip to the far post. Great save from Bryn. As he's volleyed it and he's pushed it up. But Ross Stewart has come in, he's used every bit of his 6'2" frame, jumped above everybody. He's wanted it more, like a basketball player. I'm not actually sure how much contact he got, but because he jumped high, that no one can get close to him, and it's ended up going in the net.
In the Premier League, that gets disallowed. Because there was a foul by Maxkey on the defender who's supposed to be detailing Stewart. I'm not saying that necessarily would have been the right decision, but just in the Premier League, I'm absolutely convinced that would have been chalked off.
I'm thinking I would have looked at it for sure.
There's nothing that Stewart did wrong. Well, it was Maxkey who was in there as well. It was a brilliant hit from Manning. Great set piece from Southampton. Hungry for more now as they push forward. 2.5 minutes in the stoppage time. Cienza. He shipped the ball in and Ailing heads it away. It's brought down by Manning. Poke forward towards Yander. Yander out to the Southampton left. Played in towards the edge of the penalty area. For Zaz. Shea Charles from distance. Only got to the edge of the penalty area before being blocked. Strelets to Morris. Flicked out towards the target. Now Middlesbrough will be able to bring it forward. 1-1 the score in a game that Middlesbrough led for 40 minutes. Strelets has it. Inside left channel for Middlesbrough. Waiting for movement to come around it. Conway tries to provide some. Ball played in towards McGree. McGree down towards Ailing. Two Middlesbrough players on a yellow card. Riley McGree's the other. Back towards Fry. Now Morris. Morris to Britton, to Ailing. Ailing on the edge of the centre circle, lays it back to Dale Fry. Fry 2 yards outside the penalty area. Kicks it forward. Ball hits the hand of Conway as he tried to take it on inside the penalty area. Didn't know a lot about it, but he got a massive advantage from it hitting his hand. And then Perez has come out to take the ball off Conway and has thrown himself to the ground just outside the penalty area with the implication that Conway struck him in the face. We're having a look at a replay here. Conway wasn't happy when the free kick went against him. He's picked up the ball and he's gone down holding his face, Perez, when he got caught in the chest. And that is utterly embarrassing.
Get up. Get up. I mean, if it was in the face, he tried to come from behind and grab the ball. And he's put his arm up in the air, and yes, he caught him, as you say, in the chest, but even if it wasn't a face, it was nothing more than a little push away. Because he was just reacting to it. It's hard.
1-1 with 90 seconds to go to half-time. Another ball launched forward, long from the back from Southampton, who built up a head of steam as the half has gone on. It was from much the better side for the opening 20 minutes. Southampton the better side for the last 20. They've got with Charles. Now to the right flank for Azaz. Back to Wood. Space over on the left. Manning and Maxkey try to work in tandem. Cienza on the edge of the penalty area. That's the option that's been played. Takes it, good turn, trying to get round the back of Ailing, who's dragged it back in. It's overrun, it's gone out for a corner. Southampton, a really good side from set pieces. Middlesbrough already know that to their cost in first half stoppage time. And now they've got another opportunity created by Cienza after Ailing concedes the corner.
Yeah, he said he wasn't, but he was. He definitely went over the line. I talked about how Southampton can get an equaliser. It changes the psychology of this tie at half-time. Imagine if they get second.
14 goals from corners this season. Before the corner is taken, the inevitable shenanigans inside the penalty area needs to be sorted out. Ross Stewart ended up going down. The referee's having a word with him and Strelets. He's laid down the law. Cienza still waiting for the instruction to now take this corner. 6 minutes all but up. This will be the last opportunity for Southampton to take the lead before the break. In it comes, good in swinging delivery. Bryn got something on it. McGree gets it away. Will be able to just about reach halfway with the clearance. Yander back for Perez, and he sends it sailing straight out of play for a throw, and that's half time in the second leg. Well, not sure the drama. Didn't ever expect that it would be. Hugely entertaining and a rumbling undercurrent of absolute antipathy. Half time, Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1.
As the players make their way towards the tunnel down below us, Luke Ayling has been at the centre of a lot of stuff, naughty stuff in that first half, just makes his way down. A lot of the Borough players wanted a word with Andy Madley, the referee, as well. They're still talking to Andy Madley as they're coming off the pitch, but I don't think they're going to change his mind on anything that's happened in that first half. It is 1-1. Time now to look at the half-time highlights with McDonald's.
Half-time highlights on talkSPORT with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability, price and participation may vary.
Well, Scott Minto, I've been thoroughly enjoying that first half. We said it wouldn't stay 1-0 after the early goal from Borough, and it didn't stay 1-0, and I suspect it won't stay 1-1 either.
And you know what? Well, you know, forget about the goals. It was actually just a really good game of football. Middlesbrough came out in the first 15, 20 minutes. You know, they were really good. They were really positive. They were creating chances. They were getting the ball wide. And we saw not just with the goal with Riley McGree, but just in other opportunities he was sort of running in behind, and a couple of times he was almost in. Then Southampton kind of got hold of the ball, and it was about Middlesbrough just being well organised at the back and counter-attacking, even looking dangerous there. But fair play to Southampton. You know, they're under pressure at home, they're being outrun, they're being outplayed, and they played their way back into this game. And I probably think over the last 20 minutes, they deserve to have got that goal. I've no idea how this tie is going to go, but I'm almost going to go buy the popcorn and enjoy myself watching.
Absolutely. Let's talk about Luke Ayling. He's 34 years old, but you wouldn't know it from that first half. I think he's been a bit of a baby. First of all, there was a really poor challenge on Cienza. He basically stood on his foot and then bent his leg backwards by leaning into it. That's why Cienza got injured, and he doesn't look right at all. I thought Ayling was lucky not to be booked for that. He's then kicked off. He's got upset by something Taylor Horde-Bellis has said. How can you get upset by something an opponent is saying? It baffles me, absolutely baffles me. So he's got a yellow card for another foul on Cienza, and then he's tried to talk his way into a second yellow card, but the referee's been quite lenient on him. What is he doing? He's 35 in the summer, Luke Ayling. He's been around the block. He knows what it's all about. Why is he intent on letting his teammates down?
Well, it shows how passionate he is, and actually, you know, how much even like an experienced player like him can get a little bit carried away. I mean, I could argue if he was booked that first time round that perhaps he wouldn't have made the challenge for the second one. And even though he was going up to the referee, you know, we've got monitors here able to say that he was kind of smiling at the time. So you don't know what he's saying. So from the 20, 30, 40 yards away, it looks like he's been quite aggressive towards the referee, and he might get that second yellow, when actually he might just be trying to have a bit of a laugh, but get a little dig in at the ref as well. So there were ways and means of doing it, and I think he was using his experience there. But you know what, Ada? You're right, he's got to be very careful. He's one mistimed tackle away from that second yellow, and then he won't be letting his teammates down. But when you're up against the likes of Leo Cienza, who's such a talent, it's so difficult to mark in a one-on-one situation. He's got to do anything he could possibly do to try and keep him quiet. And sometimes you go over the line a little bit, as long as you don't get that red card, and that's what defenders have to do. When you're nearly 35 and you're up against someone like him, you have to use all means necessary, your experience and your physicality, and that's what he was doing.
Fouling, basically, that's what he's saying. It's repeated fouling.
I also saw you get a little bit irate as well with one. I don't know if it was a referee's decision or a foul. I think you were acting like a fan.
I was annoyed with Luke Ayling. I really like Luke Ayling. Actually, I've met him a couple of times. I think he's a lovely bloke. I think he's a terrific. He's had a great career. I just don't understand why he was intent on letting his side down. And actually, just after all that happened, he went over his own goal. Imagine if that had gone in as an own goal. Horde-Bellis would have been laughing in his face.
I know, but that actually is brilliant defending, and it's brave defending, because you're facing your own goal, and you know that if you let it go, someone behind you might well score. So you have to do it, but it's at a height where you almost, you know, he's kneed it over. there's a little bit of luck in there, but there's also a lot of bravery and reading the situation, so fair play to him there.
You talked about the Southampton bench being deeper than the Middlesbrough bench. I make you absolutely right on that. And we saw on Saturday that Middlesbrough faded after an hour. Now, I don't think they put the same amount of effort and energy into this first half as they did on Saturday, so it might be slightly different in those terms, but everything pointing towards the momentum being with Southampton. A goal just before half-time, a better bench, and they've probably got a bit more energy than Middlesbrough, possibly. It's pointing to Southampton, isn't it?
Well, it is really, because, you know, as I say, and I've said a couple of times, this could be not just a 90-minute game, but a 120-minute game, and then even more the bench comes into play, and I don't think anyone can really doubt that Southampton have the better bench. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when those changes are made. I mean, I think it was really important for Southampton to try and get that goal just before half-time again from a psychological point of view. Now they're going in very much on the front foot. It's Middlesbrough who perhaps feeling a little bit under pressure. What I liked about Middlesbrough, though, the first 15 minutes there is they were on the front foot. After that, they were very well disciplined. Dale Fry, I think, has been superb marshalling that defence. And they've also been clever on the counter. And that final pass just hasn't been good enough, but they still can look dangerous. But as that first half went on, there was fewer and fewer opportunities. And if it carries on going like that in the second half, then I do think there's only one winner.
It's all square. Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1, and that's the scoreline on aggregate as well. That was thanks to McDonald's.
Half-time highlights on talkSPORT with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Oh, Luke Ayling, I wonder what's being said in the dressing room. He was at Leeds, of course, when the original Bielsa Spygate incident happened. Now at Middlesbrough, Spygate 2, the sequel, has become box office, and it could still impact this tie, even after full-time tonight. Second half coming up. We're still all square on talkSPORT.
Kick-off on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. 18plusgambleaware.org.
Mr. and Little Miss are back in Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the age of 2 from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy. While stocks last. Subject to availability.
Creative for sports fans, a bold innovation. The duet by a bookie and a radio station. It's talkSPORT Bet. The clues in the name. Sports betting for punters with their head in the game. Sign up is easy on all your devices. Exclusive promotions and bet boosted prices. Even all punters are sharing this tip. Get the king of the app. talkSPORT Bet is a hit.
18plusgambleaware.org. On average, rift tax refunds get their customers £3,000 back. Search rift tax refunds today.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut say? Want to change the radio station?
In sport this year.
Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
At Sky Vegas, it all starts with a spin. And when you join us, you'll get 50 of them for free. Plus an extra 200 spins when you deposit and spend £10. So you can spin the slots, play our jackpots, and bring our exclusive games to life. Download the Sky Vegas app and enjoy Welcome on Us. New customers only. Opt-in required. £10 stake and deposit requirement must be met within 30 days of opt-in. Eligibility restrictions and further T's and C's apply. 18plusgambleaware.org.
Jim White and Simon Jordan on talkSPORT. Mid-morning radio that's up for the job.
It's got £500 million to get precisely nowhere.
Concrete sports talk.
It really is incredible.
Rapid setting opinion.
You're not justifying it, but you're explaining it. Doesn't need an explanation.
Big names, all backed up.
Anthony Joshua, good afternoon.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Delivered tomorrow morning from 10 on talkSPORT by Selco Builders Warehouse. Check stock in your local branch. We've got it. The SelcoBW.com.
EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. The Big Arch is here to stay at McDonald's with its very own delicious sauce. Available from 11 a.m, subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
King of football commentary. Kick-off live on talkSPORT.
Right, let's give you the latest scores. Scottish Premiership, Aberdeen 0, St Mirren 1, Dundee United 0, Livingston 0, Kilmarnock 0, Dundee 0. They're all about an hour gone in those games. Any goals, don't they, those? Scottish Premiership playoffs confirmed in 1, Partick 1, nearly an hour gone there. That's the first leg. And in the Scottish League 1 playoffs, Clyde trying to get promotion, Hamilton trying to avoid relegation, 1 apiece after 55 minutes. Second legs of those playoff ties will be on Friday night. Here at St Mary's, 1 apiece. Let's get the half-time odds with Ladbrokes.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com, 18+ gambleaware.org.
It's Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1, live on talkSPORT at half-time. Southampton are 9-5 to win in 90 minutes. Borough 23-10. The draw in normal time 13-10. Southampton are 5-4 on to qualify for the final. Borough 11-10 on. Finn Azaz to score any time was 4-1. That's been price boosted now to 5-1. That's the latest odds with Ladbrokes 18+. BigGambleAware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. Bet on this season's Champions League action live tonight. Visit ladbrokes.com, 18+ gambleaware.org.
Now in the Premier League, second place Man City face Crystal Palace live on talkSPORT tomorrow night. Join me at the Etihad from 7. Pep Guardiola's side need a win to make sure Arsenal can't win the title on Monday night against Burnley. The Gunners won a dramatic London derby at West Ham Sunday. They have themselves a 5-point gap at the top of the league, and in his pre-match presser today, Guardiola was quizzed about whether the events at the London Stadium affected him or his City team.
Because you've got to concentrate on yourselves. Obviously, you need Arsenal to drop points to win the Premier League title. That's obvious. So how does the way the game ended in the Arsenal match against West Ham, how does that affect the mood amongst the players?
I didn't see the players since yet. Or was I give day off?
So how did it affect your mood when you saw the goal?
Crystal Palace.
They're not given.
Crystal Palace. And thinking what you have to do to always, I learned from my career as a manager, is what you're going to control is forget about it, is to do better. What we have not done better this season, to arrive in better position to fight from the Premier League, that we are still fighting, and Crystal Palace.
Interesting from Pep Guardiola, and actually more on what happened at West Ham at the weekend in just a moment. But tomorrow night on talkSPORT, it's live and exclusive. Man City against Crystal Palace. Commentary from Sam Mathpace and Lucy Ward will be alongside me at the Etihad. On talkSPORT 2 tomorrow night, more playoff action in League One. Stockport's take on Stevenage in the second leg. Stockport 1-0 up after that late goal of calamity at the back for Stevenage. Commentary of that on talkSPORT 2 tomorrow night. And then on Thursday, Bradford-Bolton, the League One playoff semi-final, second leg. Bolton leading 1-0 from the first leg. That's live on talkSPORT 2. Friday night, Salford Grimsby. Grimsby scored a banger in the first minute, but lost 2-1. And they go to the Peninsula Friday night live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. That one. Notts County against Chesterfield, League 2 playoff semi-final, second leg, same night, is on the talkSPORT app. And actually, Villa, Liverpool, Premier League. We've got more live exclusive Premier League action on talkSPORT on Friday night. Hugh Wozencroft in charge of that from Villa Park at 7 o'clock. And then on Saturday, it's the FA Cup final. Chelsea take on Manchester City. Our coverage pitch side at Wembley is from 1 o'clock. Kickoff is at 3 p.m. and a big day on Sunday. Basically, Saturday, your regular Saturday becomes a Sunday on talkSPORT this weekend. 12:30 live commentary of Man United against Nottingham Forest in the Premier League, and our coverage gets underway at 11 a.m. and then I'll take you around the grounds with all the goals as they go in. I'll be based at Leeds, Brighton. Perry Groves will be at Brentford against Crystal Palace, and Charlie Adam will be at Everton against Sunderland. Then Monday night, that live game, Arsenal-Burnley, is of course on talkSPORT. And on the Raya, foul on David Raya for West Ham's equaliser being ruled out on Sunday. Howard Webb has said this evening the decision was absolutely correct. We are consistent in giving these kinds of fouls. The contact between Pablo and Raya happened at the start of the play and nothing happened before it. When you review everything, it is clear and obvious foul. I fully support the officiating team in this decision. Interesting stuff. Let's talk about the second half here. Scott Minto is with us. I'm intrigued by Saints, who have come from behind a lot. One down at Ipswich, went 2-1 up and drew. Came from behind twice to draw 2-2 with Bristol City. Came from behind to win at Swansea. Came from behind to beat Derby. And all of that is in the last 4 weeks. So they're coming from behind again tonight.
So what are you saying? They're going to go on and win the game?
Well, the evidence would suggest that might be the case. Yeah. You really are a super sleuth.
I think they've shown great resilience and character, where literally everyone was expecting Southampton to come and almost do what Middlesbrough did to them in the first half, and Middlesbrough just carried on doing what they did in the first half in the first leg. And they went a goal down, and suddenly sometimes you can get almost just stunned, almost like in front of the headlights. It's like, oh my goodness, this is not meant to happen, and suddenly it's a surreal moment. But the characters in the team, to be fair, are like, no. After about 15-20 minutes, we'll get hold of the ball. They started to control the tempo of the game, and then they created a few more chances. And as I say, the last 15-20 minutes, they were the better side. So sometimes you don't want half-time, mate. I don't think Southampton wanted it. We'll see how this one starts now.
And actually, late in that second half, after the goal, Jim Bradford said VAR would have ruled that out. Come on. How on earth do we know what VAR would have... Who knows what VAR would have done? And all I can say is Millwall's consolation, no VAR next season. Second half, players are out there, they're ready. It's Southampton 1, Borough 1, same score on aggregate. Here's Scott Minto and Jim Bradford.
But it just feels as though VAR rules most things out, so I was just sticking my finger up in the air, really. I do think that there might have been a foul by Maskey. Interesting to see what Borough make of that later. So 1-1. And this is often the case as we start the fourth half of the playoff semi-final. Still the most significant moment of the entire tie lies ahead of us rather than behind us. McGree on 5, Stewart on 45 plus 1. It is 1-1. There have been no changes. We're back underway. Southampton white shirts with the red central stripe and trim, kicking towards the northern end of the ground. And the Middlesbrough supporters who, as we look at the stadium as a clock face, they're at sort of 10 o'clock from us, and the corner between the Kingsland and the Chapel End away to our left-hand side. Just a few empty seats in there. I mean, it is a long, long way. I think that they would have been very, very happy with how their side started, but would have been a little bit more frustrated as the night went on with how many free kicks and set pieces were being conceded. Roughly the two teams away at the moment. Middlesbrough with a throw, which is taken over on the far touchline of Borough. Right, it's gone back to Dale Fry. Right forward, Strelets going up for it. Scored his man in the back, and it's a free kick given Manning's way. He's taking it quickly. Back for Harwood Bellis, who's 10 yards outside his own penalty area as he turns. Works it forward through the midfield. It's taken a deflection that goes Ross Stewart's way. It's got Bree making a run outside of him. Now 4 in the centre, if he can get it across, he's flicked it towards the far post. He got the angle all wrong. And it sails straight out of play. The first Southampton opportunity of the second half. Hissing away and coming to nothing, and Cienza's not right. They've sent him out for the second half, Scott, in a bid to try and run it off. He's not going to be able to.
Well, he's such a big player, I can understand why he's like, well, give it a go. And it might even be him saying, let me give it a go, but he is absolutely hobbling at the moment. And, you know, that sort of grimace on his face that tells you he's not going to be able to run it off. Maybe adrenaline can get him through it, but he's not like it at the moment.
They're still chasing after this, and as soon as he knows that he can't get there, again his stride becomes a lot more broken. Middlesbrough with the throw. They're lining up. Brennan goal, Ailing, Fry and Malander. Britton, Morris, McGree in target. Whittaker and Conway and Strelets. Now for Southampton, it's Perez in goal. Bree, Harwood Bellis, Wood and Manning, Charles and Yanda, Matsky and Dowsel Cienza, and Stewart. Harwood Bellis rifling into a challenge, and the referee let go for a couple of seconds and then pulls it back. And has given a free kick against the Southampton captain for a foul on Tommy Conway.
Yeah, he's not happy about it. I mean, it took him a few seconds to actually make the decision. The ball was played short. It was a terrible ball to Harwood Bellis, and it's one of those he had to try and go for it. And if he didn't get the ball, he was getting the man because he was the last man. I don't think he can complain. Yeah, the referee took a bit of time. I think it was a foul.
free kick given away by the one-time England international. I think Tom Fellows might be getting ready to come on for Southampton, which you would imagine will be for Cienza.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, as much as Cienza wants to stay on, and I'm sure Tom Eckert wants him to stay on, if he's done like 60% or even less of the player he can be, you've got to make a substitution.
Callum Britton with a free kick for Middlesbrough, headed away by Harwood Bellis, back into the fray by McGree, and cleared again past McGree. The Australian's got plenty of time to run round it. Laid off a target who will launch forward left-footed towards the edge of the penalty area. Fry's bustling for it, and the last touch comes the Borough player sort off a Zaz. The referee said the last touch was McGree's. Now it's a throw that will be taken on the Southampton right-hand side. 4 minutes gone in the second half, and light beginning to fall here on the south coast. Still the dusky pinky hues as we look from here in the sky over the Kingsland stand on the far side as we look west. Some menacing cloud coming in from the Solent away to our left-hand side. Glorious evening, all things considered. Certainly the moment it feels as though rain might be on the way. Cold way to take a throw. It's actually left it for target. It's a little bit up a touchline from where we're sitting, about 15 yards inside the Southampton half. The with talkSPORT's 1-1 after Ryan McGree's early opener was cancelled out by Ross Stewart. Zans winning a throw that James Marie's going to take. He wants to go square for Shay Charles, or at least pretending that he does. He's stopped at the feet of Yander instead. Clipped forward again then by Bree. Middlesbrough winning the seconds. Foul by Charles on McGree, and a free kick. This time given Middlesbrough's way. Really stop-start beginning of the second half.
Yeah, it's a scrappy start, but I do think it won't be that long before it gets really exciting again. And as we get towards whether it be extra time or one team gets that second goal, I do think that tempers are going to boil over. And we sit and just watch and just see what happens. I'd be surprised if all 22 men are on the pitch by the end of it.
Target. High ball forward from him towards the edge of the penalty area. McGree then flicks it into Matsky. Claims for handball. I think it's come back off his chest and was then stopped from going out of play for a corner. That's going to be a throw that Saints will take on their left-hand side. You listen to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app. From 11 a.m, 18 plus. Fees applied to delivery orders subject to availability. Price may vary. You've had another look at it, Scott.
I'll tell you what. As McGree in the box and the ball bounces up and Matsky just comes in, his arm is up. And Andy Madley, I saw him point to his shoulder. I don't think that was his shoulder. I think that was his hand. And because it was up, it was in an unnatural position. It should have been a penalty. I need to see another angle whether it did actually hit his hand or whether the referee, Madley, was right on his shoulder. But I'm telling you now, if it hit his hand, it's a penalty.
Harwood Bellis sending a 60-yard ball forward. Not the best defensive header from Callum Britt's gone out to the left, but a ball across the neck comes in. Is fielded easily by Britt. That's Stewart to aim at, but Manning only found the goalkeeper. Middlesbrough will play out from the back. 7 minutes gone in the second half here on talkSPORT. Playing for the right to meet Hull in a final that will take place at Wembley Stadium week on Saturday. Time yet to be announced, but mid to late afternoon we're expecting. Fry out towards the Middlesbrough right-hand side. Matsky battling, wins it back from Britt. Everybody stopped thinking it was going to be a free kick. Andy Madley didn't put whistle of mouth. Saints will bring it forward again with Cienza coming in off that left flank. Bree makes the run to the edge of the penalty area. And McGree's keeping an eye on him. Shay Charles, capable of a spectacular from distance, has got it. He's done really well. Works it out for Bree. Takes it down towards the corner flag and then checks back. Lay back to Harwood Bellis. Square of him is Nathan Wood. Wood coming onto it. Flick forward for Yander. Yander to Cienza near the corner of the penalty area. One stop further down the line is Manning. Low ball in, deflected away off Clinton. Southampton with their first corner of the second half.
And they're just starting to take control of this game like they did towards the end of the first half now as well. Going down the right, not quite on. Getting it back into the middle, out to the left, right. Manning with his left foot, shot blocked, but pressure on with the corner as well. Middlesbrough cannot afford to concede.
6 Saints inside the box. 2 more on the edge of the penalty area. And only 3 have stayed back. The ends of the ball in. Headed towards goal. Back from Matsky. Chested down and sliced away by Target. Out for a Southampton throw. And these set pieces are a real potent threat. Reese got the ball in his right hand. Swaps it to his left. Being told by the referee to get on with it. It's actually come back a few yards because he wanted to go back for Harwood Bellis. Southampton building from the back again with the centre halves. Wood, Adam Manning, Cienza with Matsky showing for him. He will then spin down the line. Ball a little deeper though for Nathan Wood. Wood in towards the Zaz. Then a flick from him. Matsky's found space. Just trying to draw Luke Ayling out. Out goes Cienza. Creates a yard of space for himself as he fires it across the Dale Fry and heads away. Wood drags Conway under the Strelitz under the flight of it. And then it's split down towards Cienza again. Southampton kicking from left to right. Whittaker, no foul on Cienza, who went down. The referee says play on. Ayling flips it away. Finding Whittaker, lets the ball run past him to Middlesbrough. Top scorer with 14. Southampton mop up again. Borough can't get out their own half at the moment. I mean, the territorial advantage isn't quite as widespread as it was in the first half of the first leg in Middlesbrough's favour, but it's not too far short. In that first half, remember, on Saturday, Southampton only had 9 passes of the ball in Middlesbrough's half of the field. The worst attacking performance of any team in any championship game for 14 years. Well, it's 1-1 on aggregate now with 10 minutes played in the second half of the second leg. Yellow card shown to Finazaz for a very firm challenge on Matt Target. And it's a free kick to Middlesbrough, 15 outside the Southampton penalty area.
Yeah, listen, we're in the EFL. I think that's harsh. He's come across, maybe because of the way he's come across, his studs are showing. There's plenty of tackles I've seen tonight, let alone elsewhere in the Championship this season, that referees just allow. But I think Andy Madley realises that this is a pressure cooker game that could blow. It's going to be fascinating to see how this game ends. I genuinely think we could be going into extra time.
So Finazaz, the former Middlesbrough player in the book. Target taking a free kick, swept into the edge of the 6-yard box. There was a good defensive header by Strelitz. That wasn't at all what he was intending. Stan Kling goes out of play for a throw that Middlesbrough will take on their right flank. Well, first of all, Andy Madley's concerned about Matsky, who's gone down on the edge of his own 6-yard box. There's appear to be an awful lot of concern on the Southampton bench. No sign of a physio coming on. So play will restart with a throw. Great volume here at St Mary's. What an invention the playoffs have been. 40 years, can you really believe? They've been going for 40 years. 40 years of heartbreak. Throw on the Middlesbrough right, launched in, flicked on by Ayling, straight out of play. Well, a goal kick will be taken by Daniel Perez, who played 57 in quality.
I mean, you're right about the heartbreak, but it's got to be one of the best that he's ever invented in football. You know, the whole world watches the jeopardy. Yes, the heartbreak, but also the joy.
So 1-1 the score, 12 minutes into the second half. Charles getting the ball back from Matsky. We'll play it out towards Cienza. Matsky then working it down the line for Charles. Towards the edge of the penalty area, good strength. Trying to get round the back of Fry's one a corner. Now it is being reported, you remember the Taylor Harwood Bellis Luke Ayling incident in the first half. It's been reported that Harwood Bellis allegedly made a remark of a discriminatory nature to Ayling, which is why the referee went to the touchline to speak with the manager. Andy Madley, the referee, is going to be reporting the incident, I understand. So that will run for long.
That explains why Tom Eckert had the reaction, and then Helberg had the reaction on his reaction.
Southampton with a corner, it's 1-1. In towards the edge of the 6-yard box, Brady's been headed out of his hands. And an acrobatic overhead kick attempt from Harwood Bellis doesn't come off. Loose ball squirts out of the right-hand touchline. Back in from Charles. Maskey trying to take it on. Showing the turn from Manning. Deflected off Malanda. Just grazes the outside of the post on its right pass. Corner.
Well, we talked about his great left foot, and he's so close there. He's inside the box. He's turned quickly. And it's actually about to go through Luke Ayling's legs, and I don't think that Peretz would have been able to stop it. In the end, it's come off his heel and gone for a corner.
59 gone. Yet another corner. They've scored from one tonight. Cienza to take this latest one. So it's going to be an outswinger towards the penalty spot. Miranda's headed that one away. They'll do it all again. Third in quick succession for Southampton. 59 on the clock at 1-1. A game that is simmering nicely, with the tension never too far beneath the surface. So another volley from Cienza. Again, Malanda has been able to head that away. Back through a crowd from Charles. Couldn't get it through them all. Middlesbrough trying to break quickly. Whittaker turning it forward. As that is the last man back. He's just got his foot out with a minimum of fuss. Got the final Strelets or Conway. Aggressive back to his goalkeeper, Peretz, who has been superb since they started on loan from Bayern Munich. And I think if Southampton do ultimately end up getting promoted, and let's face it, there's a lot of water's got to go under the bridge yet, if they do end up going up, I think he would be the first signing that they would want to make. Get that done permanently, because he has been superb. 9 clean sheets, he's conceded less than a goal against since he's arrived. Manning, all fallen over halfway. So pull the ball back for Wood. Wood to Harwood Bellis, curved for target, and heads that one away easily. It's a looping header that's knocked down by Shea Charles. Zaz trying to turn on the right-hand side. Oh, it's flipped it down, it's unlucky. I think he was trying to play one side of Bree, went the other. Bree adjusting as well, looked over his shoulder, and was almost just able to flick with the outside of the right boot and keep it in. But Zaz was working with such a tight amount of space in the narrow corridor that he was just unable to play the pass as he needed to. He's gone out of play for a throw. That Middlesbrough have taken an hour gone. One apiece. The game that Middlesbrough led for just over 40 minutes in the first half. Southampton a better side in the second at the moment. Middlesbrough are unable to really get too much of a foothold in it. They've got it now with Conway going back to time.
Yeah, I just mentioned Daniel Peretz, and he has, he fits so well here, doesn't he? But, well, Aaron Ramsdale, going back to Southampton, what's going to happen with him going forward? Can't imagine he'd be staying at Southampton, but Peretz, it does feel right.
Well, of course, if Southampton do get promoted, then that would make it more likely that Ramsdale will come back, you would think, but Peretz has been a great fit. With Dennis, got to go up through the gears as Middlesbrough play the ball down the right-hand side of the penalty area for Ryan McGree. Back from him to Morgan Whittaker. Whittaker nearly able to nudge it past Manning for a really good run from Callum Britton. Southampton clear towards halfway. Malanda now comes forward. He's gone to his left-hand side for Target. Target, who got a couple of goals in Middlesbrough's impressive win at Birmingham earlier this season. Down towards Conway, left-hand side of the box. Conway pulling it back. Target. Malanda. Trying to take it on, can't beat Shea Charles. Comes out for Ayling. Ayling's left-footed effort, not his best. But it'll come out for Target. Target flicking it forward. Strelets. A little bit lucky that he's been able to nutmeg Yander. That wasn't his intention, but he's still got the ball. He's gone back for Morris. Morris to McGree. Back brave Morris on the edge of the penalty area. Chance for Britton to fire it in. He's gone deep. And Conway is going to be able to pick it up down by the left-hand touchline. Near the edge of the box. And now a turn, and he'll come, and he'll run at James Bree, and can't beat it. It's just come off the fullback and is then cleared by Azaz. And will be chased after here by Stewart, and Fry very nearly made a mess of it. He has done. Stewart for Cienza into the penalty area, trying to get around his man as Ayling brought him down. Referee says no.
Not for me either. I think that's really good defending from Luke Ayling. And Cienza, it's the last thing he would have wanted, Ayling. Dale Fry's been brilliant this evening, made a mistake. Well, it looked like they were going to be on the attack there, Middlesbrough, and they will be now with a free kick just 30 yards out. But Del Frey's been such a leader in this Middlesbrough side. He gives the ball away, or Ross Stewart just takes the ball off him, uses physicality, lays it into Leo Cienza. Got a one-on-one almost situation with Luke Ayling. Look, Ayling doesn't get any of the ball. He does put his arm up, but it's not a foul. It's not. It's got to be stronger there in the box. Yes, there's contact, but it's not a penalty.
Yeah, not all contact is a foul. There is a push. It's like a flick in a nursery school fight between two 4-year-olds squaring up to each other. I mean, that is what it looks at. That sounds disparaging to Luke Ayling. I don't mean it like that.
No.
But I'm trying to explain the level of contact.
Yes.
It was actually nice. Cienza went down really easy.
He did go down like a 4-year-old.
Someone does that to him on a nightclub dance floor, he's not going down.
No, but it was a dangerous situation. But I do think Luke Ayling, I mean, he's in the middle of it, in the thick of things, isn't he? And Abe was talking about him at half-time, and you get the feeling he's either going to get sent off or somehow score the winner. And now Middlesbrough have a wonderful opportunity.
And target to take this free kick, which is 10 yards outside the Southampton penalty area. Sitting left footed, deep towards the far post, darting header back across the face of goal is blocked. And then the subsequent cross that comes in, he flanked it away and out for another corner. Those set pieces are bad. They do tend to be able to get Dale Fry free at the far post. That's what they try and play for. It's happened on 3 or 4 occasions. And his second ball in hit Matsky and goes out for a corner in front of the back fence.
He's completely free at the far post. He's not 6'4". Hello. Have a look around behind you.
Now they'll make a run in towards the near post. Will Dale Fry. That one headed away by Harwood Bellis. Good header back in by Target is knocked out. As a throw to be taken on the Middlesbrough left. Flynn Downs is going to be coming on. And he'll replace Matsky. So Downs from Matsky. Southampton played first in terms of making the changes. And the other substitutes, incidentally, for Southampton, Stevens, Larry, Fellows, Archer, Adozi, Wellington and Bragg, for Borough, Gilbert, Monroe and Brown, Silvera, Castledine, Edmondson, Hanson and Sarni enter. And the keepers, of course, Long and Wildsman. So Downs is on. What a competent player to bring on to such a good situation like this. He's had 14 yellow cards this season.
It's not like for like, is it? So I'll be interested to see when they're properly set up, where he'll be and how they will set up.
Target sends this throw in, it's headed back out to him. He's trying to send another header back in. That one is cleared easily enough by Ayling. Brought then down by the retreating Morris on the Middlesbrough left. He's playing it back. There's pressure from Stewart. He's given Britton a shove. Play goes on. Britton stood his ground well, gets it back for Britton. And he sent the long ball forward to the back once and then twice on the touchline out of play for a throw that Bree will take level the edge of his own penalty, approaching the midway stage of the second half. So Matsky had this kind of free run. It looks as though what they're doing now potentially is put Cienza more up front, along with Stewart, and Azaz might play that little bit deeper now that Matsky has come off. And Downs is anchoring the midfield with Charles and Yander ahead of him. Cienza can turn here. Firing ball up the inside left channel. Manning sends a high ball in. Zaz is going to go up for it. Target heads it away. The ball that came perilously close to hitting his hand. McGree clears it. That's a wonderful crossfield ball. It's got it over halfway. Inch perfect for Morgan Whittaker. And Egner urges his side to come back and cover. Whittaker running inside the penalty area, gets a shot in, taking a nick on the way through and goes out for a corner.
Well, we saw it last night, didn't we? A fantastic goal, cutting in from the right on his left foot. I'm thinking, don't allow him to have that shot. And in the end, he has, but there's a deflection to it that the game opened up. This is where Southampton need to be careful. Kind of thinking they're starting to turn the screw, but actually the last 5 minutes, Middlesbrough have just been able to get hold of the ball a little bit, so they're controlling a little bit of the tempo of the game. There was a shot, there was a deflection of Wood. And when it's so tight, set piece is so important.
Whittaker taking this corner. And that's headed away towards the edge of the penalty area. Whitfield retreating, turns, Downs got there first. Downs has done well. Stabbed it down the touchline. Sienza then goes down and is holding his knee, and he's indicating to the bench, I think, that he's done now. Middlesbrough continue with the Brazilian still on the deck. Poor ball in from Whittaker's easily clear, comes out for try. First touch not the best, but he didn't lose possession. He's gone back for Malanda. And Sienza is back on his feet, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to continue. Oh, he's really feeling his knee very gingerly there. And off the ball, he's put his arm up across his face and he's there on his haunches, feeling his knees. Play goes on with target. Down the Middlesbrough left-hand side, a dainty little flick in from the Perez, catches it. And we've got just over 20 minutes and not more time to go at one apiece.
Well, we've been waiting for Leo Sienza to get taken off for the last 20 minutes at least, but at this moment in time, he's still on the pitch. Obviously, they've got Samuel Dozie who can come on. And it looks like he's really stepping up his warm-up as well on the touchline. So maybe he will. I mean, look, these could be the last minutes that he plays this season. And Tom de Ecke obviously knows that. On the other hand, if he's only 60%, then he's got to take him off. He's got to think about the team and just get the team to Wembley.
As we've said so many times already over the last week, and I have no apology for saying it again, in football it doesn't matter how you do it. All that matters is getting it done. Perez playing it forward. As long as you're not in contravention of Rule 127. Ball's out of play for a throw.
What's 127?
Rule 127 is the one that was brought in after Marcelo Bielsa's Leeds United were caught spying at Derby.
I knew the first 126.
Yeah. Then the foremost. Downs, cross square to his left-hand side. An opportunity for Southampton from distance, and it's blocked by Malanda. But not that I'm implying that Southampton are guilty of breaking Rule 127, even though Middlesbrough think they have done. But whatever happens here, that is the ongoing plot line from this. Whatever happens here, no one's going to be sure, unless Middlesbrough have won, what the final's going to be. Is it going to be Middlesbrough Hull if Southampton win? You still, I don't think, could guarantee that it is going to be a Southampton Hull final.
No, I think it is interesting. You were saying it beforehand, wasn't they, that even if Middlesbrough lose, they're not going to sort of say that's it, send them away, go on holiday. Going to see if they can train for a few more days. The EFL will have to make a decision.
You're not missing anything. Tommy Conway is down receiving treatment. That means that both managers can call their players over to this near side. Let me remind you, we've got two more Premier League live and exclusive commentaries on talkSPORT this week, including Manchester City against Crystal Palace on Wednesday and Aston Villa against Liverpool on Friday night. And also, don't forget you can hear every single match of the Championship, League 1 and League 2 playoffs live and exclusively across the talkSPORT network this week. Playoff action tomorrow, Edgeley Park, Stockport taking on Stevenage with a goal lead. That's over on talkSPORT 2. Thursday also on talkSPORT 2, Bradford Bolton in League 1. And Friday night, Salford British and Notts County Chesterfield, the two outstanding League 2 semi-finals. Middlesbrough are going to be forced to make a change. As Conway's coming off and Alan Brown is going to be coming on to replace him. That's not a like-for-like swap.
No, it's not. Tommy Conway looking in absolute agony, really walking slowly, so clearly he cannot carry on. He's one of those players that would almost need a broken leg to come off. Must feel like that at the moment.
Well, you don't wish, at this stage of the season, you don't wish an injury on anybody, but especially anybody that could be involved in the World Cup.
Absolutely. Alan Brown certainly an experienced player to come on.
Played more than 400 games for Preston North End with Alan Brown. He's won a playoff campaign in the past, down at League 1 level. 17 minutes and more time to go. 1-1 the score between Southampton and Middlesbrough. As the ball is played back for Nathan Wood. Wood square to his right hand side for Harwood Bellis, and then out towards Manning. Leander works it back. Wood again down towards Harwood Bellis on the edge of the D. Back he goes to his goalkeeper, and Peretz will be able to clear over halfway. Stewart going up for it is beaten there by Dale Fry. Shea Charles, Lynn Downs, the blonde-haired substitute for Southampton. Just picking up possession. Getting it back for Harwood Bellis. It finds his goalkeeper, and Peretz throws it out to the Southampton left. Now Ryan Manning is going to be able to bring it forth. Manning getting towards halfway. Downs. Back to his goalkeeper again. That's going through a little bit of a lull now. It's been so helter-skelter. You can understand why players are kind of having a little breather on the job for 5 minutes here. Stewart's been fouled, and then as Aidan Morris stood by the ball, Southampton had a free kick. Downs just cracked it into his back. And it's going to be a free kick for Southampton.
But Downs has come on, he's made a couple of challenges that just this side of the law. And he's got to be careful he doesn't get booked. And again, he's trying to make an impact, not just on the ball, but off the ball as well. But you're right, I was thinking just the same a minute earlier, that it's just kind of, it's not as if they're intentionally trying to take a breather, but can't keep that going for the full 90 minutes.
Listen, my train of thoughts only a minute behind yours. I'm happy with that. It's free. Laid out of the Southampton right-hand side. 1-1 to score with 15 minutes to go.
You always get it out there before me, mate.
Here's Harwood Bellis. Charles. Back for Wood. Cienza. Another Southampton corner as he fires it off Callum Britton. Cienza himself retrieving the ball from ball boy in front of the Hornets, away to our right-hand side, the chapel end of the ground, the northern end of the ground. Spotted the ball down for this quarter of a second. Cienza still putting his body through the pain barrier. So important to Southampton. And he will take this corner now. Nathan Wood from the penalty spot, making it darting near post where he's got past Britton. Ball comes in. Dixon defending from Dale Fry because he forced Harwood Bellis to attack it early, and he got the contact all wrong, got out of play for a goal kick.
Great ball in. It was a brilliant ball in, it really was. Harwood Bellis, you know how good he is at set pieces. Saltbrink can't get there at all. He's beaten. And he gets the final touch, Harwood Bellis. Able to get a clean header there, just get it anyway on target. It's goal. 6 yards out.
14 minutes left. There have been late goals as a regular feature for games involving these. Think back to that thrilling 2-2 here between Southampton and Ipswich recently, where both sides scored late.
That was a great game, wasn't it? It really was. Both teams needed the win.
One of many in the Championship this season. I mean, it's a magnificent division. I think that this time round, even if the quality hasn't necessarily, by and large, I mean, I'd say commentary an obvious outlier, the quality hasn't necessarily been as good across the board as it has in some previous season. It's been fascinating. It's just been a wonderful campaign.
No, I'd agree with every word of that. I do think the quality's not quite been at the standard of previous seasons. I think next season will be very good again, but whatever you say about it, it's always exciting. And when you get to the playoffs, you now, even if you're not a fan of one of these two teams, and we are getting to the point now, I know there's late goals and maybe there could be more than one, but it's almost next goal's the winner.
Manning throwing the ball back towards Wood. Wood to Downs, to Harwood Bellis. Wood if he comes to engage, but the ball is worked past him towards James Bree. Back for Harwood Bellis again. Since Alan Brown has come on, it's a slightly more advanced role for Aidan Morris now. Whittaker. Ball bypassing target. And Azaz is caught by Malanda. Referee says yes. Just reached for his pocket for a moment and is going to produce a yellow card for Malanda for the foul. I think just for a moment thought about Wanda Morris for kicking the ball away as well, but it is Malanda that has been cautioned.
Yeah, he went in first and he went in second. He didn't get anywhere near the ball. and he's gone in late. It's a foul, it's a yellow card, there's more and more yellow cards coming. Players need to be careful, they're getting tired, they lunge in when they perhaps wouldn't have done in the first half. Are we going to get a goal or are we going to get 7-0 or even both?
Could easily be both, couldn't it? It hasn't quite been as niggly in the second half as it was towards the end of the first. The ball comes in from that free kick. So flipped on, away from Wood and out of play for a goal kick, which will be taken by Middlesbrough. 11 minutes to go. It feels increasingly likely now that this one could be going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one goal, I'm not sure the other team are able to come back. You mentioned that Southampton Ipswich game, and obviously the Southampton fans will remember it as well, where both teams needed the win and they played like it. Neither got it in the end, but it was such end-to-end in the last 20 minutes. There was no kind of midfield. I'm expecting the second half to be a bit like that tonight, but especially when the first half went. But haven't really seen it so far. I'd say perhaps next goal's the winner, or we have extra time and possibly even penalties.
Results in Scotland, incidentally: Aberdeen 0, St Mirren 2. But Kilmarnock have beaten Dundee 3-1, and that means that St Mirren are in the relegation playoff position, and they will play either Dunfermline or Partick in the final to keep their place in the Premiership. And the Pars and the Jacks finished 1-1 in the first leg of their game at East End Park tonight. Ball is out again for another Middlesbrough throw with 10 minutes to go here. And that target ambling over towards the touchline to pick up the ball. He's picked up the ball, he's thrown it away. Now wants to have a look at another one. I think there's a sense that Middlesbrough would be happy to take this to extra time now. They want as few playing seconds on the clock as possible.
We've now got a ball boy not wanting to give the ball to a Middlesbrough player. Sorry, just give the ball. You're kids. Just give the ball to the professionals.
And again, it's all going to be calming down, and the referee will call 4 Middlesbrough players who ended up involved in that with the Southampton substitutes, just to try and calm things down. So originally what had happened, the ball got out of play, Target went to take the throw, he wasn't happy with the ball, it was picked up by a ball boy, Target then went down to get another ball, and the ball boy said you can't have it. And when that happened, Morris went in and tried to physically press it out of his grasp. And then the Southampton substitutes had a good view of that, took exception to it. Another flash ball. Target with the throw. From the left, brought down inside the penalty area. Appeals from Morris for a penalty, no chance. Southampton will clear and then get a free kick inside their own penalty area. 8.5 to go.
It's got a bit trappy, hasn't it? I mean, we've said it a couple of times now. The second half hasn't quite developed how we thought it might. And perhaps this is where a little bit of tiredness, but also nerves kick in. You know, the first half we feel was on and off the pitch, was bubbling up quite nicely. In the second half, okay, 45 minutes, two teams really going at it. Haven't quite seen that. I think it just goes to show how worried they are about conceding that goal.
Middlesbrough will be bringing Leo Castledine on very shortly. Had a really good first half of the season at Huddersfield. That was on loan and earned him a permanent move to Middlesbrough, a step up. And he's going to be coming on here, the son of the former Wimbledon forward Stuart Castledine from the early Premier League days back in the early to mid-90s. And Castleine's going to come on here to replace Strelets. So Castledine on. That's a change being made with 7.5 minutes of normal time to go. He's just got the 1 goal so far since his £1 million move. Playing against Bristol City as a substitute, but he's got 13 all told this season. So Southampton, meanwhile, are going to be calling for the cavalry as well. And it's the veteran Canadian striker Kyle Larin who become a firm favourite here since his arrival in January, and he will be coming on along with Samadozi. Ball brought down on the left-hand side of the Southampton midfield by Manning. He's got the ball towards Cienza, who's still going. He's looking frightening again now. Little backheel flick inside the box came from Yanda, but Morris has shot it back to pick that up, then takes it on, past his man Yanda, and hits a crossfield ball out of the penalty area. Castleline turned, just ran into Bree, couldn't get past it. And the ball makes it carried into the touchline anyway for a throw that will be taken on the Southampton right by James Bree. 6.5 minutes to go, and now a Southampton double change of Dozy and Larin, the players that are going to be coming on. Ross Stewart scored the Southampton equaliser. Will make way. Larry on for him as a straight swap. And Dozy will replace Cienza.
Well, I've been waiting for Cienza to come off for the last 45 minutes, haven't we? And to go back further into the first half. He's done well to stay on the pitch as long as he had, but I think it's just good management from both of them, both the head coaches, understanding now that, you know, the lads are getting tired out there. One slip, one lack of concentration, or just that extra burst of energy can make the difference. We said it about 5-6 minutes ago that the next goal was the winner, and it's looking increasingly like that now.
So Kyle Larin spent the first half of the season on loan at Feyenoord from Mallorca. Only scored once, came to Southampton. He's netted 6 in his last 8 league games, and 9 all told for the club. He's often come off the bench from 9 in 20's a pretty solid return. And he's just want to throw off Luke Ayling here. 5 minutes of the 90 remaining. Could easily be 4 or 5 minutes of stoppage time on top of that, and you would imagine another 30 to supplement those. Free kick, foul on the Zaz by Target. And it's a free kick in a really good position for Southampton. 2 yards from the edge of the penalty area and almost halfway from the right-hand side of the box to the right-hand touchline. Actually, where the spray's been put down is a little bit closer to the edge of the penalty area than that. And Bree's got a chance to get the delivery right. And if he scored in the 87th minute of a playoff semi-final to take the lead, the chances are it could be the decisive goal.
When it's been this tight, over the 2 legs as well, 100%. It's a massive moment in this tie, just like we said it just before half-time.
6 in red and white inside the penalty area. Every Middlesbrough player is back. Bree gives the signal, hits it in towards the penalty spot, looking for Downs, headed away past him for a Southampton corner.
Great defending from Barrett. Melinda, I think it was, who got that final touch. Really good ball in from Bree. As they've all dropped, he's only 6 yards out, so if a Southampton player was able to get a clean header, Cooper's got no chance.
So Bree's going to take the corner from the Southampton left. In the 87th minute, 1-1 the scoreline. Howard Bennett trying to get free of Britt, makes a run in towards the near post, it's hitting deeper. It's come off a Middlesbrough head. Comes outside the penalty area for a Dozy. Dozy's got Shea Charles making a run outside him. But Dozy's played it back instead towards Yanda on halfway, and Yanda will go further back still to Perez. And he's got the option of knocking out towards Spinazaz, who was launched up much deeper than that. And then Nathan Wood, as he's coming back, jumps over a ball from Manning, which goes out towards the touchline. Didn't deliberately, it's a good dummy. A little over, Yanda. Down towards the Zaz, making his way forward again against his former club. He played nearly 70 games before his £15 million move here. Howard Bennett gets it forward. Yanda's got it again, turned into trouble and then swiftly out of it. Back inside the centre circle is Howard Bennett. From him to Flynn Downs. 1-1 the score here on talkSPORT. 3 minutes to go. And following the conclusion of this game, the Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara taking your calls on what has been a thrilling night of playoff football. Bree chipped over the top. Dozy's got to chase after it, but Ayling had enough of a start to be able to push it over the line and had a play for a goal kick that will be taken away to our right-hand side. The time it is taken will be in the 89th minute. It's 1-1 and extra time's on its way, I think.
I reckon Jason Jamie can keep their feet up for another half an hour. You know, the second half hasn't caught a light. I was expecting a little bit more, but it's so much at stake. You know, if we're talking about the richest game in world football, single game in world football being the Championship playoff final, what does that make this one?
Sport to riches, certainly at the very least.
A pretty expensive one, and they can feel it, the players. They know now, again, it's one of those where, yes, you want to try and win the game, but you definitely don't want to be losing it with a bad mistake.
They only had one shot on target between the two teams in this second half, just to underline the point that you've made. But Azaz races onto a loose ball, played for by Dale Fry here. Azaz then gets it ball towards Downs. Superb work by the retreating Alan Brown, who is then fouled, having won possession back, caught by Yander. It was a good job that he came in and made that initial challenge. That was really good play by the Middlesbrough substitute.
Yeah, it was. There was people out there stretching their calf. And Morris has been, I mean, he's an athlete himself, isn't he? But even he is just having to have a little stretch, not wanting cramp to come on. And Finn Azaz, it was a lovely little touch inside, but again, we're just seeing moments, but not moments in the danger area. He's dropped too far deep, and when it's been further up, he's not really got involved. We talked before the game about him and the talent that he is, the goals that he scored, and great goals as well. But against his old side, he hasn't shown it, and he hasn't tonight either. Doesn't matter if he can produce that moment, what probably would be a winning goal, and he'd be the hero for it. Well, he's been quiet tonight for me.
30 seconds of the 90 minutes to go. What does Kim Helberg do? Talk about the relative strengths of the two benches. Southampton with more attacking options. We've seen Larrin come on. Cassadine on for the Borough. Kim Helberg needs to try and find the right words to get his side together, the foothold back in this game. Azaz playing it forward. Larrin, who was having a shirt pull earlier in the piece, can't get to a ball that goes through for Sol Green, and we've got 5 minutes separating us from extra time.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's Jeremy Sarmiento could perhaps come on and make a big difference, but you are getting to the point where, even though we've still got 30 minutes of extra time.
Ayling coming forward from the back, he's lost it. Yander slipping it for Larrin. Good save from Brent. He went to the goalkeeper's left, and he was able to beat it away relatively comfortably. Ayling will be hugely relieved, though. That was a poor defensive error. Southampton get a throw. Morris is initially, and then he immediately wins it back.
Huge sigh of relief from Luke Ayling. I respect him a lot. He has had an excellent career. He definitely won't want to be giving the ball away and then Southampton getting the win in there to be thinking, please don't score, please don't score. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Brink clearing. Way to our right. 4 minutes to go before we go to extra time. Ryan Manning in possession.
Well, what I was going to say about Kim Helberg, and we talked about the bench and perhaps not quite the options that Southampton have. Yes, of course, he wants to try and win the game, but he's also got to think about possible penalties.
Oh, Kyle Larrin goes down. Referee says no penalty. Immediately putting the arms across his body. There was a ball down the right-hand side of the penalty area. Larrin trying to get there first. There's a collision between him and Dale Fry. No real complaints from the Southampton players. Plenty from the fans. But you shout for everything in the 92nd minute. And Fry has gone down. He's come off the worst of the two in that challenge. You're having another look at it now, Scott. What do you think?
Well, he hasn't got the ball. And the reason why he's gone like that is because his knee is kind of clipped. And Larrin's got there first. And he's caught Larrin. He's got the touch of the ball. Maybe he's looking for the touch there, Larrin, and that's why it's the third replay you're actually properly looking at it. In some angles, it looks like it's a penalty because Fry doesn't get the ball. Larrin gets there first. But I think he's just trying to get that touch and then go down easily. Listen, to give a penalty in these situations, you've got to be 100% sure.
Well, Fry still lying on his back inside the penalty area. He's just having his knee attended to at the moment. And this will be a problem. Edmondson getting ready. He would be the player that would come on. If Dale Fry can't continue, they wouldn't change the shape. They'd stay with the back three. And George Edmondson will come on. He made one Premier League appearance for Ipswich last season. A left-footed centre-half who has only started 3 games all season. Now the referee is just in between Ayling and Harwood Bellis. Not for the first time tonight. I think he's just used that moment there, Andy Madley, just to bring the pair of them together and say, okay, I know what went on in the first half, It's just calmed things down, and it was good to see that both walked away. There was a tap on the back from Ayling to Harwood Bellis, and an arm around the shoulder from the Southampton captain to his Middlesbrough counterpart as well.
And I think Luke Ayling has dealt with that with great dignity as well. Even in the first half, he was smiling. I'm not quite sure why Andy Manny's decided now to get the two of them together. Maybe it is just, I mean, players have gone down and there have been injuries, and the physio coming on in the second half. But you know, it looked like Harwood Bellis, who don't know exactly what was said, was almost apologetic with what he said, and Luke Ayling took that on board and put his arm on his shoulder and said, okay, let's just crack on.
Well, Dale Fry's back on his feet, and he's going to be able to make his way unaided over towards this near touchline. Just breaks into a light jog, which indicates that he might be able to continue, and George Edmondson has sat back down. But this is going to elongate the drama. 5 minutes of stoppage time. We're probably going to end up playing about 7.5 minutes of stoppage time now.
Or 13.
Or 13. Or whatever. Probably a good 3.5 minutes of football left to play, I would imagine. 1-1 the score in the 95th minute here on talkSPORT. Fry off the field just for a moment. And taking a swig of water before being given the permission to come back on. Middlesbrough temporarily down to 10 men. Yanda loses out, it's knocked away by Britton. Mopped up at the back by Woods, who can get it away from Castledine. Gets it back to Harwood Bellis. Good diagonal crossfield ball from him. Out of the Southampton left-hand side for Charles, and then another crunching challenge comes in. What's the referee's verdict? That's the Southampton ball, but it's going to be a throw or a free kick. It's given a throw. Dale Fry's back on. No, he has given a free kick actually. The Southampton players initially thought that it was a throw, but he has given a foul at Dozy's way. So the 5 minutes are up, probably another 2 minutes left to play. Are we going to have another 32 minutes? Southampton scored in first half stoppage time. Can they win the game in second half stoppage time here on talkSPORT? So Manning to take it. Left-footed ball, flips inside the penalty area. Good header from Dale Fry. Showing any ill effects of that injury picked up moments ago. Adozi, back from him, Flynn Downs, couldn't get hold of it at all. Just off balance as it came to him, and it's just gone away from goal. Middlesbrough bring it away. Castledine making a run forward. But will they be able to ping it in his direction? The answer is no, because Whittaker was stopped from having clean possession. And Downs still well to come back. It's gone out of play for a Middlesbrough throw over on that far touchline line with probably a minute and a half to go. 1-1 still to score.
Well, we said at half-time this could easily go to extra time, and it looks like it's going to as well. And then the question is, you know, what is the mindset? I've been there before, not in a playoff semi-final, but certainly as you're heading towards possible penalties, it's definitely in the back of your mind.
Mistake now by Malanda. As he was playing out from the back. They've actually swapped the centre-halves round. Middlesbrough and Malanda playing on the right, Ayling on the left now. Horrible chase after this. It's McGree putting the pressure on, but Harwood Bellis can get it forward, right-footed in the 97th minute. Larin battling hard with Fry, who got there first, puts it out of play for a throw to Southampton, and this might be the last opportunity within the 90 minutes. Reed took the throw. The referee wasn't happy, so there was another ball on the pitch when the throw was taken. So Reed with the ball in his hands. The referee's got his whistle in his mouth. Barely seconds left. Reed with the throw. Works it back. Harwood Bellis to Wood. Wood inside the centre circle. Into the 8th minute of added time as the ball is worked down the left-hand side. It's going to be chased here by Shea Charles, who just for a moment looks as though he got past Miranda. Fry comes up, sweeps up, gets it away. Referee still happy for play to continue. Another Southampton throw, and then he signals the end of it. We've played 4 halves of football. The side still can't be separated. 0-0 in the first leg, 1-1 in the second. Extra time and potentially penalties on the way.
Well, we love the playoffs so much, we're going to bring you an extra half hour for free on talkSPORT. Someone has got to win this thing. Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1, extra time next, live on talkSPORT.
Kick
kick-off on talkSPORT with Ladbrokes. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Just one cornetto.
Well, actually, it's not just one cornetto. It's Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate. So maybe instead of just one cornetto, it's more like just one cornetto max. Smooth hazelnut and chocolate ice creams, rich cocoa sauce and chocolate disc. The maximum of the maximum, the top of toppings, and Max iconic cone. Can you do that into the first line, please? Oh, and creamy and crunchy as ever. Why not?
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever Cornetto. New Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate.
On average, RIT tax refunds get their customers £3,000 back. Search RIT tax refunds today.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here. As official sponsors, Hisense is bringing it home. With innovative kitchen-fit fridge freezers for a sleek, built-in appearance. No compromise on capacity, so you'll always have space for perfectly chilled drinks and snacks. For every game and every goal. Because the best design doesn't stand out, it fits perfectly. With Hisense, official sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade? With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Mr. Q. At Mr. Q, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. Like the Portuguese prima donna loves polishing a statue of himself. But when players lose, they hate Q, like a last-minute VAR controversy. Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. Play at MrQ.com or on the app. UK 18+ residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of deposit. If all winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely. talkSPORT Breakfast in partnership with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. Move up through the gears every morning with top-of-the-range Sports Edition, ABS, story breaking news, and more gold talk to the gallon. Plus, a stellar lineup of super celebrity sports guests as standard. talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Arnold Clark. We guarantee the best used car deals in the UK. EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Got Big McDonald's hunger? The Big Arch is here to stay. Available from 11 a.m. subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Well, a couple of penalty shouts in 90. Saints Canadian international striker Kyle Larin always makes it a physical game. He went down, but was there enough in that? Ref said no, probably right. And before that, Cienza pushed by Ailing in the box, but always apply the baby rule. If Cienza was holding a baby, would he have gone down? Or more importantly, if Cienza was holding a pint, would he have gone down? Absolutely no chance. Saints 1, Borough 1. We are getting ready for extra time here at St Mary's. Can these fans cope with this? The spying hasn't helped at all, it seems. Match officials in the centre circle. Lions run over to their touchlines. Borough in a huddle. Saints taking their positions, getting ready for 30 minutes extra time. You got it free live on talkSPORT with Scott Minto and Jim Proudfoot.
Now there are no further changes at this juncture for either side. Both can now use an additional substitute, a sixth. So far Middlesbrough have only used 2 and Southampton 3. Southampton can still call upon Stevens, Fellows, Archer, Wellington and Bragg. Borough have got Gilbert, Monroe, Silvera, Edmondson, Hansel and Sarmiento on the bench.
Good to know Aidy's got his priorities. Pint over baby.
It'd be easier, I think, probably, if, I'm just thinking this through, but if contact was made, it's going to be easier to hold the baby. And that surely is what he meant.
Pint baby, what do you go for first to say?
Well, there's one to ponder. But I still can't get my head around what I found out yesterday, that Tiffany, the 80s singer, used to live in Cannock, which He's the most bizarre revelation I've heard in 2026, and I mentioned it a couple of times last night, and it's still been going around my head all day. We're back underway. It's 1-1 between Southampton and Middlesbrough. It's Saints in possession, back towards their goalkeeper Perez, who's away to our right-hand side, and he's just clipped. It wasn't a great ball back to him from down, so he's just clipped it straight over the head of Nathan Wood and behind Manning, and out of play for a throw. But it'll be taken on the right-hand side.
I was going to say, I think you're alone now, but don't worry, we're with you.
Someone then told me that Shania Twain used to live in Wednesbury, but I think at that stage I was being wound up. So throw to Middlesbrough. First chance to launch it inside the penalty area in this first period of extra time. Callum Britton with it. It's in towards the near post. Laren back defending, got something on it, and then he hairs after the loose ball. Middlesbrough able to recycle it. Britton gets it in. Slightly sliced away there by Edozie. Brought down to the midfield by McGree. And McGree back inside the centre circle. Target sending a high ball forward. Alan Brown making a good run in behind Manning, but the Irishman for Southampton able to head it away from his compatriot. Now Southampton can bring it away at the left-hand side. Good strong run here from Edozie. Britton just lent into it. Ball goes out of play, and Callum Britton is booked. He's into the ground and stopped the decent position unfolding there. Callum Britton's caution.
Yeah, yet another yellow card, and Edozie coming on with the pace that he's got up against Callum Britton, who's done really well, I have to say, of the whole game, but must be one of many players who is, I wouldn't say running on empty, but certainly has not got a full tank anymore. It's a great first touch of Edozie, and then sprint down the wing, and he just thought, you know what, I've got to take you out here.
So Manning taking this free kick for Southampton. Out comes the goalkeeper, Bryn, with a good clean pair of hands. He's got it, and he's punted it straight upfield. And that looked chancy for a moment. This Perez swept that up on the edge of the centre circle, on the half volley, and he got that wrong. He was completely stranded, and Whittaker would have had the ball at his feet. He didn't get it wrong, he got it right. And Edozie coming forward again for Southampton, and it's deflected and then cleared by Fry.
He's been watching Manuel Neuer too much, hasn't he?
We saw the ball go back for Bryn, and then all of a sudden he knocked it forward, and Perez must have known what was coming, because you look round away to the right-hand side, and it's 25 yards further forward than you thought he was going to.
But he didn't need to. There were still two Southampton defenders there who perhaps could have just headed it back to him. But once he's committed, he must have been thinking, my goodness, I've got to make a good contact here. Fortunately for Southampton, he did.
Here is Callum Britton, one of 4 Middlesbrough players booked tonight, to another one of them, Riley McGree, who gave Middlesbrough the perfect start with the goal after 5 minutes. Britton provided that, and he's just sent one in here that's half cleared out towards the target. Out it comes from Morris, taking a touch, and then turning it forward down towards the right-hand side. Good shape on the ball in from Britton, look at the castle line. But Woods defended it well, and then Downs pokes it out of harm's way, and Southampton will clear down the left-hand touchline. You're listening to EFL Live on talkSPORT with McDonald's. Order delivery on the McDonald's app from 11 a.m, 18 plus. Fees apply to delivery orders, subject to availability. Price may vary. Britain, 4 minutes into extra time at 1-1 on the night annual aggregate. Away goals long since expunged from the playoffs, so Middlesbrough haven't got the victory on that basis and won't do so. It will go to penalties if it stays this way. It's Shea Charles. Good ball forward from the midfield. Azaz trying to turn it around the corner for Laren's run. Target to come across, and then it's cleared by Britton down the right-hand touchline for Middlesbrough. Right in front of us, Morgan Whittaker picking up possession. Back from him to Malanda. Now Brown. And Downs just sticks out his thigh and deflects the ball away. It goes out for a throw on the Middlesbrough right. It's often the case, not always the case by any stretch of the imagination, but often the case that tiring legs and minds see periods of extra time just become more static affairs. Didn't have too many chances, particularly in terms of shots on target, in the second half of normal time. So the clock ticking down relatively quickly towards a penalty shootout here. We've got 25 minutes to go. Middlesbrough's Alan Brown in possession, finding Morris. Yanda Just the furthest forward of the Southampton players for a moment, puts a little bit of pressure on, but he can't stop Ayling looking long out towards the left-hand side. The target will play it forward, he's caught his man, and it's a free kick given Bree's way. Taken quickly by Southampton, back for the goalkeeper Perez, and now towards Nathan Wood. Wood's ball down to the Southampton left for Manning. Manning controls it on his instep, works it back for Wood again. Wood back into the penalty area for Perez once more. The Israeli international taking a couple of touches. Rolls his studs over the top of the ball to get it moving slowly before driving the moving ball out towards Larry. Larry hasn't really been able to get anything to stick so far for Southampton since he's come on. Ayling can clear that one. Comes down the Middlesbrough left-hand side again for Target. Target playing it forward. Casteline's gone out to the left. Now he will make his way forward. McGree making a run past him. Casteline turned inside, turned straight into Bree. And Southampton working forward with Azaz. Laring chases it, Fry's there first. Middlesbrough mopping up at the back. Starting to go back for Bryn. And Laring chasing after it. Look for a moment. Bryn just about half a second before the ball got to the edge of the area. He thought, oh, I'm going to let this run. Back inside the box to pick it up. Laring's eyes lit up and he realised it wasn't going to get there. So he very quickly cycled it past the big Canadian and Middlesbrough stay safe.
Well, he was very composed because he could have just thought, I can't make it, I'll just try and kick it into touch. And he tried to just, and it worked, just be composed, make the 10-yard pass around Larry, but if that had gone wrong, oh goodness me, he'd have had his head in his hands.
Castellano to the three, cut out in the midfield. Shea Charles has it now, from him to Manning. Dozy making a run down the Southampton left, but Manning's turned back inside, understandable. The tempo, which was blistering at the start of the game, has dropped off markedly. Ball over the top of Dozy, chasing after it. Miranda just got enough to get it back for Bryn. Dozy kept running, brings clearance. It goes past McGree. Southampton mop up at the back, and then Wood's giving it away to Whittaker. Now to McGree. Yander wins it back immediately. Good defending from Southampton. Manning back in field for Downs. You talk sport. We're midway through the first period of extra time, and it's still 1-1. And had a chance worthy of the name in extra time so far. McGree on 5. Stewart in first half stoppage time tied it up. Still one shot on target since the half-time whistle, and we're now in the 98th minute stopping time.
Yeah, and it's not as if there's a lack of trying. You know, they're too worried about penalties. It's just that they're not able to get the better of their opponent. Defensively, both teams have been on top since really the second half.
So, we press this little bit, really from open play. Set pieces could become more prevalent. And Southampton have just won the first half extra time as a Laring cross is deflected away. Ryan Manning's going to go out and take it from the Southampton right in front of the travelling Middlesbrough supporters, about 2,800 of them. We've got a perfect view of this. Perez is just over. He's been in consultation with the Southampton coaching staff and makes his way back to the centre circle. Manning's going to take it. Bree trying to peel away and draw Morris out of position. Inside a congested 6-yard box. Wood, Ayling, Harwood-Bellis, Laring, usual suspects all getting involved. Plenty of pushing and shoving going on. No need to pass the baby stroke pint test though. Not yet. Although the night is young. Happy to take this corner. Another left-footed ball in. Looking for a flick from Nathan Wood. It was provided, and after he hit it, it bounced off McGree and goes out of play for another corner. And Bree will take this one from Southampton left.
Yeah, Ryan Manning on his left foot, whipping it in. Wood gets there first, but I do think it does come off McGree, and he knows it. And you're right, when open play, it's difficult to break them down. Set piece is just absolutely crucial.
So in comes this latest corner, Southampton's 9th. Headed down, but doesn't drop a Southampton player's way. Whittaker misses his kick. Chance for Manning. He's turned, he's still got possession. Right footed through a crowd, beaten away by Bryn. And Middlesbrough hack it to safety.
Well, the moment the ball gets in the box and then it's bouncing around, Middlesbrough fans are panicking, and rightly so. And in the end, to be fair to him, Saltbryn makes a really good save and they're able to get it away. But they're under pressure now, the away side.
Southampton launch a long diagonal down to the left. Bree wins the throw. Manning's going to take it. He goes back for Yanda. Yanda, one of the summer acquisitions for Southampton. There's Nathan Wood. Looks up, not a lot of movement ahead of him. And you just wonder whether fresh legs off the bench with 20 minutes to go might make a difference.
Well, I think it could, and it's not just about what the manager is thinking now in terms of what can I do to win this game. It's almost if it stays a stalemate, I've got to be thinking I don't want to be taking off one of the penalty takers. So it's a real dilemma for the managers. Do they stick? Do they twist? Yes, you want to try and win the game, but you don't want to put yourself in a position where two of your best penalty kickers are on the bench and can't get involved.
Laren's made a very good job of holding that up. Plays the ball back towards Downs. Comes out of the Southampton left-hand side for Manning. It's 1-1 here on talkSPORT. And forget the FA Cup final coming your way on Saturday. Manchester City against Chelsea City in action before then tomorrow night. Live and exclusive to national radio, their match at home to Palace. They're game in hand, and if they win it, they're back within 2 points of Arsenal. Azaz, up the Southampton right. Here's Yanda. Yanda back towards halfway. Wood. A couple of options to his left-hand side. One of them is Manning, but he's played it out wider instead towards the Dozy, who's got the chance to try and take on a beat. Britain, he's just overrun that, I think. It's gone out of play. No, it hasn't. No flag up from the assistant referee. Cleared out as far as Downs. Downs to Yanda. Yanda on his right foot. Made real complaints from Middlesbrough if Southampton scored from this. They're not going to. Sparrow get it away. Castleline can't hold it up. Back it comes from Wood. Down towards Shea Charles. The Dozy knocking in field for Azaz, whose right-footed effort's blocked. That point of contact by Malanda. Outside the penalty area again for Yanda. Yanda to Harwood Bellis. Downs with a cross inside the penalty area. Followed away by Dale Fry towards halfway. But Middlesbrough can't get out of the moment.
No, and Castledine has to hold the ball up. He just said he didn't hold the ball up. That's exactly what he has to do. He has to take pressure off his team, and he's not able to do that at the moment. The ball just keeps on coming back, and it's attack beat defence at the moment. Middlesbrough not shot on or off target in extra time, and it almost feels like unintentionally they're just holding out for penalty kicks.
103 minutes in. Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1. Wood to Manning. Manning's ball up the left-hand touchline, headed away by Malanda, who's on the right of the three centre-halves now for Middlesbrough. Ball is worked forward through the midfield by Whittaker, but Southampton again have won it back with the industrious Charles. Morris doing well. Whittaker trying to take it on. Got away from Manning, couldn't get away from Yanda. Manning is left on the deck, and the free kick goes Middlesbrough's way, and Helberg had a really good view of that. He's smacking his hands into his palms, furious with the referee for giving a free kick. He didn't think it was a foul. Free kick that Manning will take, and we've got a minute of this first period of extra time.
Yeah, look, it was a strong tackle, and Andy Manley, he waited a couple of seconds to see whether he'd give it or not, and Borough looked like they were about to go on the break, and he thought, do you know what? It's almost like, well, what's the least worst decision I can make here? Least controversial decision. I'll calm things down, I'll give a foul, but it gives Saints the opportunity again.
Manning sending this forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Ayling. Backtracking, heads it away. Southampton recycling 10 yards outside the box, but then go deeper. Some of the passes just going slightly astray from the optimal these days. Ball inside the penalty area is Flicketta from Wood, who's still forward, and that's well off target. Bryn, who wants his goal kick to be the last kick of this first period of extra time. He's leaning nonchalantly on his right-hand post. He's trying to get every little blade of grass out from between the studs on his boots as he kicks the posts. Now he's spotted the ball down. And you'll see that the clock is up to 104.55. He's going to wait to 105 minutes before he kicks it. Job done. And the referee has said half-time and extra time. That was a masterclass from Salisbury. 1-1 as we turn it around.
Indeed, just for the record, Middlesbrough are overperforming their XG tonight. Listen, this is classic Hellberg Borough, isn't it? They haven't actually had a shot, Scott Minto, of any kind since the 68th minute. And I don't think they're going to have one in the second half of extra time, unless there's some sort of mistake and breakaway. That's the only way you can see Borough having a shot. To be fair, Shillets has gone off, Conway went off injured, so their goal scorers have gone, really.
Yeah, they have. Castlemaine is not holding the ball up, and it just keeps coming back all the time. Of course, the only other way perhaps they can score is a set piece, but they're not really getting the ball far enough forward to get a corner. And Kim Hellberg has got to be thinking, what do I do? My team is basically playing out the pens now. And, do I make another substitution? Do I try and get some fresh legs on because they're tired or not able to get forward? Are we just waiting for the inevitable, or can we hold out for another 15 minutes? And then it's going to be interesting with both sides. There's still, several substitutions possible. With 5 minutes to go, the substitutions they make about who they think will be the best penalty takers. Yeah, it's not been a classic second half and first half of extra time, but it's still massively intriguing, isn't it?
Absolutely, and maybe in Morgan Woodsker there's somebody with a bit of magic. Maybe in Finazaz there's somebody with a bit of magic. Let's see what happens in the second half of extra time. It's 1-1. We're pretty sure it's going to penalties unless something special happens, and we're about to see a change as well. As the ball is on the centre spot, Saints about to get us underway. It's Southampton 1, Middlesbrough 1, live and exclusive on talkSPORT. The sports bar will be coming up when we're done here at St Mary's, when this playoff semi-final is done. Here's Scott Minto and Jim Proudfoot.
And Riley McGree, who started the game with such a flourish for Middlesbrough, has come off. He's replaced by Jeremy Sarmiento, the Ecuadorian international winger on loan from Brighton, who won promotion with Burnley last season, started this season in Italy with the Cremonese, finishes it with Middlesbrough with 15 minutes worth of extra time to try and get them to a date with Hull at Wembley. Here we go then, 15 minutes before the dreaded spectre of a penalty shootout. Ayling heading it away, Downs turning it back. Ayling heading it back through the midfield where Cassadine goes up for it. Charles has gone down holding his space, and the referee has given a free kick. He said that it was an awkward jump from Cassadine, scoring with a flailing arm, and no intent, but damage done, and it's a free kick, which will be taken by Southampton inside their half of the centre circle.
Yeah, there is no intent. He's gone up, his arm is up, he's accidentally caught him, but you can't jump without putting your arms up in the air, so yeah, certainly caught Charles, but unintentional. Good decision from the referee. It's interesting, Sarmiento coming on. I think I'm not surprised he was one of the players, along with Castledine as well, that perhaps can add something going forward. It just felt like, Middlesbrough almost waiting for those 15 minutes to come, and it's very difficult to wait, because if you do concede that goal, they're not going to come back.
Manning sends the free kick into the penalty area, and the impervious rock at the heart of the Borough defence now flying off to the right. So Middlesbrough playing with Whittaker through the middle now, Cassadine off to the right, and Sarmiento to the left, as Cassadine chases and puts a little bit of pressure on Manning. A fall from him, out towards Adosi. It was a good run, but Alan Brown stopped him getting too far. Brown's side puts it forward, Whittaker will give chase, out towards the far touchline. Brilliantly won back though by Yanda. He's had a fine night. And he's knocked it through the midfield. If Flynn Downs now can get Southampton going again with James Bree. We've played 107 minutes. 13 minutes to go. Southampton got to play it down injured. Away to our right-hand side. Play certainly continues for now. Southampton have got possession. And Nathan Wood is just waiting for permission to knock this out of play. So that Adosi can receive treatment, and eventually the referee does stop it.
Yeah, it was a brilliant tackle from Alan Brown. I think as Adosi's fallen, because he won the ball and tripped over his foot, he landed on his shoulder, and his right shoulder. Obviously that can be very, very painful. It was a perfectly timed tackle from Alan Brown.
So this is going to delay matters even further. Sports bar, don't forget, with Jason and Jamie coming your way. At the conclusion of this game, we hope to bring a reaction from on camps as well. 03717 223344 is the number that gets you through to the sports bar on talkSPORT tonight. 12 minutes plus stoppage time at the end of extra time to come. And then, in all likelihood, you would imagine, a penalty shootout. That's been interesting this season. With and without Eckert. Southampton against top 6 opposition here, if you include this game tonight. Played 6 and won any of them. 5 draws and a defeat. Middlesbrough's away form against top 6 opposition much better than that, but when you consider that they've beaten Arsenal and Manchester City really close at Wembley, but against the 24-carat teams in this division, they haven't really been able to get the job done.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're playing at home, even against the big boys, the pressure's on you. Perhaps they just, obviously is a higher class of player that they're playing against. And they're just not able to break these teams down. Go back to that Ipswich game that we were together watching. It was a brilliant game, and could have gone either way. But it does feel like we are heading towards penalties, and I can tell you it's in the players' minds. You want to do something special for it not to happen, but you also, especially if you're part of the defence, you don't want to vacate your space and someone going behind you, or even make a mistake even worse, and suddenly you concede the goal that finishes your season and you don't get the chance to play in the world's richest game.
We're back underway. Southampton temporarily down to 10 men because of that shoulder problem for Adosi, but they've got a corner. Whilst they're down to 10, now Adosi's going to be allowed to come back on. Soccer racing outside his 6-yard box, couldn't field a poor ball back to him. So a cheap concession of a corner. Borough will be furious if anything comes from this. Southampton's corner count up into double figures. More goals from corners than just about everyone else in the division, remember. What they give for another one now. Ryan Manning to take it. 4 Southampton players in around the edge of the 6-yard box. Larin making a run in now. See towards the edge of the 6. It's bounced spitefully up in the air. Larin trying to help it. Back out. Left-footed shot comes in that Malanda can get away. Then it'll go out towards the right-hand side where Alan Brown goes up for it. Castleline helps it on. Southampton win it back inside their own half. Shea Charles with the long switch of play. Ailing got caught under the flight of it. Manning's done brilliantly. He's kept it in on the right-hand touchline. Can't get past the target. He's run it cleanly. Ailing back to recover. And now Middlesbrough can play their way out without a Brown.
Great tackle. Perfectly timed tackle. Ryan Manning finding himself as the right winger. Now it's Barrett on the attack.
3 against 4 for the moment. It's Castleline. Whittaker. Tired attempt to play it back to. He's only 2 yards away. They couldn't feather it into his path. Southampton clears, going to come straight back. Alan Brown, back through the centre circle. Ailing will come forward. He just had to break his stride, stretch out his right foot, bring the ball under control. Plays the ball here for Sarmiento. Thrilling night of playoff football here in Hampshire. So thrilling to start with, it's been replaced by feisty and has now matured to tense. Here's Morris. Ailing. Given a shot by Larin. And he's gone down immediately. He's got cramp and target leans over him and trying to sort that out for him. But it's going to be a free kick right on the left-hand touchline for Middlesbrough with 8 minutes to go in extra time. 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's cramping the hamstring rather than the calf as well. Got to be careful. I mean, Larin's, you mentioned it earlier, Larin's come on, he's found it difficult to really make an impact, isn't it? And it's one of those... Middlesbrough have been on the back foot for so long now. Can they, one of the few moments they got a chance to put the ball in the box in the dangerous area, can they somehow nick this?
Matt Target addresses the ball. Runs up. Flicked on by Brown and Perez can come out and play. Just been devoid of attacking ideas really, rather than attacking intent. And part of the credit for that has to go to Southampton as well, for the way that they've marshalled them, but they have lost their way as an attacking force, Middlesbrough, since about the 55-60 minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unlike the first leg. I mean, they weren't quite on the top as they were in the first leg, but They gave it absolutely everything, but we talked about the bench before the game. Southampton have those players that can be kind of like for like. Borough not so much.
Southampton working it out to the left-hand side of the penalty area, but they can't get through the box with the ball. It's knocked away from Mendoza. Comes out for Wood. It's Taylor Harwood-Bellis, the one-time England international, part of that select band of players that have played for England just the once but scored. Ball towards Flynn Downs. Downs to Manning. Manning, little reverse ball in from him. Finazaz, and the cross deflected straight in the hands of Solbrin. It's 1-1 with 7 to go.
Well, you know what, Alan Brown did really well there. It was a lovely little vertical ball from Ryan Manning. Finazaz got in there and he's trying to whip the ball across. It would have been such a dangerous ball. Brown got the touch.
Little clash between Bree and Sarmiento off the ball, then the ball was played in towards the Ecuadorian winger for Middlesbrough. Bree beaten to it. Downs, 20 yards outside the penalty area. Southampton looking forward, far and away the more likely side to get the job done, if either of them is going to be able to. Penalties on the agenda, very much so now. They're looming large. Middlesbrough get it away. Out towards Castledine. 2 against 2 from Model, though he's running from inside his own half. He's got Whittaker up to his left-hand side. Sting run to his right, and he delayed it. And Downs came back and got it away. Castledine just didn't play the ball to Britain. That's the best tackle of the night so far. Southampton coming forward once more in the 115th minute. 1-1 the score. High ball in, too high for Larry. Bounces past him. He's going to be able to keep it in on the Southampton right touch line. Using every inch of the pitch in doing so. Larry then playing it back for Harwood-Bellis. To Nathan Wood. Play constantly in Middlesbrough territory. Even that counter-attack from Middlesbrough that looks as though it's going to be so potent. Only got about 10 yards inside the Saints' half. Nice turn by Yanda. Yanda goes out to the Southampton left-hand side. Adozi with all the tricks and a decent delivery. Fry climbs high. Good header away. The two-sider getting it outside the box, but back in from Downs to Manning to Yanda. Yanda's ball flicked away by Morris. A little flick with the outside of the boot from Manning. That was a deft touch. Southampton have a play now with Cramp on the edge of the Borough penalty area. They're playing around it. Manning, ball inside the box. Far too hot for Shea Charles, but it's going to be kept in by Bree. Down by the corner flag. His ball in. That's another heady clearance. Comes out for Harwood-Bellis to Wood. The Southampton player who's down with cramp has tried to get up. It was Yanda trying to, and immediately fell over again. Ball inside the box. It's Kyle Larry, and he's flicked away from a Middlesbrough player who's lying on the ground. To all intents and purposes, he'd been beaten there, and he just flicked out a foot ailing and knocked it away from Larry as he was poised to pull the trigger. Next ball, it's gone in. It's 2-1 Southampton. A freakish goal. The mindset of the Wembley. Shea Charles, the man for the big moment, has curved one in left footed from outside the penalty area. Hitting hope into a dangerous area. Everybody let it go. And by the time Green realised he was in trouble, it was too late. 4 minutes to the end of extra time. Southampton lead for the first time in the tie. And that surely is going to book a Wembley date with Hull. Southampton 2, Middlesbrough 1. Shea Charles does it again. Scored the winner late on here against Arsenal. Has he just scored the winner late on in the playoff semi-final against Middlesbrough?
And he can't even celebrate because he's gone down with cramp. The ball has come in. It's been Southampton for so long, and we've been saying almost since the start of the second half, certainly for about 70-75 minutes, next goal wins this. And as he whips the ball in, again it's about putting it in such a dangerous area with his left foot. I mean, Dal Fry has been absolutely superb this evening, as well as all season. But it looks like he's about to head it. For some reason, he doesn't get his body in a position to where he does head it, which completely puts off Solbrin, who's just stationary. And it curls in, almost in slow motion. as everyone is waiting to see whether it clips the post and goes out or goes in. And it ends up going in, and what a moment that is for Southampton.
Shea Charles. And Middlesbrough immediately make a change. Southampton are going to make two. The Borough change saw Ayling withdrawn, and Hansen will come on for him. So that's an attack-minded change with the Curacao winger that is side from Nijmegen coming on to replace the centre half. Southampton's changes will see the introduction of Cam Bragg in midfield and Wellington at the back. Massive ovation for Yanda as he comes off. And the other player that is going to be replaced is Adozi, who's come on as a substitute, but that shoulder is still giving him grief, so he comes off. It should, although we're about to go into the 120th minute, still be about 3-4 minutes left to play. And Middlesbrough got to throw everything at this now. 2-1 they trail. Over the course of a 46-game season, they were separated in the table by 1 goal. Tonight, it looks as though they're going to be separated by a missed-hit cross, just put into a dangerous area that has beaten Dale Fry and Solbrid. And we'll wait and see what happens over the ensuing days. Southampton 2, Middlesbrough 1. 20 seconds to go, plus quite a bit of time to be added on. And we'll find out in a moment exactly how much that will be. There's an angry discussion between one of the Southampton coaches and the fourth official, presumably, and the revelation of the number. Easily be 5, might be 4, find out in a moment. Hansen, it is 5. 5 minutes of added time at the end of a 15-minute period. So 5 minutes to go. Borough have to score to take it to penalties. Malanda bringing it forward now. He's laying it back towards Matt Target. Target, good ball round the back. Hansen, left-hand side of the penalty area, splits it back towards the edge of the penalty area. Shot comes in from distance and it's blocked. Hit by Alan Brown. Southampton got the bodies in the way. Morris has been excellent tonight. Takes it down over on the right-hand touchline. He's fouled. Free kick to Middlesbrough. 4.5 to go. 2-1 Southampton.
Well, it's the most dangerous they've looked for a very long time in this game. Certainly in the extra time and even in the second half as well. But they've just got to go for it. They're 5, maybe now 4 minutes away from their season finishing. We don't know what the repercussions are going to be after this, but they want to try and do it on the pitch. Get the ball in the box and win the knockdowns.
You're with talkSPORT. Sports by the follow. 2-1 Southampton. Stoppage time at the end of extra time. Still 4 minutes of it. Ball punted forward. Headed away. Target knocking it back in. Headed away. Right footed from Britain. Completely shanked. Out of play for a goal kick. Middlesbrough fast running out of time and luck.
Well, look, Callum Britton has had a great game, he really has, but with all the running that he's done, in the 120th minute, you're asking for a 25-yard volley to go into the top corner. Again, that's tiredness, making the wrong decisions. I'm just looking at Kim Helberg on the bench, on the sidelines. I mean, he must be absolutely livid. And I think post-match is going to be very, very interesting. We will see what happens with the fallout of Spygate too, but for now, the Saints fans are shouting, they're cheering, and they believe they are going to the Championship player final.
Perez wasting as much time as he thinks he can get away with before the restart from this goal kick. And he's going to test the patience of the referee. Doesn't mind to pick up a yellow card for time wasting. He was just wasting as much time as he could before the yellow card came out.
I just don't get that though. The referee's going to add extra time. Just get it down the other end and make sure they keep it there.
We're in the 123rd minute. Ball headed forward by Brown. Headed on by Castledine. Brought down now on the work right hand side by Sarmiento. As Middlesbrough bring it forward again. Level at the edge of the Southampton penalty area. Nearly everybody back. Larin joins in. All 11 back behind the ball for a moment. Good ball from Malanda. Out towards the right. Stood up towards Castelline. He's beaten well in the air by Harwood Bellis, who's good defending. Comes outside the penalty area for left-footed volley from Whittaker. Blocked. Target knocking it on. Sarmiento gets it out from between his feet. His shot is blocked. Now to Callum Britton. Middlesbrough in a corner.
Wow. And suddenly, when you're out on your feet and you think you're going to penalty, but you can see you find that extra bit of energy, and even Sol Bryn is going up for the corner now.
So Bryn is there, standing by the penalty spot. Left-footed ball in towards him, actually. It was headed away. Sarmiento's got to make sure that he gets to that first. He has done, took it over his shoulder. Bryn still in the wrong half of the pitch, but Middlesbrough turned possession over again near halfway. Ball's hit the hand of Malanda, but it was accidental. Bryn's now back in position, but Southampton will work it down the left-hand touchline. Has Bryn fouled his man? He has. Free kick to Southampton on the left-hand touchline. 20 yards in Middlesbrough territory in the 125th minute of the night.
That's exactly what Wellington wanted. Just get the touch, go down, win the free kick. Everybody takes their time. And you know what? It's not been the most exciting game. But I tell you what, so much intrigue and interest and nerves and looking at people around in the stadium.
And now there's a skirmish on this near touchline while play continues. I don't know whether that is a fan or somebody that was trying to get onto the pitch. But there are police and stewards all heavily involved in the right ruckus that is going on off the pitch on this near touchline as the fighting continues. Middlesbrough get it out from the back. Long ball launched forward. Fry trying to flick it on. Touchline now. Has gone out. Southampton. People throwing it back. It's going to be played for back to him from Brown. Hot time. Forward. Britton trying to get past his man, but he's well outside the penalty area. Now the assistant referee has stopped play because of what is going on this free kick he has. He's given a free kick for the foul on target about 20 seconds ago. I can only think that such a cauldron-like atmosphere, he didn't hear his assistant referee tell him to give the free kick, and it was off the board. You can understand why the ref didn't see it. Free kick to Middlesbrough, last chance surely. Bryn's forward again. Dropped in high by target, right-footed effort. Hansen misses the target, and Southampton have won. Well, that is a playoff tie for the ages. And whilst the football stops there on 127 minutes, the talking certainly won't. A controversial tie, won over the two legs by 2-1. Southampton falling behind tonight to a goal from Riley McGree. Stewart equalised. Shane Charles with more than an element of luck getting the winner. But the Middlesbrough complaints will be long and vehement into everything that has happened over the last week. And we haven't heard the end of this yet. Hey, Sarah, they're going to Wembley? Maybe. Southampton 2, Middlesbrough 1 after extra time.
Wow. Wales deliver yet again. Wembley becoming Southampton's second home this season. And the fans are absolutely loving it. The Borough fans away in that corner opposite us thought it was going to be their night early on when they took the lead. But their team did what Borough always do. They faded and Southampton took over and won the game. Fans come onto the pitch. A couple of fans have come onto the pitch. One has been removed from the pitch. Another one thinks it's a good idea and then runs straight off. What an idiot. But Southampton, you're right, heading to Wembley. For now, they're penciled in for that date with Hull City a week on Saturday. But Borough will keep on training as we understand it, because they feel something might happen. The EFL may make a decision on Spygate between now and then that could change the picture completely. So this drama has not ended at all. But Scott Minto, as Southampton fans celebrate, and the Borough players go up to their fans to applaud them for their support. Talk to me about that winning goal. Shay Charles puts a ball into the box. It's not really a shot, but it curls in. Dale Fry kind of misses the header, ducks under it really. And Salisbury just wasn't alive at all. It wasn't going a million miles an hour. There weren't a lot of Southampton players ready to make contact with the ball. I'm feeling the keeper should have done better. Am I being harsh?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time someone called you harsh, eh? What I would say is that it wasn't sort of visually exactly the same as the Enzo Fernandez goal from the free kick that he scored for Chelsea. It was one of those where, well, how did that go in from the moment it came off his boot? And it's because he put it in the right area. I don't know what happened with Dale Fry. I think he's been superb all season. He's been superb tonight. But it looked like he was about to head it. I don't want to say he ducked, but he didn't almost put himself in a position where he could have headed it away. Maybe he felt, I'm not quite sure. It's going to come off the side of my head here, so I'm going to leave it. But by leaving it, Dale Fry is too late for him. So I personally don't blame the keeper, Scott Breen. If anything, I would ask Dale Fry what happened there. But again, it's all about putting the ball in the right place, and that's what happens. You never know what can happen. It was one of those games in the end where I suppose it was going to be that type of goal that decided it, or a set piece. But it doesn't matter. The Saints fans, and you're right to say for now, we don't know what's going to happen. It's not the result that EFL would have wanted. The pressure's on them now. What are they going to do? But right in this moment, if you look at the stadium here, it's absolutely buzzing, and they believe they are going to Wembley.
You know what I think with Dale Fry? I think that he was knackered. Borough was shattered. They were shocked to bits. They were a team of Ian Beales. They had nothing left.
Are you going to do the acting now, or what?
I thought I just did.
But I think you're absolutely right. And again, we said it at the start, where you look at the game, let's take it back to the first leg, when they were absolutely superb, and they may look back at the first half, the first leg, as to why they didn't win it. All that dominance, the chances they created, and they didn't score. But in the end, today they started off really well. The bench isn't as strong as Southampton, and there were players out there that were absolutely shattered. They gave it their all for the club. But yeah, maybe just that one moment, he didn't get his feet right, he didn't feel he could head the ball, he let it go, and now Southampton are going to the Championship playoff final.
Let me tell those Middlesbrough fans, yeah, the players have been applauded. I would get the hell out. I've been in the away end for a semi-final. My team has lost. Just get out there. You don't want to witness all of these celebrations. This is party time in Southampton, and the home fans are going to love it. What a season they've had. At one point they must have thought they were going down, change manager, then they're going up, get to the semi-final of the FA Cup after beating Arsenal, and then take the lead against Man City. What a season for Southampton. I'll make a film about it one day. The Saints players are celebrating wildly as well, almost as much as the fans are celebrating, but there might still be twists and turns to come. My thanks to Jim Proudfoot and Scott Minto. Hull City need to beef up security at the training ground. What was that #1 hit from Survivor? Spy on the Tigers? Or will the EFL make a decision that could change the playoff final picture completely? For now, it's Hull City against Southampton. It'll be live, of course, on talkSPORT. You can get your calls into the sports bar. That's coming up on 03717 223344.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
The quintessential Matthews burger. The go-to you'll always go to. The new cheese and bacon McCrispy. 100% chicken breast, melty cheese, sizzling bacon. Betray your go-to for the new cheese and bacon McCrispy. Now at McDonald's. Saved from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
In a world of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Take our flexible stocks ISA, which gives you the freedom to withdraw funds any time and replace them in the same tax year, all without losing your £20,000 tax-free allowance. And if that's not enough, pay no commission on your stocks, shares and ETFs when you invest with IG. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply. Tax treatment depends on individual circumstances and is subject to change.
Next.
Hi, just these, thanks. Do you do cashback?
Just need to check you're not a robot first. New security policy.
Okay.
How many traffic lights can you see out the window?
Oh, 2?
No, that's wrong.
Right, well, obviously I'm not a robot.
That's what a robot would say.
What a load of malarkey. Smarty keeps things simple, like 80 gigabytes for £10, and on a rolling monthly SIM plan, you're free to leave any time. Less malarkey, more Smarty. Search Smarty Mobile.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here, and you could be there with official sponsors Hisense. For your chance to win a trip for 4 to the final in New York, just buy selected Hisense TVs, laser cinemas and fridge freezers. The prize includes return flights to New York, 4 nights accommodation and £3,000 spending money. Only with Hisense. Buy selected Hisense TVs, laser cinemas or fridge freezers between 15th of April and 26th of May to make valid entry for a chance to win a trip for 4 to the FIFA World Cup 2026 final. Available at participating retailers.
Mr. and Little Miss are baking a Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the end of June from 11 AM. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com to see all our latest sign-up offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV. Super charged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk. You're absolutely deluded. It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, but for some reason, it's always your rave. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on talkSPORT.
Right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar talkSPORT. Jamie O'Hara, him over there, Jason Cundy.
Middlesbrough, you're to win a level beating Bob Mortimer. Jonathan Woodgate, can you me Woody? You're going to win a level beating Jamie Arthur. Tall Trees nightclub, can you me Tall Trees? You're going to win a level beating Sapphire's nightclub. Chris Kamara, Spygate, can you me Spygate? You're going to win a level beating Teesside Harbour. The Tees Transporter Bridge, the Orange Pit Market, the Middlesbrough Parmo, Albert Park, Ninja Warrior Adventure Park, Middlesbrough. Can you be Middlesbrough? Going to one hell of a beat.
Ravanelli, Giannino.
Ravanelli, can you be Giannino? You're going to one hell of a beating. Tony Mowbray, can you be Mocha? You're going to one hell of a beating.
Right, we have our championship player finalists set. Southampton beat Middlesbrough extra time, put their place in the biggest prize in football. They play Hull in just over a week's time. Drama surrounding Southampton's Spygate though. Should they even be allowed to play in the final? We're late on, so let's get some reaction straight away. 03 717 22 33 44. We've got the latest on what happened in the VAR as well. Disallowed goal for West Ham. James Madison has come out and talked about the decision from last night as well. All of that, plus we build up to a big game tomorrow, which is live on talkSPORT. Can't do the show without you. 03 717 22 33 44.
Get a full rundown of all the Championship's biggest teams and Spurs in the Sports Bar. EFL Roundup with Jamie O'Hara on talkSPORT.
Good play.
Hello, mate.
Hey, hello, mate.
Hello.
Yeah, good look at Middlesbrough tonight. Good look. I'm just good. Just one I deserve is going to break them down next season.
Mate, don't worry about us.
No,
Yeah?
just one.
The EFL Roundup with O'Hara hasn't happened yet.
Oh, I'm
Right?
just-
We're not there yet.
I'm just asking the question, that's all.
Good game, though.
So I saw you taking notes.
Yeah, I had my notepad out, ready to do some spying.
Bit of spying, the Spurs.
What's going on there, spying? What's happening? Has it got a little bit of a like?
I don't know. Well, it's well, you're not allowed to do it anymore, are you? Not allowed. Big pen.
Can't spy anymore, mate. Not allowed to do spying. Not allowed to watch.
How do you think they're going to feel about that?
Middlesbrough?
Yeah.
I don't care. Well, I don't know. Southampton shouldn't care. It's a little bit of a misdemeanor. I mean, just pay the fine, move on, get over yourselves. It's not that big a deal. It's not. It's really not, mate. What can they learn? Maybe a couple of set pieces, maybe penalties. I mean, what can they really learn?
Well, if you watch a whole training session, you've got the camcorder out.
And they're playing five aside.
You know, the quality of them camcorders now, they're not bad. You can pick up some good stats.
How did you get caught? How did you get caught spying? I mean, number one rule, don't get caught. Isn't that rule one?
It is rule one.
Do you know what I heard?
Well, what did you hear?
I heard he had a change of outfit. He changed his outfit. He went back and changed. He had a trench coat on. He had a.
No, he
did. He looked like Inspector Clouseau.
Oh no.
No, apparently he had a change of outfit, Joe.
Well, they're not going to be happy about it, Middlesbrough, because they've gone out.
Over yourself.
They've gone out.
No,
so, you know, there's going to be talking. Should they be in the final?
Yes, of course they should. Of course they should.
Middlesbrough fans might not be happy.
Well, look, I get it. They're bitter. They've been beaten. Let's be brutally honest. Whoever's watching a training session, how much can you learn from one training session? I don't know, mate. I don't know how much you can actually learn. You might pick up 1 or 2 bits. I mean, what can you learn?
Well, you can learn what team he's going to play. You might do
how many times have you trained on a Thursday and Friday, and on Saturday it's a different team?
Yeah, I'll definitely do.
But do you know what I mean? It's like the team can change, the shape can change, right?
Oh,
I'm not convinced it got anything to do with the result. I think what Middlesbrough fans have to do now is phone up, congratulate Southampton.
What?
And just come on, mate.
Middlesbrough are not going to phone up.
Yes, they will.
Congratulate Southampton.
Yes, they will.
No, they're not. That's not going to happen.
Well, they should do.
They've gone out, they've been dumped out, and plus they've been spied on.
Yeah, but
Southampton are into the final.
Yeah, I don't think that's got in. Today's result and performance has got nothing to do with spying. It hasn't. Look at how much time. People are falling down, getting cramped. What's the spy going to report back there? I've seen a couple of people go down. No, that's not coming back.
What did you make? Just on the game. What did you make of the game?
The best side won over the 90+ minutes.
Middlesbrough in the first half were really.
They were good. They took the lead.
But
after Southampton scored, Middlesbrough. I don't know. I didn't really like neither side did, to be honest. I thought it was quite even. Did not surprise me after we got to that 50 minutes. It went to extra time. I was expecting pens, and then for some reason Fry decides not to head it. He was knackered. He'd done his knee. Maybe couldn't reach it. That's what happens. Fatigue in extra time, but it's got nothing to do with Sky.
Right. All right. Well, listen. Obviously, get your calls in. Loads to go at. We'll catch up because we've come on late. So Middlesbrough, Southampton fans, give us a call. Should Southampton be kicked out of the final over Spygate, or Middlesbrough fans, as Cundy said, just come on and congratulate Southampton for a great season. 03 717 22 33
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Stay on the ball with our safer gambling tools. Find out more at talksportbet.com. 18+ gambleaware.org. In a world of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Take our flexible stocks ISA, which gives you the freedom to withdraw funds anytime and replace them in the same tax year, all without losing your £20,000 tax-free allowance. And if that's not enough, pay no commission on your stocks, shares and ETFs when you invest with IG. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital's at risk. Other fees may apply. Tax treatment depends on individual circumstances and is subject to change.
Just one cornetto.
Well, actually, this one is more than just one cornetto. It's Cornetto Max Pistachio.
Give it to me. Delicious ice cream of Italy.
I'd say next level deliciousness with nutty pistachio and white chocolate.
Give me vanilla and chocolate, and also the pistachio max dream of Wall's ice cream. Okay, I think we got it.
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever Cornetto. New Cornetto Max Pistachio.
Evening. How's your night shift going? Just a quick check-in from Acorn Insurance, the taxi specialists. We've been by your side for over 40 years, helping new drivers earn a no-claims bonus from day one, and accepting up to 9 years no claims from veteran cabbies. That's why we're the largest taxi insurance specialist in the UK. Find out more at acorninsure.co.uk/taxi. Bye for now. Acorn Insurance and Financial Services Limited is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Mr. and Little Miss are back in Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle, or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 8th of June from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last, subject to availability.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on willow.
Absolute beauty. Fireworks.
Power ballads.
And t-shirt cannons.
Vitality Blast is back with the biggest local rivalries.
Cartwheeling stunts.
And sixes in the sun. Oh, wonderful technique. Power Blast with men's and women's T20 cricket starting 22nd of May.
Search Vitality Blast to get your tickets now.
Train toilet door. Didn't work. Lock. Didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the ball. Didn't work. Train toilet door. Didn't work.
We can fix this. That is actually pretty good.
Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
On 1089, 1053, medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT.
With the headlines, that's 11 o'clock. I'm Tom Clayton. Good evening. It was a night of high tension, high drama, and a few boiling points, but ultimately it's Southampton who will face Hull in the Championship playoff final.
Next to the it's gone in! It's 2-1 Southampton! A freakish goal! The Knights into the Wembley!
They scored in the second half of extra time to win 2-1 and booked their spot at Wembley. Plus, referee Andy Madley said he'd be reporting alleged discriminatory comments made by Taylor Harwood-Bellis about Luke Ayling in the first half. Get more on that, plus the so-called Spygate on talkSPORT.com. Now, Chris Kavanagh was told to review the Trossard and Rice incidents at the corner at the West Ham on Sunday evening as part of the disallowed goal review. Here's the audio from that, just been played on the Mic'd Up programme from the Premier League.
Trossard on Pablo, just if you look at Trossard on Pablo, give me a better angle of that. I'll get you a better angle.
I don't think it's watching that at all. I'm happy with that.
He also dismissed the actions of Declan Rice. More reaction to that to come later this evening. Now, Ben White's World Cup hopes are in jeopardy after he tore his MCL in Arsenal's game with West Ham on Sunday. He'll definitely miss the rest of the club season and may return just in time for the World Cup this summer. And Rory McIlroy's been paired to play with Jordan Spieth and John Rahm in the opening round of this weekend's PGA Championship. Meanwhile, the world #1 Scottish Scheffler will play alongside Matt Fitzpatrick and Justin Rose. Get all the latest at talkSPORT.com.
talkSPORT News.
The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, will meet the Prime Minister tomorrow morning. The potential leadership hopeful will speak to Keir Starmer before the King's speech opening Parliament. Labour has descended into open division over the PM's future. 4 ministers have resigned and joined at least 80 MPs urging him to quit, while more than 100 others are warning against a leadership contest. Meanwhile, tomorrow's King's speech is set to include measures on immigration, green energy and the NHS. More than 35 bills are due to be announced, including powers to renationalise British Steel. And a man in his 40s has been shot dead by police in Bedford. Officers say they opened fire after he presented a weapon. Remember, you can get all the coverage of tomorrow's King's speech on Times Radio.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. Our expert technicians can't do your spring cleaning, but they can keep your car's inbuilt safety tech in top nick. Visit quickfit.com and book today.
Cloudy and patchy rain clearing to the southeast, otherwise blustery showers in the northwest overnight. Wednesday sees a mix of sunshine and showers across the UK.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave on mobile and on your smart TV. Double trouble, after whistle argument and filter-free football talk. The nation's favourite air-conditioned late-night sports speakeasy. The Sports Bar with free-thinking radio radicals Jason Cunley and Jamie O'Hara on talkSPORT.
Good evening, you are listening to the Sports Bar talkSPORT with Gemma O'Hara and Jason Cunley. Reminder, we're brand new Sports Bar podcast is available now, featuring all of the best bits from the show. Make sure you check that out. Loads to go at tonight though. 03717223344. Southampton are into the playoff final. They will play Hull. We've got Spygate though. They are not happy, Middlesbrough fans. And you, Candy, what's your take on it? You just
look. I understand the frustration, but I think what Middlesbrough fans should do now is just phone up, and say, "Well done, Southampton. They got beaten tonight. Got nothing to do with Spygate. It's what football fans do. They look to try and blame something else. They can't blame a ref, can't blame VAR. Now they're looking at Spygate. Get over yourselves. Next season, do what Coventry did last season. Take this defeat, late goal. Take this, go back and come back stronger. That's what Coventry did. Look back to them. That's what they should do, Middlesbrough.
Well, Southampton snuck their way into the Championship playoff final tonight. Here he's at the final stage. He's standing right here on talkSPORT.
And Southampton have won. Well, that is a playoff tie for the ages. And whilst the football stops there on 127 minutes, the talking certainly won't. A controversial tie, won over the two legs by 2-1. Hey, Sarah, they're going to Wembley. Maybe. Southampton 2, Middlesbrough 1.
Right, let's go straight to some calls. Go to Liam. He's a Middlesbrough fan, right, Liam?
Hi, Liam.
All right, Cundy.
Hello, matey.
Liam, you at the game? How you feeling?
A bit of grief, but yeah, we moved. I've got a question for you though. Do you think, what can they learn from one training session? Just one or two things, yeah?
What are you talking about? Spygate here?
Yeah, Spygate.
Right.
So you said if they can only pick up one or two things, so if my girlfriend goes up at the weekend and kisses one or two men, it's okay, it's not cheating.
Has she done that? Is that what she's done?
No, but you're saying that that's okay, what they've done.
No, but has she hold on a second. Has she kissed one or two blokes?
No, but I'm saying, you said, if they watched our training session and only picked up one or two things that we do, is that acceptable for my girlfriend to then go and do that?
Well, I'm going to be, what's his name? I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Liam. No, it's totally unacceptable, matey. And I'll dump her. No, I dump her. Well, the problem is you can't dump Southampton. You're not going out with Southampton, are you?
Yeah, but there's no difference, is it?
Hold on. You trying to... Let me get this straight. Liam, let me try and get this straight. Are you trying to compare your girlfriend going out on a couple of nights and then having a snog with a couple of blokes with what Southampton have done? Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to say they're the same thing?
It's the same thing, cheating, you know it.
It's cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, one
Has Southampton cheated?
No, they're not cheating.
What do you mean?
No, they're not cheating.
Well, it's classed as cheating. They've spied on Middlesbrough.
Yeah, but you spy every single game. It's every game. So when you play a game, scouts go, right? So if your girlfriend...
Within 72 hours of kick-off,
Was that?
Speak up, Liam.
The rules, the top 72 hours...
Yeah, I'd get... Liam, I just think what you need to do, mate, is just say well done to Southampton and just move on and come back stronger next season. I'd drop it, mate. I wouldn't start... It worries me a little bit, talking about your girlfriend.
Well, Liam, did she get caught? Liam, did she get caught? Liam, did she...
I don't think I've caught one.
Liam,
Go on.
did she get caught?
Did who get caught?
The missus. When she was cheating?
Yeah.
Who was she kissing?
My brother. I kicked her out.
Oh, Liam, I'm gonna let you go before
I mean,
yourself in trouble.
I mean, keep it in the family.
Let's go to Richard, who's a Southampton fan. Rick?
Right, Dickie?
How you doing, Jay? How you doing?
Yeah, congratulations. You are through to the final. Nervy game, but you managed to make it happen.
Yeah, listen, we're a better team over the 2 games. Easy work for us. I think it's not rocket science to know that they keep possession and they don't score at the end of it. I don't think spying for a couple of hours watching them train will tell us much about.
Well, you know, the question is maybe you had the upper hand.
We probably had the upper hand anyway, but...
Well, you didn't in the first half.
No, first half, to be fair, we wanted best, mate. No, but we come through in the end. And the better team won over the 2 legs. So they should just, like Cundy said, bring up, say thank you, Southampton, and wish us well. And we'll see you next season, probably, after the season after.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, look, I understand it's rules.
There's no Middlesbrough fan out here, right? And we've got Middlesbrough fans phoning up. But I'm telling you now, don't come on here and say that Middlesbrough fans should say, well done to
Jay, come on, mate. Listen,
no. You cannot get away with that. You cannot get away with that. Middlesbrough are going to feel absolutely gutted tonight. And they've been knocked out, and Southampton have had a great season, Rick. You've done well. But they cheated.
No, they haven't cheated.
They cheated. They spied on them.
They cheated, mate. They cheated.
What do you mean? You got caught.
That doesn't mean...
Southampton sent that fella. How do you know Southampton sent that fella?
Listen, whatever's happened, get over yourselves. It's got nothing to do with the 2 games.
You can't say.
I can.
No, you can't say.
So the reason that Fry decided not to jump is because the spy knew he wasn't going to jump.
No, I get it. In a game over 90 minutes, things will change, and you know, circumstances in a game. It's a game of football, of course. But Southampton cheated.
They didn't cheat.
They spied on Middlesbrough.
No, it's not cheating.
And it's I don't think people cheated, mate.
It's not cheating, Jay. It's not
cheating. Exactly, Cundy. We know that.
No. Jay, it's not. Watching another team train is not cheating. Watching another team play.
Are you allowed to do it?
Okay. No.
So is she?
No, just because you're not allowed to do something. Okay, he's taking his shirt off cheating. During the game. No, I'm just asking. Yeah, exactly. He's taking his shirt off cheating. No. Are you allowed to do it? No. Just because you're not allowed to do it doesn't mean you cheat.
You can't get away with that.
I just said it.
But I'm going to go to Brad, who's a Middlesbrough fan. Brad.
Oh, come on. This can't dominate the call, sure.
Brad.
Yeah.
All right, Brad.
Hello?
Just say well done, Southampton.
Cundy, you are in a planet of your own, mate.
No, that. Do you feel aggrieved tonight?
Oh, mate, massively so. Massively. It's, no matter how you look at it, whether it affects the 2 legs or not, it is cheating. It is blatant cheating.
Who scored the Spidey score?
Cundy, if this was Chelsea, right, he's chasing a Champions League spot, and Brighton have come and had a look at you on the training ground.
Yeah.
He's going mental. He's going mental.
Get over yourself.
Right.
Get over yourself. Now I'd say the same thing. Get over yourself.
No, you wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't.
No, listen, it's up to you. I'm saying it now. It's got nothing to do with the result of the 2 games you had. 2 games plus extra time.
Yeah.
And you scored 1 goal.
Besides the game, it is blatant cheating. And by the way, Andy Madley had an absolute stinker. An absolute stinker.
So let's get this straight now. Here's who you want to blame now. You want to blame Spy, right? You want to blame Inspector Clouseau and Andy Madley. That's the reason you didn't go for it.
Jeez, mate.
Can I ask you a question? Right? Did Andy Madley have anything to do with you dropping points away at Leicester? Did it have anything to do with you dropping points away at Oxford? Did it have anything to do with you? This is all in November, by the way, when you got spanked 4-2 by Coventry. Andy Madley or Spy? Nothing to do with that. That's where you lost it. Don't blame Andy Madley.
That's in the past. We're on about was here and now. And here and now, there was at least, by the way, 3-4 blatant penalties tonight.
You should have had 1. I mean, I've seen 1. And
have you seen the handball? Have you seen the handball?
Well, no, it's not happening.
The foul in the box when a Southampton player falls over and he gets up.
No, there's not enough in it for me.
Oh,
not enough.
Oh my God.
Not enough.
What's wrong with you?
No, not enough.
Why are you on 1 for?
No, not enough. I mean, Fry.
It's a blatant stonewall penalty.
No, it's not. Fry could have given. Hold on, Fry could have given penalty away tonight as well. I didn't think that was a penalty.
No, so that handball That handball and the one 5 minutes in on Strelic, straight through his ankle, penalty.
The one on Strelic is a penalty. It is
Yeah,
a penalty.
No, I'm not having it. Okay.
And the handball.
No, not having it. And that's the spy's fault, is it?
Cundy,
No, I think, yeah, Brad, listen, I feel for Middlesbrough. I do. I thought you were fantastic in the first half. I thought you was absolutely brilliant. And look,
no concede. You're okay.
Can I just say one more thing?
Keep a clean sheet and you're through. Keep a clean sheet.
Yes. One more thing. Steve Gibson, he won't let this lie, by the way. This isn't finished yet.
No, I agree with that. Steve Gibson's a brilliant owner of the football club. He will not be happy.
He is. Look what he did.
Do you think they should, Brad, do you think they should get kicked out of the final?
I think it's tough now that both legs are being played. I do think it's tough to kick them out. I think a decision should have been made earlier. But it's sport integrity. I do think they should be kicked out. I really do. They should be kicked out. There's no integrity and there's no honesty there. Cundy, are you telling me if Brighton or Bournemouth or Brentford did this to Chelsea,
Get over yourself, I'd say.
No, I think that's out of order.
Deal with it, move on.
Mate, last day of the season, West Ham come and spied on us.
Take your medicine.
Look, come on, it can't happen.
Mate.
It can't happen in football. You can't spy on a team. Well, because there's football integrity.
Oh, Dean,
Cundy.
There is no integrity in football. There is no integrity.
Oh, of course there is integrity.
Where's the integrity?
What do you mean?
No, there's no integrity.
Sportsmanship in football.
Sportsmanship on take now.
They're all playing in a league.
They're all diving. They're all pretending they're injured. They're trying to get
That's
one of
the
us.
players. That's the players.
Hey, name the integrity.
Football clubs have integrity.
Name the integrity.
Have you lost brain cells whilst you've had this hair transplant?
Maybe.
No.
But there's no integrity between
football clubs. There is.
Ask Liverpool fans about integrity with Trent, with Real Madrid.
No, but that's a player. That's a player.
Yeah, where do you want the integrity end and last?
Well, because with the football clubs, football clubs, there has to be integrity. These are old history football clubs founded back in the 1900s. Right? They're all in it together, right? And they'll fight and they go out and they'll have rivalry, but there is a respect. There's a respect and sportsmanship that should be had in football. You don't go and spy on another team. You don't do that. That's not. Listen, you can fight it out on the pitch and you can have arguments. The players can go at it. Things can happen. Fine. That's football, right? But there has to be
someone is looking over a fence, watching 25 guys run around on a pitch, and you want them kicked out.
I'm not saying kicked out.
Do one. I'm not having it.
I feel for them.
Here's what you should do: increase your security. How's that?
He just drove up from Southampton.
Well, increase it. When he gets there, make sure that no one can walk around, watch the training session, go back to his car, get changed, come back looking like someone else, and he gets away with it. And then they catch him. Now they're crying. It's a storm in a teacup. An absolute storm.
I don't know. I know Middlesbrough ain't going to let this one lie.
No, they should. They should get over themselves and say, well done, Southampton. Pack your bags, go back up north and come back stronger next time.
All right. Wow. You can have your say on this, guys. Get calls in. Southampton Middlesbrough fans 03 717 223344.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Mr. and Little Miss are back in Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the end of June from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last, subject to availability. With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical-grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexhere.com.
Do you belong here? Next to me, on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change your radio station?
Where is Wilder? In sport this year.
Or jump in and keep us company? Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army Jobs. Just one cornetto.
Well, actually, it's not just one cornetto. It's Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate. So maybe instead of just one cornetto, it's more like just one cornetto max. Smooth hazelnut and chocolate ice creams, rich cocoa sauce and chocolate disc. The maximum of the maximum, the top of toppings, and Max iconic cone. Can you fit that into the first line, please? Oh, and creamy and crunchy as ever. Like that.
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever Cornetto. New Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate.
Mr. Q.
At Mr. Q, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. Like a Portuguese prima donna loves polishing spudging himself. But when players lose, they hate Q. Like a last-minute VAR controversy. Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. Play at MrQ.com or on the app. UK 18 plus residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of depositing. All winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely.
Horsby and Jacobs every weekday afternoon from 1 on talkSPORT with Tool Station. First stop, Tool Station. Drilling down all the big sporting stories of the day and delivering a cutting-edge catalogue of big-name guests, including all the latest news, some outrageous views, and a trailer-load of laughs. Don't miss the nation's favourite sporting lunch with the legendary Horsby and Jacobs. Weekday afternoons from 1 on talkSPORT with Tool Station. First stop, Tool Station.
Coming soon, the 2026 FIFA World Cup, live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Stand by for excitement-producing, adrenaline-inducing, era-defining radio. The 2026 FIFA World Cup starts this June on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
To the Sports Bar talkSPORT, Big Jam and I, Jason Candy. You're going to hear from Howard Webb. We've been speaking about West Ham's disallowed goal tonight. But back to your calls. Big day for Southampton. They're through to the final, but there is a lot of controversy around it. Spygate obviously happened in this one. Let's go to James. He's a Middlesbrough fan. He's not happy, right, James?
I think Candy's absolutely right. I think Southampton deserve to win, so I'd really like to congratulate Southampton on their win today.
You can't be a Middlesbrough fan, are you? You're not a Middlesbrough fan.
No, I'm joking. Candy's absolutely bingo. You don't know what he's talking about. They've cheated. They do not deserve to win that game. It was on a cigarette paper. That's the difference. And that was the spying. How can you say the spying did not give them an unfair advantage?
How do you know that?
That is why they won that game. Like I say, it was so tight. It was so close. Right? And Middlesbrough, right, they had all the intel. We had to change our tactics for the first game.
How do you know?
For the first playoff game.
How do you know?
That's what I've heard.
How do you know
As
that?
a Borough fan.
How do you know?
That's what I've heard.
Well,
As a Borough fan.
You only sound like a spy. You sound like a spy.
Yeah, mate, I do work for MI6, but I know a good football team when I saw one, and we deserve to go through there. So if nobody wants that one to the Premier League, mate.
Listen. What is your problem with the spy? Generally, what is it? Is it the fact that they actually? What is it?
Well, it's got like 007 audio equipment, so you can hear everything the manager says. He knows if Hayden Hackney's going to play. He knows who's going to be starting. He knows what we're going to do from set pieces. But you cannot have that. You train in your own ground. That's your home. Like you say, the security probably should have been a bit better.
He sounds like top
should have been a bit better. But you can't do that.
Listen, right? I'm gonna. Are you still there, Jimbo?
Absolutely, yeah.
Jim, listen, right? So, from my understanding of the situation, that anyone can kind of get close to the Middlesbrough training ground. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
It is it?
Probably, mate. They haven't got like snipers outside.
No, well, I'm not saying it's not, but I mean security. I mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question, right? If you all of a sudden one night you go to bed, you're in the bedroom with the lucky Mrs. Jones, and then all of a sudden some bloke's at the window and he's got a ladder up looking in, and you've left the curtains open. Whose fault are the curtains open? Whose fault is that?
Yeah, but you compare that to any crime, man. You've already made
Shut the curtains, Jimbo! What do you mean?
You've made a ridiculous analogy already.
Well, shut the curtains, Jimbo!
As well, right? No, it doesn't excuse an immoral act just because you commit an immoral act.
No, but
you should do a simple ethics course.
Jimbo, listen, shut the curtains.
No, mate, I can leave my curtains open, mate. You know?
Well, then you're asking someone to just get a ladder and have a good look in, that's what I'm saying.
All in place for a reason.
It's increased security. There's a reason you've got curtains and blinds.
What?
Increased security. Don't make sure no...
No, but Middlesbrough shouldn't have to worry about that. Middlesbrough shouldn't have had to worry about someone coming up and spying. That shouldn't be where you've gone. Southampton shouldn't have gone.
I think it's a story.
Like, Southampton didn't need to go and spy on Middlesbrough. They're a good team. You know, they're a good side. They've had a really good season. They didn't need to go and spy on Middlesbrough to go and beat them. Like, really and truthfully, Southampton are probably a better team than Middlesbrough.
Right.
To go and win the game over 2 legs, which they've done, but it's going to be covered in controversy because the spying situation has, tarnished it.
It's not tarnished anything.
Yes.
It's not tarnished. Who's going to care? There's going to be an asterisk. It's not. I think Middlesbrough fans, I think they've got, listen, I know how disappointed I played in that semi-final, I got beaten at semi-final, I know how disappointed it is, right? And I've had to go, seriously, it's one of the worst, I can still remember it. But go home, get yourself back and come back next season, strong. Don't be phoning up trying to blame the referee, blaming the spy, blaming all of that. Come on.
Let's go to Chris, he's a Middlesbrough fan. Chris.
Come on, you're better than that.
Right, Chris?
Hiya, you okay?
Chris, how you feeling?
I'm absolutely fuming. I mean, at the end of the day, the first leg, right, they probably knew Hackney wasn't playing on Thursday. I didn't know it looked like the team was announced. So that they obviously changed their team knowing he wasn't going to play. And it's absolutely, it's just ridiculous. How can you get away with it? Why should Borough have to, put security on? Because the whole integrity is you don't cheat. You don't send people to spy. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you think that's right, then I just can't believe what.
Well, I don't think it's right.
Well, somebody does, doesn't he?
I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's not as big as you're trying to make out. It's not as big as you're trying to make out.
Come on, mate.
No.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Southampton should be thrown out of the playoffs.
James, just say well done, Southampton. That's all you got to do. Say well done, Southampton.
Hold on. They cheated in the first place. They probably changed the team because they knew, best player wasn't playing. How can that be, look still on saying well done, Southampton? You cheated in the first place.
Do you know what? You'll feel better. You say well done, Southampton now, you'll feel better tomorrow morning.
What the hell?
No. Keep your calls coming in. You want to have your say on tonight's football. Big controversy around it. 03 717 2233.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Oh no! We've all been there, rocking an old t-shirt, all set to give that beige raw a new splash of colour when suddenly you realise you've forgotten a brush. Do not fear, Deliveroo's here with brushes, paint and DIY essentials from B&Q, Screwfix and Wilco. Delivered to your door in as little as 30 minutes. Deliveroo, now just got even better. Subject to availability, delivery times may vary. See app for delivery estimates, geographical restrictions, service, delivery fees and terms apply. See deliveroo.co.uk.
Here at the Money Supermarket Training Academy, we're training our recruits to save people money on their car insurance. But that's not all. Here comes one now. Let's put them to the test. What do we do for our customers on top of saving them money on their car insurance?
We give them a £15 reward.
And?
When they keep on switching with us, they get more and more rewards.
Very good. Scarily impressive.
Money Supermarket, where better off begins. Download the app today. Rewards include prepaid MasterCard, qualifying purchase with logged-in account, 18 plus UK only. See site for T's and C's.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here. As official sponsors, Hisense is bringing it home. Experience every pass, every tackle and every goal on a Hisense RGB Mini LED TV. Recently awarded Best Brand for Picture Quality by Expert Reviews. And with Freely built in, you can watch every game live and free. Enjoy big match moments in the detail they deserve. With Hisense, official sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026.
At Sky Vegas, it all starts with a spin. And the best ones are the ones enjoyed safely. That's why we give you the tools to play within your limits. Like cool-off periods for when you need a break. Deposit limits to cap your spend. And reality checks to help balance your spins. So you can stay in control of your play. Sky Vegas. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
The quintessential Mackey's burger. The go-to you'll always go to. The new cheese and bacon McCrispy. 100% chicken breast, melty cheese, sizzling bacon. Betray your go-to for the new cheese and bacon McCrispy. Now at McDonald's. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Jim White and Simon Jordan on talkSPORT. Mid-morning radio that's up for the job. And hot under the collar with it. Concrete sports talk.
Edge that one side.
Rapid setting opinion.
I still think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Oh no, come on. Big names all backed up.
David Moyes, John Hart's, Ian Rush.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Delivered tomorrow morning from 10 on talkSPORT by Selco Builders Warehouse. Check out this month's real deals at selcovw.com.
The weekend doesn't start until you hear this.
TFI Friday is back, this time unplugged.
TFI Unplugged, the very best of the Virgin Radio Chris Evans Breakfast Show.
TFI Unplugged is back, and special guests include
Bob Lenko, Danny Carr,
Amiga Cook, like he said,
TFI Unplugged.
From Virgin Radio.
Friday night, 11 o'clock, Channel 4.
Plus, don't miss the Chris Evans Breakfast Show, live, legendary.
I'm loving it.
Weekday mornings from 6:30.
Over on Virgin Radio UK.
We're back, baby. Oh, we're so back.
Pass and move, Bob and we, grip and grin. It's the sports bar.
You're listening to the Sports Bar on talkSPORT. Me, Gemma Hart, Jason Cundy. You're going to be joined by Simon Watts to discuss Southampton's win tonight. They snuck their way into the Championship player final. Here's how that winner sounded right here on talkSPORT.
Next one. It's gone in. It's 2-1 Southampton. A freakish goal. The right side of the Wembley. Shay Charles, the man for the big moment, has curved one in left volley from outside the penalty area.
What a moment that is for Southampton.
Yeah, big moment for Southampton. They're through. They're going to be playing Hull. Let's go to John. He's a Southampton fan, right, John?
John Boy, congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. How you doing, boys?
I'm all right, John. I'm all right. Look, you've made it through. Wasn't your best performance of the season, but you've got it over the line.
Yeah, my heart has been pounded. I was listening to it whilst I was at work, and I mean, listening to some of the callers and stuff, it's just, I don't know. I mean, congratulations, you know, for getting to that point. I mean, everything has kind of gone over the last couple of days. It's been mental, but at the end of the day, you know, Middlesbrough gave us a good game, but we managed to, you know, just, I don't know.
Well, you had the edge, didn't you?
Second half.
You had the edge, didn't you, John?
It's what I say?
You had the edge over them. Because you spied.
I believe so. I mean, I don't think it was anything to do with, like, you know, binoculars standing on a hill a mile away or whatever.
Well, they would argue different in the first leg. When they were at home, you spied on them, and you got an advantage over them.
No, I wouldn't say there was any advantage. They could have played for another hour and they still would have scored another goal.
That's because they know how to set up against it.
I mean, to be fair, both sides, it looked like it was penalties all day long. Didn't it? It did.
Tonight's game, yeah. Look, tonight's game. Look, Middlesbrough in the first half, I thought, were excellent. They played really, really well in the first half. They deserved to be in front. They should have had a penalty.
Strike had nothing to do with that, did it?
They should have had a penalty. The referee got one wrong early in the game. But Southampton, credit to them, they come back into it.
The rest was, from what I was listening to from the commentary tonight, there was quite a lot there. I felt that the referee wasn't going to give us a lot of, any kind of decisions, whether they be soft or whatever, but it was just seemed that the ref really didn't want to blow up. So they had the chances, they didn't take them. Unlucky, but we move on.
Yeah, I think that, I like that. Well, don't forget as far as they did.
Patronising in your bed.
Well, he said that. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that.
Patronising in your bed.
Well, speak to him. Don't speak to me. He said it.
Well, yeah, I know, but
don't talk to me. I'm not patronising. I'm just saying. I think that's the right way to go about it. Just move on.
How do you think Middlesbrough going to feel? Say move on.
Well, John said that. I didn't. Yeah. I think what they should do though is move on, because bitterness can eat you up. Can't have this ruin your soul. But the World Cup come out.
If they won the game tonight, they'll be like saying, yeah, we beat them, we beat the cheaters, blah, blah, blah. But
yeah, so they should.
Yeah, nothing. What?
Well, so they should say that if that happened, but it didn't, did it? And obviously they're going to feel aggrieved by it. It's just, it's tarnished. It's tarnished the semi-final. Tarnished the semi-final.
But it's not working. At the end of the day, the better team won. Like, we absolutely dominated. Like that second half and that last half hour, it was all Southampton.
Hi John, listen, thanks for your call. I'm going to go to Josh. He's a Middlesbrough fan, right, Josh?
Joshua, commiserations, Joshua.
Yeah, no, well, Cundy, I think you are absolutely knockout, man. You've got everyone hook, line and sinker. You're on the laptop. There was a lad who was on earlier and he said, if it's after Chelsea, you'd be up in arms about it. And you would be, and you know you would be. But, listen, I'm going to come on and say, I've been at the match tonight, we had a couple of pints before the match, and I could see us winning tonight, and it being like, well, we won because they inspired us, and that didn't happen. So, yeah, the biggest fair and square tonight. The problem that I've got with it, and that I imagine there's probably other fans who've got a problem with it, is there's teams that missed out on the playoffs. There's teams that missed out on automatic promotion because Southampton took points off them. There's teams that have missed out in the FA Cup because Southampton knocked them out of the FA Cup. And this 20-game unbeaten run all of a sudden doesn't seem so fantastic, does it?
What are you saying?
You're saying that they've done this more than once, is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what's been reported in the papers, that apparently that there's a number of clubs that have contacted either us or the EFL and said that they feel that they've been victim of it.
So they spotted an Arsenal. They spotted an Arsenal. That's why they're not back in the Cup.
No, I don't know that, do I? But it could well have happened. And do you think that they deserve to be in the position that they're in?
Mate, if he's been to 20 teams this spy, he's a good spy.
Mate, give him a pay rise.
Like, he's talking about 20 games unbeaten because of this spy. He's
going to need plastic surgery.
I mean, he's better than the set piece coach at Arsenal.
He's going to need an Ange mark.
Well,
I mean, that's a good spy though, Josh. You have to admit, if he's got that, 20 games he's done. If you're saying that, 20 games. That's.
Well, apparently he had all the proper equipment. So it's not like they've gone and spent all this money on fancy equipment and spy on just us, is it? Of course they're going to have done it previously.
Oh, what's his name? Do we know his name? What's his name?
Bruce Wayne, I think his name is.
Apparently he's 4-1 on to get the Chelsea job.
Bruce Wayne!
Isn't he back? Is he Batman or Spider? Well, which one is it? Is he Superman? He's one of the men, isn't he? Who is it? Who's Bruce Wayne?
What do you mean you don't know who Bruce Wayne is?
He's Batman.
He's Batman.
Is he?
He's undercover.
Is he Batman?
Yes.
Batman's not undercover. When you see Batman walking down the road.
Bruce Wayne's undercover.
No, mate, Batman's not undercover.
Yes, but Bruce Wayne is.
What?
No one knows who Bruce Wayne really is.
What about Robin? Robin's not undercover.
What do you mean?
Mate, he wears green and yellow waistcoat.
But Bruce Wayne is Batman. Yeah, but Bruce Wayne is Batman. So that spy, apparently, his name's Bruce Wayne.
Not Bruce Wayne.
He's been called. He's been rumbled.
Listen, Batman never got caught. Who's Batman's biggest enemy? Who's it? Is it the Penguin?
Who's the Joker?
Joker. Is it Joker?
He's had a few, hasn't he?
Who's his biggest enemy? He had a couple.
He's had a few. The Joker.
Is it the Joker? It was.
Why are we talking about Batman?
It's the Penguin. The Penguin. Right? I got it right, the Penguin.
Right. Yeah, go on. What? Right.
Well, I'm just I don't have a pop at Batman.
I'm not having a pop at
Yeah,
Batman.
but-
I'm saying the spy is Bruce Wayne. No. Everyone knows Batman. Alright? Everyone knows Batman.
Hold on.
No one knows Bruce
Hold on,
Wayne.
here's what you're saying. When he spied on Middlesbrough, he turned up as Bruce Wayne. And when he left, he got changed into the Batmobile. Is that what you're saying?
Not called Batman.
Batman. Go to fancy dress golf. I'm going to stand do golf.
Done 20 games apparently, mate. Bruce Wayne's been undercover for a while.
Good spying, that. I mean,
let's go to
Arteta. We listen to this guy. We've got a set piece coach. We now need a spy coach.
Go to Paul. He's a Southampton fan. Paul.
Hi, Peter.
Hello.
Alright, Paul.
Hi, Lucy.
How you doing? Right, listen. This, let's just put it to bed now, this binoculars business, yeah? If Saints were doing that, Middlesbrough won 1-0 up, right? They had our number in the first half. Bearing in mind, yeah, we scored an injury time, right? That second half, it was all us. The team talk, none of the binoculars, none of us were spying on Middlesbrough. The second half, we were all over Middlesbrough. The first half, they had a chance. The first leg, they should have been 3-0 up at half time.
100% right.
Right? And we took it down here as a 0-0, right, as a win. You take it to Southampton, take it to St Mary's, look at our record at St Mary's. We are incredible. I was there for the Arsenal game, I was at Wembley for the Man City game. We should have rolled Man City over. The fact that they brought players on, we couldn't compete with that.
Paul, Paul, let me ask you this, right? And we're on an unbelievable run recently.
Yeah,
and the fact you knocked Arsenal out and you nearly knocked Man City out,
Mm.
do you think, and I'm asking this question, I don't think the answer. No, I'm just asking. I'm just wondering whether Bruce Wayne has had a massive impact.
Your last call after that, I'm hanging on thinking, right, I'm going to get on in a minute. And then the last caller just put a spanner in the works. We've not been spying on no one. Mate, this one is...
How would you know? You wouldn't know, would you? Because that's the whole point of being a spy.
Hey, Jake.
You don't know Bruce Wayne's Batman.
Okay. Hey, listen. If Spurs did that, would you be?
Spurs obviously.
Spurs need it for the last 2 games of the season. Spurs need spies. They need 15 spies. Spurs need spies. Clip it up.
We might go and get Brucey, mate. Microphone, Bruce.
Spurs are spying.
How much you paying this geezer? Well, how much he on? Must be on a few
He's
quid.
not on my payroll.
Yeah, he beat Arsenal.
You know what?
Toe to toe with Man City.
The last caller saying that Saints have been doing this for the last 20 games. Where can they come out with the woodwork? Why is it now?
Because you ain't caught.
Listen, right, you know what it's like, mate? You've gone out with the lads. Right? Yeah, you've gone out with the lads and you've been a little bit naughty and got caught.
No, not at all. Do you believe that, Jason?
No, I'm just saying. It's not until you get caught you go...
Give us some merit.
No, listen.
Yeah, you get away with it, and then you feel bad, and you feel sorry because you got caught.
Our pants ain't pulled down, mate. We're flying.
Look, you're in the final.
All right, but listen, if we lost tonight, nothing will be made of it. Right? Because we won, everyone's now jumping on it. Oh, he was spying on us. So what? We don't listen. Middlesbrough went 1-0 up, Jamie.
He's right.
Right, they played brilliant. The first half, we scored an equaliser, right, and that done it. That put it to bed. Because the second half, we come out flying, mate. Middlesbrough nothing. They were leggy. They were gone.
I think the rule is, if you're going to don't get caught.
What? What's that?
What the rule is?
Is that your analysis of?
I think.
Spy game.
I think. Well,
if you're gonna cheat, don't get caught.
No, I think if you cheat, no. Rule number 1, don't get caught. Can't cheat. You can. I don't think it's cheating.
What do you mean? What do you mean? He's cheating. It's a form of cheating.
It's not a form of cheating, but
right,
you are cheating, don't get caught.
He's texting another woman to cheat.
What you saying?
Well,
you tell me what I'm saying, I'll tell you it's cheating.
We're just having a little chat. We're having
No, it's not cheating.
We're having a chat, a bit flirty.
Right, okay, what am I saying? You give me the context of the text, I'll tell you it's cheating.
Say, I see you at the bar the other day, I've got your number, and I thought I'd give you a message. I thought you look really pretty.
It's not cheating.
You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace.
Oh, it's not cheating, is it?
What do you mean? It's sport, kids.
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. It's fine.
I'll get away with it.
No, I think. No, you wouldn't.
I can't get
No,
away.
but here's the thing. I ain't got caught. Delete the text. Delete the text.
Oh, Kitty calls are coming in. 03717 22 33 44.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com to see all our latest sign-up offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. There are things in life we make more complicated than they need to be, and things that we worry about that we don't need to. Like making tax digital for income tax. SumUp's free MTD for income tax solution is ideal for sole traders turning over more than $50,000 a year. It's already built into the SumUp platform, so you can stay compliant without paying for software or worrying about getting it wrong. Did I mention it's free? Getting started is easy. Just search SumUp MTD online.
McDonald's breakfast is tending up the heat with a spicy new twist. Calm down, not that spicy. Breakfast is for savouring, not suffering. Introducing McDonald's breakfast with Frank's Red Hot Ketchup. A spicy breakfast suitable for the morning. Until 8th of June, served until 11 a.m, subject to availability.
When there's sports action 24/7, you need a sportsbook that can handle the pace. At 247bet, you get sports betting 24/7, customer support 24/7, and price boosts 24/7. Plus super boosts that could turn big moments into even bigger wins. A fresh new sportsbook and casino built by experts who live the game. Plus, get a 100% bonus match up to £50 on your first deposit. Head to 247bet.com. Fresh, expert, 24/7. 18 plus, opt-in required. New players only. Terms and exclusions apply. Gambleaware.org. FIFA World Cup 2026 is nearly here. As official sponsors, Hisense is bringing it home. With innovative kitchen-fit fridge freezers for a sleek, built-in appearance. No compromise on capacity, so you'll always have space for perfectly chilled drinks and snacks. For every game and every goal. Because the best design doesn't stand out, it fits perfectly. With Hisense. Official sponsors of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Train toilet door didn't work. Lock didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the bob. Didn't work. Train toilet door didn't work.
Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
talkSPORT Drive all this week from 4 with Giacomo. Get the latest sports news, get the top football names, get the goals going in, get all the big games, get phone-ins, get face-offs, get fury, get fun, get absolute limbs, and get in my stuff. Get red hot takes, get sharp-dressed bounce, get it off your chest, get it in your van, get it on the go, get it on the pod, get it live at 4, and get the nod. Daily discussion, disruption and dissent on the show that just gets it. talkSPORT Drive all this week from 4 with Giacomo. Get the nod.
Wednesday night, the Premier League live on talkSPORT.
Great work! Manchester City versus Crystal Palace.
He's done it again.
Build up and pep talk from 7. Kick-off 8 p.m. sharpish.
Right footed and produces a terrific finish. Wednesday night live, Premier League football on talkSPORT.
Best served ice cold.
You listen to the Sports Bar talkSPORT. Big Jam High, Jason Candy. More of your calls coming up. Not happy Middlesbrough fans. First though, it's time to take a look back at tonight's action in the talkSPORT Bet.
Bring it on with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Right, before we go to our EFL expert Simon Watts, Middlesbrough boss Kim Hellberg has been speaking to talkSPORT's Jim Proudfoot after his side lost to Southampton in the playoff semi-final earlier this evening.
Kim, what's your overriding emotion? Frustration, pride, anger, what?
I think I have every feeling you can have in your body. That's what I think I have. I'm absolutely proud of everyone around the Middlesbrough. So proud of the players, supporter, staff. I feel sad that I couldn't do more in terms of that, and Disappointing result, of course. I think over the 2 legs, we were very, very good, especially over the first 90 minutes home, except the 7-minute spell and the first 45 here today.
So what happens now? Is this the end? Obviously there is due process to be carried out. The official complaint has gone in. What happens with you and the players? Are they staying around Teesside? Are they going on holiday? What happens? Do you still believe that you could be playing at Wembley?
I haven't thought of thinking about that now for the moment. We had a plan if we were going through, which I think we were good enough over these 2 legs to do, but we didn't, and now we're going back to the hotel and try to pick ourselves up and fly home tomorrow, and I don't know, to be fair.
Kim, what should happen? What do you think would be a just outcome after the allegations?
I don't think that's for me to decide, so we'll see what happens.
Yes,
it's hard.
Tough. Sure. Right, let's speak to Simon Watts. Hi, Simon.
Hi, Simon.
Yeah, evening, fellas. How's it going?
I'm all right, Si. Look, obviously Spygate is taking all the headlines and the phone calls right now. What is the latest?
Yeah, I mean, we have no answers still. I mean, the questions were being asked post-match. We heard it there. People still don't know whether Southampton 100% will be going to Wembley in that final. We're assuming they are, but if they face the heftiest of punishments, and there are no precedents for this. Last time it happened with Marcelo Bielsa, Leeds lost in the semi-final, so the EFL are facing a really unprecedented scenario with this one. I would be very surprised if Southampton are thrown out of the competition, but as it stands, we don't know for definite. What we do know, obviously, is that they won that game last night. And, you talk about the luck being against Middlesbrough with all the build-up and everything coming into this game. Just the way that winning goal came about. It is why we love the playoffs, because it is so ruthless, it is so brutal. And that winning goal, which Charles kind of cross-pinned, didn't he? And, it crept into that far corner. A rank goal to concede to end your season, really, isn't it? But you have to say, over the 2 legs, and certainly over the course of the last 6 months, Southampton haven't lost any of their last 19 championship matches. So, in terms of form, they're probably a worthy team of getting there.
Si, there's been much speculation about how long this has been going on. 1 or 2 other, apparently, allegedly, championship clubs, maybe 1 or 2 more, have said that this is not the first time they've done that. Is there any clarity on that at all, or is it literally speculation?
It is all speculation at the moment. You would imagine that if there was any real concrete evidence of that, it would have been presented before now. Because, look, it is... the visual imagery makes you laugh, obviously, that, somebody's incognito hiding in a bush in disguise with a kind of fake moustache or something, but the reality is, they're watching a Thursday training session, they're going to get a lot of a reading into certainly the lineup and set pieces, tactics, etc. of the opposition. So if proven to be true, then, it certainly gives a massive, massive advantage to the opposition. But, in terms of historic cases and previous cases, I don't think anyone really knows a great deal. Tonda Ecker has, understandably, I suppose, really closed rank and said next to nothing on the subject, really, giving absolutely nothing away. Although I did notice in his post-match news conference today, and he took a long, long time to come out, because he was ironically talking about the referee about some of the touchline incidents that had been happening during the game afterwards. But he did say, when I'm allowed to, I will certainly have a lot to say about it. So it certainly feels like he's at the moment not really able to say anything until this is cleared up. But they're obviously having their own internal investigation before this goes before the EFL, and they're asking for a little more time to do that. But with the final and the clock ticking to that final now in just 11 days' time, there's not a great deal of time to reach a resolution on this one.
No, I can't see anything other than maybe a huge fine for Southampton. But look, we'll see what happens. Look, just on the game, put Spygate to the side for a bit. Over the 2 legs. Look, first half I thought Middlesbrough were excellent. I thought they played really well. It was on the front foot. They should have had a penalty. I really do believe they should have had a penalty. But did the best side go through?
Yeah, you're right. That one you're talking about, the one early in the second half with the handball, I take it.
There was one in the first half. It was
yeah.
It was early on, actually. I can't remember the man's name.
Yeah. No, I was thinking you were mentioning, because I saw that one early in the second half as well, which looked a pretty clear handball that went against them as well. And I think absolutely Middlesbrough will feel unlucky. But, you know, Southampton probably weren't at their team, certainly on the night tonight. I think that the pressure was mounted on Middlesbrough, and I don't think they registered an effort, a goal at all in the last half hour of that game, and in extra time they didn't have a great deal going for. But look, you know, that's an away performance for you, isn't it? Away from home, backs against the wall against the Southampton team who've got such a good home record. I think, you know, if they managed to take it to penalties and they were that close because the win was a little bit of a fluke, you know, it could have been a totally different story then, couldn't it?
Yeah. Indeed, and Southampton with a full side going into it, Hull definitely weren't. There was actually a period in the last day of the Championship season where Hull weren't even in those playoff places, but credit to them. Southampton must be huge favourites, would you say, or do you think that maybe Hull can surprise them?
Yeah, you've got to call them favourites, certainly on paper, as you say. They only won one of their last 8 league matches and just staggered into those playoff positions. But, you know, the whole story is a really, really good one. You know, it's a bit of a fairy tale of their own. When you think back 2 years ago, under Liam Rosenia, they just missed out on the playoffs. They sacked him. Last season, they stayed up on the last day on goal difference, otherwise would have been relegated down to the League One. And then, you know, Sergei Yakirovich, no one knew a great deal about him. Their 6th manager, in a very short space of time, gets them into the playoffs with a backdrop of, you know, real financial restrictions at the football club as well. Let's not forget, last summer they weren't allowed to sign anybody for a fee because they were under transfer restrictions, and they put together a team that has got themselves into the top 6 and then overcome a Millwall side that were really heavily fancied. Millwall just messed out on the automatics on the last day, so it was a monumental effort for them to get there, and in a one-off game at Wembley Stadium. Hull have done it before, as we know, so they've got a decent record in the playoffs for what it's worth, although, you know, a totally different set of players in the circumstances this time around. Southampton, though, do have 1 or 2 players who've had this experience 2 years ago when they won promotion against Leeds under Russell Martin.
Yeah, and they've been there already this season.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, they've been there this season. So, yeah, I think you've got to give Southampton the favourites tag in these matches, but you know, without going down the cliched route, you know, I do think it's going to be a really interesting game. 2 very different, contrasting styles, and you know, 2 very interesting managers on the touchline as well. You know, he's a very unemotional character, Sergei Yakirovich. You know, even when those goals were going in and the late pressure against Millwall, you know, didn't even really bat an eyelid when they scored. You know, there's something very likeable about Hull City, and you get the feeling now that maybe quite a lot of people, given the stories that have come out of Southampton, you know, going to be quite heavily backing Hull to get one over on Southampton. I think, you know, that Hull City will be kind of a lot of the footballing public's favourites to win that game.
All right, Si, top man, mate, thank you.
Yes, right.
Yes.
No, Simon Watts, our AFL expert. Right, get your calls in if you want to continue having them. If you're driving home from the game or you've listened to the game, Southampton fans, Middlesbrough fans, if you're not happy, give us a call. 03 717 2233.
Bring it on with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet, from weekly broadcast boosts to lucky dips and brilliant bet builders. Bring it on at talksportbet.com. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Okay, I'd just like to say a few words about our boss Tony. We all know managing the vans for the business used to be a nightmare. Cars not working, drivers losing receipts. But then Tony found All-Star. Suddenly, fuel and EV charging payments managed all in one place. 90% of fuel sites covered. Tony, you're a beautiful, beautiful man.
All-Star, more than just a fuel card.
T's and C's apply for business use only, subject to credit approval.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexear.com.
You've worked hard to build your business, so it's important it's properly protected. At NFU Mutual, our tradesman insurance has received a 5-star rating by De Facto for the past 10 years. No wonder 9 out of 10 of our business insurance customers renew every year. With agency offices across the UK, We're closer to you, closer to your business, closer to what matters. Search NFU Mutual Builders and Trades Insurance.
Are you ready for the McCrispy to become your new go-to? With juicy 100% chicken breast, one bite and your usual becomes your used to. Betray your go-to for McCrispy. Now on McDonald's. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Get a free bet when you bet £5 every week of the Premier League season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction from Ladbrokes. And for extra Ladisfaction, here's the T's and C's Garage Style.
18 plus, 1st of September to 24th of May. Update weekly. Selected Premier League markets. Match 1 free bet per week. Values vary. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. Daily odds boosts. T&Cs on ladbrokes.com. Gambleaware.org. When it comes to drama,
This is a monumental moment.
tension,
Big chance here.
and elation,
And the ball is in the back of the net.
the Premier League has it all. And this season you can hear it all on Game Day, talkSPORT's essential Premier League destination. Get set for Game Day on talkSPORT with Sky Sports. Watch more of your team in the Premier League or EFL on Sky Sports flexibly with a Now Sports membership. Terms apply. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. Talk Sport.
With the midnight headlines, I'm Tom Clayton. Good morning. Kim Hellberg has congratulated the fans and players of Southampton for reaching the Championship playoff final, but not the staff. Middlesbrough boss was frustrated at his side's extra time 2-1 defeat at Southampton in the second leg. The winner was a seeming cross that avoided everyone. Scott Minster was on commentary.
It's all about putting the ball in the right place, and that's what happens. You never know what can happen. It was one of those games in the end where I suppose it was going to be that type of goal that decided it, or a set piece.
Referee Andy Madley also said he'd report an incident in the first half in which Borough's Luke Ayling accused Southampton's Taylor Harwood-Bellis of using discriminatory language. Howard Webb says the decision to disallow West Ham's goal on Sunday was categorically correct. During the Match Officials Mic'd Up programme, it was also revealed officials discussed the actions of Trossard and Rice in the build-up.
I don't like Trossard not facing their ball, and you've got... I agree, it's impactful, it's just everything else that's going on as well, so... Let's say we're saying that's a foul, and what we're saying about Trossard's actions on the same player, and what we're saying about Declan Rice.
But the referee Chris Kavanagh dismissed the incident in favour of the foul on the goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Ben White's World Cup hopes are in jeopardy after he tore his MCL in that game on Sunday. He'll definitely miss the rest of the club season, but may return in time for the World Cup this summer. And Rory McIlroy's been paired to play with Jordan Spieth and John Rahm in the opening rounds of this weekend's PGA Championship. World number 1 Scotty Scheffler will play alongside Matt Fitzpatrick and Justin Rose. Get all the latest at talksport.com.
talkSPORT News.
Health Secretary Wes Streeting will meet the Prime Minister tomorrow morning. The potential leadership hopeful will speak to Sir Keir Starmer before the King's Speech opening Parliament. Labour has descended into open division over the PM's future. 4 ministers have resigned and joined at least 80 MPs urging him to quit, while more than 100 others are warning against a leadership contest. Meanwhile, Wednesday's King's Speech is set to include measures on immigration, green energy and the NHS. More than 35 bills are due to be announced, including powers to renationalise British Steel. Remember, you can get all the coverage of the King's Speech on Times Radio.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. You can't trust the weather right now, but you can always trust Pirelli tyres. In stock now at your local centre. Visit quickfit.com and book today.
Cloudy and patchy rain clearing to the southeast, otherwise blustery showers in the northwest overnight. Wednesday sees a mix of sunshine and showers across the UK.
On DAB, on the app, and on your smart TV. Supercharged, super confident, super strength, late night football talk. You are absolutely deluded. It's the nation's favourite sports speakeasy, but for some reason, it's always your round. The Sports Bar with Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on talkSPORT.
When midnight rolls around, I really come alive at midnight.
You're listening to the record-breaking Sports Bar, Major O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Just a reminder, the boys have got a brand new Sports Bar podcast. You go to anywhere you get your podcast, type in the Sports Bar, encouraging signs.
Encouraging signs, I've seen them.
Yeah, it's got all the best bits from the show on there. Still to come, more of your calls. Some not happy Middlesbrough fans obviously trying to get involved and phone us up. We've got Fox and Rice Dan Rapp coming up as well. But Southampton boss Tom de Ecker has been speaking to Jim Bradford after his team put the place in the playoff final this evening. He's remaining tight-lipped about Spike.
On the victory, what do you think proved through the difference tonight over tonight?
Yeah, there's just so many small things in the game that make it go one direction or the other. It's tough to point it down to one specific thing. But I think the boys from start to finish have been top today. Obviously, we wanted to have a different start to the game. Credit to Middlesbrough for a very good performance over 2 legs, and yeah, I think that we took control of the game quite early on, and yeah, credit to the players for, I think, outstanding 120 minutes. Yeah, one more step to go. I said this to the players, obviously, you can be happy after the game today, but there's just different ways of celebrating. And you shouldn't celebrate too early, because there's one more step to go, and we will need to take that.
Are you happy that you're going to be allowed to take that extra step from what you know of the situation at the moment and the way that the due process is being carried out? Obviously, there are a number of sanctions that could be levelled against Southampton if you were found guilty of any impropriety. Are you happy that the playoff final is going to stand and that the game will take place?
Yeah, we've had the question also in the last game, and obviously I do understand the seriousness of the matter, and the club has made a statement. I can't really add anything because it's just an ongoing investigation, and believe me, I will say something when the moment is there to say something, but just not now.
Yeah, that was Tom de Ecker there, obviously speaking after the game.
What can you do?
Yeah.
There's nothing. I mean, who knows how much you knew about it? That's the whole point. I know it does feel that Southampton are trying to buy a bit of time by doing an internal investigation. It's probably going to take 2 weeks. By that time, the playoff final will have taken place. Yeah, it's
Let's go to Mark. He's a Borough fan. All right, Mark.
Marky Mark.
Mark. Mark. We got him. You there? All right, we go to Jack. He's a Borough fan. Jack.
Jackie, what?
Yeah, we lost the call.
Jack.
Hello.
Hello, Jack. Hello, mate.
How you doing, fellas? You alright?
I'm alright. Jack, how you feeling?
Commiserations, matey.
It's a tough one, because I think if you're going over the 2 leg, first leg, yeah, we should have been probably two maybe 3 of us off over the first leg, but that's the story of the season, really, I think. It's been happening, I think, tonight as well, first half. Like you said, Jamie, fantastic. Didn't put a foot wrong. And then second half, again, it was all Southampton. But however, we defended well. You know, Southampton, I wouldn't say they had a clear chance. I think their goals, there was a foul on Del Fry, just giving them a chance to get the ball. And there's a foul there, the goal gets given. But I think all second half, extra time, we defended fantastically. And I think penalties spotted there, and you know,
It's just football, right?
Yeah.
We're watching.
It's a really tough way to go.
We're watching the replay of the goal, and when Charles spins it, it's across towards that far post. It's actually a really good cross, but Fry.
It's one of them, isn't it, where if you leave it, you think the keeper's getting it.
I think Fry needs to take. Yeah, Fry's got to head back, and I just said to Jane the break. He went down with a knee injury, I don't know, about 15 minutes before, and then we saw the injury without a bit of no treatment. And there's fatigue, both physically and mentally. I think if that's in the first half, I think he clears it. I just think he gets caught between 2 minds, and maybe fatigue has set in, and his decision making, he's hesitated slightly, and as we know, hesitation is fatal. And
yeah,
you know,
like you say, any touch on that, and you know, it goes cannibal, really. A header, chest, anything, corner. I mean, that's another thing. The amount of set-piece goals that Southampton have scored this season, corners, we don't with them fantastic all game, and it's just a harsh way to go.
I don't know whether you heard me earlier, Jack, but I did make the point that maybe what Borough have got to do a little bit like what Coventry did last season. Coventry were pretty much in the same scenario as you are right now. When Ballard scored that goal, and it knocked them out, and Coventry, it was a cruel blow, and they went away and come back, and they come back stronger. Do you think Middlesbrough are capable of doing something similar to what we saw Coventry do this season?
Well, what I will say first of all is players are very proud of themselves. As much as, yes, we shouldn't be in the playoffs anyway. No disrespect to the strikers we've got, but a lack of a number 9 has cost us.
I don't think you can say you don't deserve to be in the playoffs. You've been in there all season.
No, I mean, we should really, from where we were, we should have been second.
Right.
At a minimum. Right. You know, I'm not saying top, but a good minimum second from.
It's in your own hands for a long time.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's a long season, 46 games, you know, and Ipswich come so strong.
You'd rather go the other way and start off falling, like Southampton, for example, start off falling, and then pull on.
Jack, I'm going to move on because your line's not great, mate, so thanks for your call. I'm going to go to Matt. He's a Southampton fan. Matt.
Yeah, hello guys.
Congratulations, Matt.
Love your show.
Thank you. How you feeling? You must be obviously over the moon.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, mate. Like, wonderful feeling. Just going to say, Jay, like, honestly, you do need to separate your feelings about Southampton. Obviously, you're a decent player, but the fact that you play for Portsmouth, I just feel like you're being quite biased.
No, listen, I've got no bias, and it's got I haven't even thought about the fact that I play for Portsmouth. Absolutely nothing to do with it. I'll just say it as I see it. I feel Middlesbrough are going to feel aggrieved. Middlesbrough, I've got no skin in the game. I feel you cheated, right? And listen, over the 2 legs, you've gone through, and you're probably the better team, and you probably deserve to go through because you've had a brilliant season. But you did cheat.
Jay, look, like, had we have cheated, yeah, we would have pumped them 3-0 after the first game, right?
Oh, but
we didn't. They had all the possession the first game, and it was 0-0. Right? Had Stargate played an advantage, we would have won that first leg quite handsomely, right? It's gone to extra.
No, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, and you don't get caught, right? But it is what it is. But you've got to admit, when we were up in the Premiership, Jay, when we had Russell Martin in charge, I listened to you guys every single week. Yeah. You know, we talked about the new derby, 12 points. You battered us every single week, didn't you?
Yeah.
You did. And we were up.
Did we?
Well, I think we probably did. But they probably deserved it.
You did.
No, but listen, you've done great. You've done amazing. Like Southampton, what they've done over the last 4 months is incredible. Right? And you are probably the best team, apart from Coventry, you're probably the best team in the Championship, right? You've had to do it because you started so poorly, you're going to have to do it through the playoffs. And I think you will, right? I think you'll beat Hull. And you know, and fair play to the manager. You've got yourselves back. You've gone away around it the tough way. But Middlesbrough will feel aggrieved. And this won't just disappear. I don't think this is going to disappear. There is no way Steve Gibson at Middlesbrough is going to let this slide. Now, what will happen? I cannot see you getting kicked out. Right? That's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
No, that's my worst fear.
No, that. I just can't see that happen. I just can't see that. Right. That's not going to happen. You might have a hefty fine.
Cool with that.
Yeah, you might have a hefty fine. You might even, you know, if you get relegated, you might get some points deduction when you go back down to the Championship. I don't know, right? But you ain't getting kicked out. You're in the final, and that game will go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a great feeling. Obviously, I mean, it's absolutely stupid. Like, you don't do that. You know, you don't send a random dude turn up outside the training grounds to spot. We didn't need to.
I don't think you needed to. I don't think you needed to. That's my argument. Like, you didn't need to do it. Like, you're a great side. You're a better team than Middlesbrough. You know, I just think. Why put yourselves in that position? Why? I don't get it. To gain what sort of advantage? And listen, we have a laugh being cunning and with Dougie's out saying you gained an advantage. I mean.
To be fair though, right, the run you're on, it's an unbelievable run, isn't it? It come from nowhere.
Mate, it's a great run.
I know.
That's what happens when you hire Bruce Wayne.
Do you know? I mean, I know, but if there are multiple cases, I don't know.
Maybe a good spy. You needed a good spy.
Now listen, I'm all for spy.
If we're talking Batman, then O'Hara is acting like the Joker. You've got to admit it.
Right, you've hired a good spy and he's got you into the Premier League. You know, everyone's got their own way.
We're not there yet, mate. We've got to beat Hull Wembley.
Yeah.
Do you think, I'll ask you first, Jeff, do you think that this will be one of those where the rest of the footballing world want Hull to go through? Just because Saints have been caught with their hands in the till?
Up the hole.
I ain't got a problem.
Up the hole.
Yeah?
Come on, hole.
What?
Up the hole.
Say again.
Up the hole. Good team.
What?
Up the hole.
Alright, so you changed the hole.
Hole. Up the hole.
Sounded like someone else a minute ago, mate.
Hole.
Say again, say quick.
Up the hole.
Say it in an Irish accent. Go on, say it in an Irish accent. Go on.
I'll do an Irish accent.
Oh, just
Up the hole. Kitty calls coming in 03717 2233.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Stay on the ball with our safer gambling tools. Find out more at talksportbet.com. 18+ gambleaware.org.
Mr. and Little Miss are back in Happy Meal and they're off on a road trip. Your little one can go somewhere exciting with Little Miss Brave. Laugh all the way there with Mr. Tickle or make up an adventure all of their own. On this road trip, anything's possible. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 8 to 2 from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy while stocks last. Subject to availability.
Just the one Cornetto.
Well, actually, it's not just one Cornetto. It's Cornetto Max. Hazelnut and chocolate. So maybe instead of just one Cornetto, it's more like just one Cornetto Max. Smooth hazelnut and chocolate ice creams, rich cocoa sauce and chocolate tips. The maximum of the maximum, the top of toppings, and Max iconic cone. Can you fit that into the first night, please? Oh, and creamy and crunchy as ever. Like that.
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever Cornetto. New Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate.
Looking to boost your career or just starting out? As the experts in online learning, the Open University has over 200 qualifications to choose from, like business, psychology, computing, and many more. With tutor support and courses that fit around your life, getting those in-demand skills employers are looking for isn't so far away. Search the Open University to find out more. The Open University. The future is open.
In a world of noise and uncertainty, IG is the investment platform that backs you. Take our flexible stocks ISA, which gives you the freedom to withdraw funds anytime and replace them in the same tax year, all without losing your £20,000 tax-free allowance. And if that's not enough, pay no commission on your stocks, shares and ETFs when you invest with IG. IG. Trade, invest, progress. Your capital is a risk. Other fees may apply. Tax treatment depends on individual circumstances and is subject to change.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18+. Please gamble responsibly.
Make talkSPORT's quality coffee break part of your breakfast ritual. Sponsored by Costa Express. Listen this morning from 6 as the Superstar Breakfast Boys team up with the Early Bird crew to discuss the biggest back page stories over a signature Costa Express coffee. Quality analysis passionately blended with authentic opinions that'll set you up for the day. Yes, a Superstar Breakfast coffee break on talkSPORT. No expect a reaction like that. Sponsored by Costa Express. Real beans, real milk, real signature taste.
Friday nights of Premier League live on talkSPORT. And it's sensational.
Exclusive full match commentary of Aston Villa versus Liverpool.
Support Act starts at 7 with the main event from 8. Striking in at the near post.
Red hot Friday night football on talkSPORT.
talkSPORT meeting with Jason Candy. Keep your calls coming in. First up, Arsenal took a step closer to the Premier League title. Their win against West Ham over the weekend. A huge win after VAR overturned Callum Wilson's last-minute equaliser. Here's Howard Webb discussing the incident on the Premier League match officials' mic'd-up programme.
It does create a challenge for the officials, but when they're trying to identify what should be penalised, they're looking for situations that are impactful. Situations happen differently. Sometimes the contact is lower than at other times. Sometimes it's right on the ball, sometimes it's away from the ball. Will allow some form of contact. When I say they're looking for impactful contact, they're looking for mainly those situations which prevent the player from doing their job, moving, and particularly when that impacts their ability to play the ball. A key player in this moment, of course, is the goalkeeper. He's got a unique ability to use his hands, and in what we see in this situation, different to the other situations around the penalty area, is that the goalkeeper can't do that job because of that very clear action by the attacker, preventing him from putting his arm up. He is being held as well from behind by Todibo, but there's other bits and pieces of contact from other players, from Arsenal players too. But the most significant contact, undoubtedly, is that on the goalkeeper. Stops him from doing something pretty routine.
Yeah, that's how we're obviously speaking. Will's sorry, is what it is. It's a foul.
Yeah. The problem that you've got in that situation, because there is so many moving parts. What leads to what? How has that impacted on that particular person? And this is how have we got to this point in the game that we're having this conversation, that we are now dissecting and looking and slowing down at different angles to find out who's got the arm, who's got the shirt, who's doing this. It's a fact. There's no doubt that debate is not even up for argument.
No.
But what has come out is the conversation. What has happened around that to cause that? Now, Pablo, there is an argument to say, and I think you look at Trossard.
Pushes him into the game.
Trossard's holding his arm and not looking at the ball. But is that enough? I don't know where you go with that information.
Yeah.
Is there a foul on keeper? 100%. How far back do you go and go, well, why is he fouling? What's Pablo doing? Well, his arm's crossing. Why is Pablo? And then you go, well, is Trossard foul? It's too much. It's too much. We're now forensically looking at other incidences that might impact on the main incident. What's that about?
Yeah, no.
What is that about?
I think in summer they're going to have to sit down.
They're going to, yes. And I think that for the good of the game, I think that we need to look at this because it's just a free-for-all, mate. It's the Wild West in the six-yard box. The Wild West.
Yeah, it really is.
And they're grabbing when there's mutual grabbing, there's mutual holding, there's mutual tugging, this, that. He's got him, and who held him first? Jeez. Yeah, that's not the
No one likes tugging.
Well, depends what you're tugging. It does, doesn't it? You tugged him around the...
Yeah, no, I agree.
Front or the back?
But tugging's got fun.
There's all sorts of holding, tugging. No one wants to be tugged in the box.
Let's go to Mark. He's a Borough fan. Right, Mark?
Mark?
How you doing?
Right, Mark. Look, obviously, you're gutted you've gone out tonight. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, I mean, you probably hit the nail on the head with the last call of the Southampton fan where you said it was a needless thing for them to do. In the sense that they've probably got arguably the better squad. They were the farm team going into the playoffs. Why have they put themselves in that situation? And for that reason, it leaves a sour taste when you think about what could have been. But I'll tell you what, Jamie, I've rang for you personally. I remember hitting on hold at the end of last season trying to get on here. Because you spoke to a Middlesbrough fan that day who asked about Michael Carrick leaving the club. Yep. And you word to him were, be careful what you wish for. And I remember it well. I was like, no, I really need to get my point across here. We, as a club, are in a far better position with this man, Jack. He has been revelation since he come in after what my records did. Like, he has been wonderful. And I just hope now that as a club, you can just see it, like you see his press conferences, like how he relates to the press officers and things like that. You see it with the fans. You just see him like he's brilliant.
Well, you've got to take this one on the chin and as Cundy said, come back stronger next season.
I agree. The problem for us, with the back of it, Hayden Hackney's probably going to go. We're going to have a bit of a rebuild.
I feel like we're going to have a rebuild every season.
I know, and this is the problem. Like,
why is the players on long-term contracts for crying out loud?
Yeah, I know Hackney's got a year left, so it wouldn't shock me if he's going. To be honest, he's proved himself and that he's deserves the opportunity to play at a higher level, and if he does, good luck to him. But yeah, I know Carrick's obviously gone on to Man United, but we know how their managers work. They do well as an interim, and then all of a sudden the Man United fans want them out again. So,
well, look, you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot.
Yeah.
And Middlesbrough, it's a tough one to take tonight. But
Yeah,
you've got a brilliant owner. The club's in a good spot. You've got next season. You've got a good manager. You know, and you have to go again. And,
Yeah.
you might be playing Spurs next season, home and away. So, there's always a silver lining, mate. You know.
Up the imps.
Well, see you later, mate. Thanks for your call. We're going to move on because we've got legendary boxing writer Dan Raphael coming up.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for exclusive offers and bonuses. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
There's always a risk involved in supporting your team. Will they win or lose? How you watch can also be a game of winning and losing. Research shows that almost 2 in 5 people who stream content illegally have suffered financial loss, losing £1,680 on average. Illegal streams can also leave your devices, your data, and your identity wide open to fraudsters. To truly enjoy the sport you love, watch without risk. Choose official sources. Find out more at bstreamwise.com.
Next door just got our Aram 3 Plus, the cordless vacuum from G-Tech. Cleans the whole house on full power. Leaves the carpet beautifully striped. She's probably just realised it has edge cleaning brushes. And it cleans its own filter. Told you that product was a game changer. Get the Aram 3 Plus for £269.99 at gtech.co.uk.
Sunny spells in 3, 2, 1. Pop to Co-op. Get any 2 packs of 100% British barbecue favourites for £6.50. That's smash burgers and sweet chili chicken kebabs. Co-op. Owned by you, right by you.
Earn 6th of October selected products subject to availability. Co-op Group food stores only. Full times at co.uk/summer.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade? With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Right, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life? Sunday leaguers, dog lovers, bait clubbers, banda dancers, baby ravers, potters. Whether you walk it, jog it, or run it, go all in against cancer. All in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends May 24th, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Listen up, football fans. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
From the final whistle to last orders, it's got to be the Sports Bar.
You listen to the Sports Bar talkSPORT. Me, Gemma Hart, Jason Cundy. Still to come, 21 seconds to go. But first, time to turn our attention to the latest boxing action, including a massive fight that happened at the weekend.
Two men whose fights almost never see the final bell. This isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Don't blink.
Wardley aims a big right hand, whistles over the shoulder. On the canvas.
Both fights going up. You hear the oohs and the ahs.
Down goes Dubois again for the second time. Great shot from Wardley.
Both fights simultaneously throw the right hand. Both connect. What a war we've got here.
Great shots from Dubois. How is Wardley taking on this?
That's nothing. He's got too much time for his own good. It's going to get dangerous. He's getting a lot of clean shots. Oh, that's it. That's not the over.
How does this stop it? seen him again, ever.
Yeah, joining us from one of this legendary boxing journalist, Dan Raphael joins us. Hi, Dan.
Danny, mate.
Always a pleasure, guys, to be on with you.
Yeah.
Great fight we saw.
Oh, Dan, talk me through it. What? Look, we built it up to be a mega fight, and boy, did it deliver.
I mean, we've been doing this show together for a long time, and, we talk about all the fights that come up, and, a lot of times we have expectations, and sometimes they live up to them or come close. Sometimes they're, completely the opposite, and you were very excited for a fight, and it was no good. Or there's a fight you think is going to be no good, and it turns out to be no good. This was a fight that I think everybody that was interested in any way, shape, or form thought this would be a very good fight going into the fight. And it blew it away by whatever your expectations were, or exceeded the expectation. And that's the best case scenario, where there's a fight that everybody's excited for. You know in your bones it's going to be a good matchup, it's going to be a competitive matchup, it's going to be an exciting matchup, and then it over-delivers. Under-promise and over-deliver. And this is what that was. And we have to give credit to a great performance from Daniel Dubois for getting off the deck 2 times against a very tough customer with a big punch. And have to give a tremendous amount of credit for Fabio Wardley for, other than the knockdowns, really in many ways taking a beating for the rest of the fight, but showing such heart and never truly being out of it, because he always knew he could possibly land the shot, and he got in his share punches, that it was so dramatic and so exciting. Tip your hat to both guys.
Dan, it was one unbelievable fight from bell one until, of course, the referee stopped it. There were parts of that fight where I felt, certainly the only part of it where I felt Fabio got the better of Dubois, obviously, because he knocked it down twice. But there was a point, I think it might have been 6th or 7th round, you better tell me better, where it felt like Dubois was getting on top. And it felt like Wardley was just looking to land that big one. But once we got to the round, especially where the referee went to the corners and got the doctor involved, I think you might be able to tell me differently. I think it was 8 and 9 where he got the ref.
Well, the doctor, he called, Howard Foster was the referee, called a timeout. And this is the normal procedure these days. They let the bell ring to start the round, called the immediate timeout, take him to the corner for the doc to check him out. So right when the bell rang for round 9, they called the timeout. He took him to the doctor, let him go. Did the same thing before the beginning of the 10th round.
Right, yes.
And at that point, look, he'd given everything he had. His face was damaged. He's got a messed up nose. He's got a swollen eye. He's taken tremendously clean, heavy punches. And a lot of times you see guys take shots. They may not be defensive wizards, but they can do enough to maybe take a little bit of a step back, take some of the sting out of the punches, maybe, catch some punches on the gloves or the shoulders. Fabio Wardley was not doing that. He was taking, literally the full blast of basically every shot that Daniel Dubois was able to land. And so I felt like after about the 8th or 9th round, that fight should have been stopped. If the referee wasn't going to do the job, I felt like that the corner should have done the job. I know we're going to talk a little bit about what Ben Davison's perspective was. He's the trainer, of course, for Fabio Wardley. But, Fabio Wardley seems like a great guy. You don't want to see him get hurt. Even if he's a bad guy, you don't want to see him get hurt. But you want him to be able to fight another day and come back strong. And to me, and I've been doing this, guys, over 25 years.
Yeah, I mean,
to me, that's a career-altering, life-altering kind of fight.
But do you know what, Dan? I was so conflicted because I was loving the fight so much, but you felt you knew the way the fight was going to go. When the ref brought in outside help after the rounds 8 and 9 or 9 and 10, I did feel a bit uncomfortable watching.
Yeah, they should have stopped.
And that's where I on myself, I really feel conflicted because I wanted to see Wardley come out and land that big blow, right? And then all of a sudden you think, this is an unbelievable fight. He's going to win from. But at what point do you think the referee in this bout should have stepped in and said no more?
I think at the outside edge, it without question should have been stopped before certainly before the 11th round. Can make a strong argument before the 10th round. Up to that point, I didn't love it, but I'm like, I understood. You know what I mean? Once it got to the point, to me in my mind, I've seen this happen plenty of times. You go from a fight where maybe it's competitive, as this fight was early, obviously because Wardley had the knockdowns, then it gets to a point where you don't feel like the guy can win, but okay, he's gonna, be brave, and he's gonna do what he's got to do, try to get through the fight. And then in some fights, it's sort of there's points where it changes from being an athletic contest to just public barbarism and public violence. And this is what that fight turned into over those last two rounds and change, where the competition was over, in my opinion.
No,
and even if you could land, I mean, yes, is it possible you could land the big haymaker one shot, especially against an opponent like a Dubois, who we can discuss at length the deficits of his chin, if you will. But I felt like, is that really worth all the brain cells you're giving up? Because you might, a 1,000,000-to-1 shot to land the big punch.
Yeah.
To me, it's not worth it.
I totally agree with you there, Dan. It was a great fight. Should have been stopped though.
We're agreeing. See, that doesn't happen.
Can I just based on that? I know you were quite critical of Dan Dubois about being a quitter. I know his dad came out and afterwards and said, listen, the criticism was there in front of us, and I just wonder, have you changed your opinion at all of Dubois?
Well, I mean, my opinion has been, it hasn't run the same way as a lot of people. A lot of people, many people, gave him crazy amounts of grief and called him a quitter and said terrible things in the aftermath of what happened in the Joe Joyce fight. That's the fight where he retired on his knee, but he had a very serious orbital bone injury, and people called him heartless and a quitter. I never gave him grief for that particular stoppage, because that's a serious injury. So to me, I was like, save your face, save your life. I had ever had one iota of problem with that fight ending in the manner that it did. I felt like he quit, flat out in the first Usyk fight. That was my opinion. And then cried like a baby about the phantom low blow, which really irritated me to no end, and it irritated me, for a long time. And so you got one fight where he lost by a stoppage where, he showed heart, but he obviously couldn't go on because he had a major injury. And it was the Usyk first fight that was the one where I felt like he didn't show a lot of heart at all. But guys can change their spots in that position. Obviously, he took that criticism from both fights from a lot of people, but you can't give him grief for this one. He got off the deck twice, and in the Lorena fight, a guy that he was way better than, he got off the deck 3 times with a messed up knee. Was able to win that fight. A fight that a lot of referees, frankly, would have stopped in the first round. He was very fortunate that the referee allowed that fight to continue, and he was able to then get the knockout in round number 3. But look at it. Daniel Dubois has become, over these years, a must-watch fighter for the standpoint, because no matter what, whether he's getting knocked out or having all kinds of drama, or he's winning big with a big punch, there's always something interesting. There's always some kind of chaos or drama, which is why we watch fights, because you don't. It's who wants to watch fights where you know the result. It's up in the air. And by the way, going into this fight, there was lots of people that thought Wardley would win. I was one of them, but a lot of people thought Daniel would be able to win the fight also. And it was, I forget what the exact odds were, but in my mind, it was 50-50-ish. Yes. And they delivered a tremendous fight. This is one of the best fights you'll see. And whether it's heavyweight boxing or title fight boxing or non-heavyweight fights, whatever. I mean, just a beautiful fight to watch. Up until it got, like you said, a little queasy last couple of rounds.
Could it win Fight of the Year?
It absolutely could. I mean, we're in May. There's still a long way to go, and there's still going to be a bunch of good fights around the schedule. But to me right now, this is definitely the leader in the clubhouse. I mean, there are some that will look at maybe like the excitement and the drama of what happened in again, other British heavyweight fight in Britain, which was the Chisora versus Deontay Wilder fight. But to me, this was better than that, because it felt like there was more drama. There was way more at stake because of the fact that one of the world titles was on the line.
Yeah.
Both very exciting fights. But if you made me pick between the two, I'd have to pick Wardley against Dubois.
What's next now?
I have to pick Wardley versus Dubois.
Yeah. What's next now for Dubois? Moses Atoma, he told talkSPORT that he would 100% fight Dubois. He was sat ringside on Saturday. Is that the next matchup? I know there's a rematch clause in place for the Wardley one again, but what do you think the next fight is for Dubois?
Oh, that's a good question. He'll take a rest, because even though he was the winner, he felt like he came out completely unscathed. He had swelling, and he got hit with a lot of hard punches also. I mean, one thing I always think about, and sometimes when we discuss fights, we forget this, and we always focus on the guy who wins and what's next, the guy who loses, where's he going. And, you know, both guys took punishment. They both need a rest. Like, just because a guy wins doesn't mean he's also not injured or damaged like that. So he's definitely going to need some time off. Now, Dubois is coming back in August. He's not fighting Daniel Dubois in August. They're lining up some other opponent. He'll do a 10-round fight, and he'll get in some more rounds and hopefully some more experience. And as Frank Warren stated after the fight, they can't go sit there and make plans for the next fight for Daniel Dubois simply because at the moment, Fabio Wardley has the right to an immediate rematch based on his contract. So I don't know what the terms of that are, but if it's like a normal contract, he probably has 30 days, maybe 45 days or something like that to exercise his, you know, option, whether he decides to do it or not. And so that's going to get him in the team. And if he decides to exercise the rematch, we're going to see Fabio Wardley in a rematch against Daniel Dubois in the next fight. If he doesn't, they'll be able to go about their business and line Dubois up for something else, or maybe they'll wait for what happens in August with Atama. But they probably will, because there's no hurry to go make a Daniel Dubois fight right now. He just fought in May. It's gonna be a couple of months. He can still set up a fight at the end of the year. He probably wasn't gonna fight 3 times this year anyway, so we'll fight in May. And when he does come back, whoever it's against, you got to figure it's going to be in the 4th quarter of the year. Perhaps it will be Atama. I'm kind of skeptical about that. I still think that fight, and I'm not one big on marinating fights forever and ever, but I feel like this fight needs a little bit more time to percolate. They need to get Atama a little bit more experience and bring his profile up a little bit more, because right now you're talking about the prospect of a fight that sells at the O2, or a couple of fights from that it sells out Wembley, and Frank Warren knows the numbers, and I guarantee you he's got that in the back of his mind.
Look, the fights keep on coming. We've got Dave Allen versus Hergovich this weekend in Doncaster. How do you see that one going?
We could have another. I don't know if it's going to be the drama level that we saw between Wardley and Dubois, and that's obviously not for the same kind of stakes in terms of a heavyweight title, but the fact that Dave Allen is fighting in front of a hometown crowd in Doncaster, where he has not fought for a number of years, and is taking on a legitimate guy. I mean, how do you not love Dave Allen? There's a guy who just, tells his people, like, put me in with the toughest guy you can find. I mean, he took on a tough opponent where he didn't have to in Makhmudov. He's now taken on an even tougher opponent in Hergovich in this fight. Hergovich is like about a top 10 contender, Olympic medal winner. And it could be a very exciting fight. Now, Davis, rightly so, should be the underdog. I feel like the skill level is dramatically different, and the experience level against top-level opponents is dramatically different. But Dave Allen is the kind of guy where even in front of a hometown crowd against this kind of opponent, even if he loses, the fans are still going to love him. He live to fight another day. So I expect this to be fireworks fighting to me on that Saturday.
Dan, you're an absolute star, mate. Thank you as always.
All right, boys. Appreciate it. Have a great week.
Right, Dan Raphael there. Heavyweight season continues on DAZN this Saturday. Dave Allen takes on former world title contender, giant of a man in Filip Hergovich. This is Dave versus Goliath, live from Doncaster. Dave fancies his chances in his biggest fight today. Then next Saturday, May 23rd, it's Glory Giza. Usyk faces Dutch kickboxing legend Rico Verhoeven in the WBC heavyweight title up for grabs. Join DAZN Ultimate now. Watch Dave Allen, plus get 12 or more pay-per-views a year, including Usyk versus Rico at no extra cost.
Boxing update on talkSPORT with DAZN, the global home of boxing. Sign up now at dazn.com/boxing.
Up next, 21 seconds.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com for all the latest odds and offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
It's Righty here, and I'm so excited for the glorious summer ahead. Not only for the football, because M&S, being one of the official partners of our amazing football team, have produced an exclusive M&S Panini sticker album. It's full of stats, games, and loads of insights on all your football heroes. And of course, you can collect stickers of your favourite players from your home nation. So pick up a book in store for £3 and get a free pack of stickers every time you spend £20 at M&S Food. Start collecting today. Selected stores, T's and C's apply.
Do you belong here? Next to me on an anti-poaching operation. 2 days drive from anywhere. What's your gut saying? Want to change your radio station?
In sport this year.
Or jump in and keep us company. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The quintessential Mackey's burger. The go-to you'll always go to. The new cheese and bacon
100% chicken breast, melty cheese, sizzling bacon. Betray your go-to for the new cheese and bacon McCrispy. Now at McDonald's. Served from 11 a.m. Subject to availability.
Ah, claim approved. Direct line's ready to send my new laptop within 2 hours. That's how it's done. Imagine if everything was that easy. Like teaching little Johnny to play his recorder. Oh my. Oh, he's a musical genius.
Direct line. That's how it's done. Theft and accidental loss claims up to £3,000. Cover limits apply. Personal possessions cover needed for items outside the home.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexhere.com.
Train toilet door. Didn't work. Lock. Didn't work. Everyone's seen me on the bog. Didn't work. Train toilet door. Didn't work. Bet £10. Get £30 in free bets with Midnight. Search Midnight Sports or download the Midnight app today. New customers only. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Play responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
Friday night, the League Two playoff semi-final second leg live on the talkSPORT app.
Oh, what a strike! Notts County versus Chesterfield.
There is Bedlam here!
Tough tackling commentary from Ace.
Friday night, the League Two playoff semi-final second leg on the talkSPORT app. I say.
It's me, Jeremy Hart, Jason Cundy, giving you the sports bar. Paul Ross follows from one, don't miss talkSPORT breakfast. This week, every morning, 6 a.m. Andy Goldstein is in the house today. Yeah, he's there, mate, he's there. Doing a week. Fair play to him. I know. He's alongside Gabby. They're going to be joined by James Corden in the studio tomorrow morning. talkSPORT releasing a brand new Sports Bar podcast with all our best bits from the show.
Oh, Jay.
I know, we're flying.
Oh, we build the listeners up.
Well, we'll get there. Took us. I mean, it took you 20 years to build up the sports bar. I know it's coming along. Sort out. Now, 21 seconds to go. Ryan's in the studio. All right.
Morning, lads.
How are you?
Morning, lads. Yeah, new podcast. We're big time, aren't we now?
Well,
do you know a show that doesn't have a podcast?
Cool.
Called The Drive.
Yeah, no.
No podcast.
No.
I wonder why.
I'm not even entering this conversation.
Breakfast? No podcast.
No podcast.
No podcast from breakfast.
No.
So what, John?
Yeah, they got podcasts.
Action, Joe?
Yeah, podcast. Drive, breakfast.
So, yeah? Sports bar?
Sports bar, yeah. Yeah, sports bar.
Well, okay,
Right, well, what we do? We've got 21 seconds to go. I've got 10 categories in front of me. You guys work together.
All right,
working together in tennis.
brains on.
Hara Kundi. You've got 21 seconds on the clock. You just got to tell me the amount of things that I say. We're going to start with a big one here, but it's easy. It's a biggie. So, O'Hara, you kick us off. I want 10 words that rhyme with the word spy.
Fly.
I. Lie.
Cry.
Shy.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Zai.
Spy. What was the word? Spy. Cry.
Yeah.
What's the Zai?
Zai. Okay, you want to argue? We get 2 points.
I'll ask you, mate. Yeah,
Do you want to argue?
Oh, yeah, I'll dispute that.
Do you want to argue?
Yeah.
We get 2 points.
There's always a word for something.
Zai. How are you spelling it in your head, lad?
No, I'm done. No, do it.
Doesn't matter how you spells it, as long as it rhymes.
Zai. How you spelling
I'm guessing Z-I-E.
I'm going to go Z-Y-E.
Z-Y-E. He's I can see him scrolling his phone. He might be struggling in.
Zai. Here we go. There we go, Zai. It's an American experimental drama film written and directed by... There we go, it's a film.
You're a disgrace, mate. Good film. Right, on to the next. We move. It's a win, right? All right, come, you can kick us off here then. I want you to tell me 6 things you commonly find in a bush.
That's 21 seconds to go.
Mud.
Beaver.
A bird.
A owl.
Thorns.
Food.
Leaves.
Yeah.
I'll give you it. Yeah.
And probably a McDonald's like package.
Yeah. You always find an empty paper cup, isn't it?
McDonald's, mate, they're a disgrace. There's all this stuff lying around.
It's not their fault. What, are they going around scattering it about?
Well, the mates come late anyway.
The clientele, is that what you're saying?
Just saying, mate.
You never see Burger King cups lying about, do you?
No, you don't.
It's always McDonald's.
McDonald's.
You know what? That's true.
It's true.
That is true.
Look, KFC boxes, mate.
No,
It's true.
sort it out. McDonald's.
What does that say about Mackie D's?
I don't know. I don't know Mackie D's.
No, the Mackie D's for years now.
Look, how many years do you reckon it's been?
I don't know. I think I said I'm going to go well over 2.
Mate, you got to get
Well over
the double cheeseburger off the savoury menu, mate. It's elite. Comes in a little bun. Doesn't have any seeds on it.
Look at my face. Look at my face.
It is top draw. It's good, mate. It's good. Cheese as well. Cheap. Yeah. Can't beat it. Really. Can't beat it.
Well, you can.
I don't know, mate. If you can. I've had a lot of burgers, mate. I don't know if you can beat it.
Where you put your apple?
In a bit.
Obviously not. You're thrown away. Blows into a bush.
Honestly.
Should we move on? All right, Jamie, kick us off here. I want 5 people with double-barrelled surnames.
That's what he wants.
Give them the Williams.
Kieran Dewsbury Hall.
Yeah.
Bald Hennis.
Prince of Wales.
Prince Nassim Abbey.
Oh, here we go. Okay. King of England.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Prince of Wales. King of England.
Big Willie.
You can't use the royal family, mate, to get yourself out of the hole.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You just don't have to get away with
You
it.
never said no royal families.
Yeah, Sean Wright Phillips.
Yeah,
No,
that's a good
I
one.
went for Big
I
Willie.
know, mate, but you just get all silly and giddy, and you crumble. No wonder you was always on the bench.
No, mate, listen.
Panic station.
Big Prince Willis.
Get it out. Get it out.
What do you want? Sit down. Sit tight.
All right, Cundy, you can kick us off here. We've got a bit of geography. Switch on. I want 5 cities worldwide that start with the letter S. S for Sierra.
That's what he wants. Astoria.
Sao Paulo.
Yep.
Santa Monica.
Yeah.
San Siro.
In the big game tonight. Yeah.
Southampton.
Hampton. Sevilla. Sheffield.
Come on, mate.
You didn't even think about
I
England,
left
did you?
England, mate.
Singapore.
I went straight.
I don't know where you was, mate.
I went straight to France.
I know. Why did you go to St Etienne?
Like Strasbourg, Blueco, mate.
Good team, mate. Come on, you should know that. That is your feeder club.
This is your second team, mate.
Honestly, it's a shambles.
I'm a bit disappointed myself there.
Yeah,
You know what you should be, mate. You should be.
I'm not gonna lie, that's poor for me. Scunthorpe. You say city though, it's got
Scunthorpe's not a city.
No, what's it got? What's it got to have? It's got the cathedral?
And a hospital, I believe. Yeah.
What is it that makes it a city?
Definitely a cathedral and a hospital. I'm not sure. You probably need other things. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that.
No. Okay.
Alright, we've only got time for 2 more. Can you name me, Cundy, you start here,
Oh gosh.
6 Premier League or EFL clubs that are south of London?
That's what
Brighton. Oh, come on,
yeah,
mate.
yeah, okay, Portsmouth.
Yeah, Torquay.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah.
Torquay aren't in EFL.
Oh, okay. South of London. Lloyd? No, is that not Maidstone?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be in the league, isn't it?
You got 2.
No, not 3.
Southampton, Pompey.
Gillingham.
Yeah, Gillingham is.
Gillingham.
Ben Murphy did say Gillingham. Did you say Bournemouth?
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
He
you
said
did say
Bournemouth.
Exeter.
Yeah, he said Exeter as well.
Oh, did he? Oh, right, okay. Which you bet you are that?
I definitely had Exeter. Oh, we did. We won that. We
Oh,
did.
well, you won, yeah, congratulations.
No way, that is shocking. That is shocking. To be fair, they're all poor teams, aren't they?
What do you mean? Bournemouth ain't poor team, are they?
Mate, they've got limits.
Brighton.
Come on, Brighton.
God, what do you expect?
Have Brighton ever lifted a cup?
You know about Chelsea.
Have they, I know,
What do you mean?
have they ever lifted a trophy?
No, I don't think so.
Right, so for that they don't count.
They don't count in what?
They've had a lucky season.
Portsmouth, mate, they're a good team. FA Cup winners. Maidstone came out there, didn't it? Maidstone? Don't know where.
Basingstoke. They're creating out non-leaguers now,
Just
mate.
looking on Google Maps. I reckon we should do. You can name the most non-league clubs. Do you reckon between you can name
No,
10?
I think it's time for the end of the show, isn't it?
Can you get me 3? Can't you kick us off then? Marvin Gaye songs.
Let's get on.
I don't know why you're looking at me, but I've got nothing for you. I can't, unless I hear the song, I can't name it. I can't name it unless I hear
I'm not sure Marvin Gaye sang Let's Get
it.
On.
Is it? That's correct. It
Is
is.
it on there?
Yeah. Marvin Gaye. Yeah, I need to hear it. I need to hear it.
Tell you what.
Ain't no man high enough.
Ain't no man high enough.
Yeah.
Ain't no valley low enough.
No, what's
Sexual
that?
healing.
That's the Prince.
Yeah, I can't.
Let's get
I
it
can't-
on.
yeah.
Sexual healing.
I can't pluck it out of it unless I hear it. This is an absolute joke. Absolute joke.
There's a boy.
Baby making music.
It is a. You know it's going down.
Baby making music.
You're listening to the Sports Bar on talkSPORT. Luke Gallagher and Jason Cundy. We are back tonight taking calls from 10 p.m. after a huge game for Man City. Follow us on one. For us.
The Sports Bar with talkSPORT Bet. Download the app or visit talksportbet.com to see all our latest sign-up offers. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
McDonald's breakfast is turning up the heat with a spicy new twist. Calm down, not that spicy. Breakfast is for savouring, not suffering. Introducing McDonald's breakfast with Frank's Red Hot Ketchup. A spicy breakfast suitable for the morning. Until 8th of June, served until 11 a.m, subject to availability.
At AJ Bell, we believe every customer deserves brilliant service, which is just one reason we're rated excellent on Trustpilot. And we all trust pilots, with their smooth, captainy voices that make you feel like you'd let them land anywhere they like. Sorry, where was I? Right, AJ Bell, rated excellent by sexy pilots. I mean Trustpilot. I'm a flight risk. AJ Bell, feel good investing. The value of your investments can go up or down.
Okay, who's all in for Cancer Research UK's Race for Life?
We're doing Pretty Muddy.
It's an obstacle course.
There's one for kids.
Runners,
Walkers,
book clubbers,
knit clubbers,
10-pin bowlers,
quiet singers,
lake swimmers.
gardeners.
Whether you climb it,
Slide it,
or crawl it,
go all in against cancer.
all in to help fund life-saving research. Sign up now and save 30% off entry to your local 3K, 5K, 10K or Pretty Muddy event. Search Race for Life. Discount ends May 24, 2026. T's and C's apply.
Evening. How's your night shift going? Just a quick check-in from Acorn Insurance, the taxi specialists. We've been by your side for over 40 years, helping new drivers earn a no-claims bonus from day one and accepting up to 9 years no claims from veteran cabbies. That's why we're the largest taxi insurance specialist in the UK. Find out more at acorninsure.co.uk/taxi. Bye for now. Acorn Insurance and Financial Services Limited is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux, faites vos jeux. At talkSPORT Bet, we've got even more to offer than just our famous broadcast booths. There's a fully equipped online casino too, featuring all the usual casino favourites like slots, blackjack, roulette and baccarat. Plus, there are a whole host of promotions and daily jackpots available too. Check out everything that talkSPORT Bet Casino has to offer at talksportbet.com or on the app. talkSPORT Bet, bang on broadcaster, bring it on bookie. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Next door just got our Air M3 Plus, the cordless vacuum from G-Tech. Cleans the whole house on full power.
leaves the carpet beautifully striped. She's probably just realised it has edge cleaning brushes, and it cleans its own filter. Told you that product was the game changer. Get the AirAm 3 Plus for $269.99 at gtech.co.uk.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT.
News reading a likely Labour leadership contender will see the embattled Prime Minister later this morning. The Health Secretary and Sir Keir Starmer will meet as pressure continues to grow on the PM to stand down. Nearly 100 MPs want him to go, while a similar number are publicly backing him. The Observer's political editor Rachel Sylvester thinks hanging on could be extremely damaging.
I've heard people suggest to me that there's a parallel with Joe Biden, where actually by sticking around he made it much, much harder for Kamala Harris to turn things around, and that is the sense that some in the Labour Party now have about Starmer.
Meanwhile, the political turmoil is having an impact on the financial markets. The cost of government borrowing has hit an 18-year high. Today's King's speech will set out the government's plans for the next year as the leadership debate continues. Expected measures include changes to immigration, green energy and the NHS. More than 35 bills are due to be announced, including powers to renationalise British Steel. The US President has left Washington for a state visit to China. Donald Trump's expected to discuss issues like trade with President Xi Jinping. Beijing is a large importer of sanctioned Iranian oil, so the conflict in the Middle East could also be on the agenda. Mr. Trump says he's confident the US has the upper hand in the conflict.
We've beaten their militaries very soundly. That's over with. The blockade is very effective, and one way or the other, it's going to work out very well. It's going to work out very well. I think you're going to have so much oil, you're going to have a gusher of oil like you've never had before.
In other news, a man in his 40s has been shot dead by police in Bedford. Officers say they opened fire after he presented a weapon. In sport, Southampton kept their hopes of an immediate return to the Premier League alive with a 2-1 extra-time victory over Middlesbrough. Shea Charles scored the winning goal in the 116th minute at St Mary's. They will face Hull City at Wembley next week. That's the latest. I'm Stevie Shillingall.
talkSPORT.
I'm Tom Clayton, good morning. It was a night of high tension, high drama and a few boiling points, but ultimately it's Southampton who will face Hull in the Championship playoff final.
Next to it, it's gone in! It's 2-1 Southampton! A freakish goal! The mindset of the Wembley!
They scored in the second half of extra time to win 2-1 and booked their spot at Wembley. Plus, the referee Andy Madley said he'd be reporting alleged discriminatory comments made by Taylor Harwood-Bellis about Luke Haley. Get more on that. Plus, the so-called Spygate at talkSPORT.com. Now, Chris Kavanagh was told to review the Trossard and Rice incidents at the corner at West Ham on Sunday evening as part of the disallowed goal review. Here's the audio from that was on the Matchday Officials Mic'd Up programme from the Premier League.
Trossard on Pablo, just if you look at Trossard on Pablo, give me a better angle of that. I'll get you a better angle.
I don't think it's much in that at all, I'm happy with that.
He also dismissed the actions of Declan Rice. Ben White's World Cup hopes are in jeopardy after his Tories at MCL in Arsenal's game with West Ham on Sunday. He'll definitely miss the rest of the club season and may return in time for the World Cup this summer. And Roy McIlroy's been paired to play with Jordan Spieth and John Rahm in the opening rounds of this weekend's PGA Championship. Meanwhile, world number one Scotty Scheffler will play alongside Matt Fitzpatrick and Justin Rose. Get all the latest at talkSPORT.com.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Plasma-powered, supercomputed, water-cooled night talk. Owl-like wisdom and off-grid oratory from the UK's most daring druid of the dawn. Extra strength, extra opinionated, extra virgin. Extra time with Paul Ross.
Southampton Hull in the big final for that place in the Premier League. Southampton could bounce straight back up, having got used to along the way to the parachute payment and back into the big time. Back into the big paying broadcasting time of the Premier League, unless the Tigers have their way and can stop them. It was a great game last night. I mean, at times I thought Middlesbrough were going to get it, then it's in Southampton, and then it could have been anybody's game, but in the end, No matter how resolute, no matter how defensive, no matter how redoubtable Middlesbrough were, they went to Southampton. It went to extra time. It was 2-1 in the end, and we're joined later in the programme by a top former Southampton player, man who was at the game's pitch side last night. Mark Dennis joins us from Southampton, former left back. We're doing that big game. We're also going to be joined by Mark Donaldson, one of our regulars now, each and every Wednesday, ESPN commentator, and we're off to outer space for an out of this world encounter with our very own Andy Lowes, the big stories from the outer galaxies. Plus, you know the band The Maccabees, you ought to. Had some great albums that Given to the Wild is one of my favourite albums of theirs. I saw them live about 10 years ago at the Brixton Academy, and they broke up. I blame myself. Maybe I didn't cheer loud enough. Well, I shouldn't have done, because since then Felix White, the guitarist, and kind of, you know, harmonising vocalist, has had a great career as a broadcaster. He's had his own other band going on, expert on cricket, and he's written the best-selling book about cricket, and he's matched it now with an even better book about football. He's a Fulham fan, but don't hold that against him, and he's our special guest later in the programme. Author of the book Whatever Will Be, when he followed, in fact, it's our very own Alex Lyons did a few seasons ago. He went to every FA Cup game for the preliminary round by chance, involving a team called from Penrith, right the way through to the big final, and it was last season's final when Crystal Palace beat Man City. So it's a very big weekend for us here. Perfect time to get Felix White on. And you might want to join the conversation as well. 03717 22 Maybe you're a slightly depressed Middlesbrough fan when you're wearing way back home. Not our way to go. Or, possibly, you have a question for Andy Lowes involving outer space, intergalactic space travel, and the release of those latest American government files on what used to be called UFOs and are now apparently UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Give us a call, 03717 22 up the same till all that, and we're live till 5.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, and on your smart speaker. Wee small hours, giant speedy radio. Extra time with Paul Ross.
Friends, you're listening to Extra Time with Acorn Insurance, the UK's largest taxi insurance specialist, and we're joined by Kane Rees, of course, a jubilant Southampton fan. I asked my mother, what shall I be? I go marching in. Oh, mate, we're off to Wembley again. Cash in their parachute payments.
You will not be moaning about them next season, will you?
I hope not. I hope Spurs will.
£2 million a year rent.
I hope Spurs will. You know, congratulations. It was a great game. Went to extra time. I thought it was going to get the penalties, but it was not to be. We got a pinching goal in the second half of extra time.
We battered them, really, didn't we?
They only got 2 goals.
They barely laid a glove on us.
They scored after 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then they did nothing. But
they were resolute in defence. Given their they shouldn't do extra time.
I think we are the most hated team as well. All the neutrals will now be supporting Hull because of Spygate being thrown completely out of proportion. Everyone's just...
And investigations about some pitch-side insult them having...
Oh, well, yeah, you know, well... Yeah.
What was said, do you think?
We don't know what was said.
What's your guess?
My guess would be how I better said, oh, you're not very good, are you? And
you're a bad manager.
And then he had to go off and cry to the officials and both managers. But look, we'll say that for another day. I think Middlesbrough...
On what day?
Well, when we find out the punishment that we will get as well for sending someone to play a round of golf, which is apparently illegal. But also, Middlesbrough, they said that they're going to carry on training just in case we get thrown out and they're put in the ball. Enjoy your training session tomorrow, Middlesbrough.
Fair enough for the smollies on that one. That just plants a little bar.
Oh, no.
As you walk away.
How pathetic is that? They're all going to turn up
like
training tomorrow.
I quite like that.
No,
come
on.
No,
not at all. They were going to be middle.
Fair play. It was a great game last night. Great coverage, of course, from our mock here on talkSPORT. Although Adrian Durham was not happy with the pitch evasion.
No, Adrian Durham calling out the 3 fans that ran onto the pitch. I love Adrian. I really do. He sounded like such an old woman after the game.
That's both ageist and sexist. What do you mean by woman? How did he sound like a woman yesterday? What do you mean by that?
All right. Maybe I'm getting a little over.
Oh, he's much younger than me.
But he couldn't. He did, instead of taking in the celebrations, he went, oh, there's one there. There's someone running on the pitch there. Oh, and another one over there. It's like, come on, mate. 3 out of 32,000 ain't bad. Focus on the main celebration.
I thought he was condemning Southampton's lack of passion with a pitch invasion only involving 3 people. Very poor.
We should, exactly. Well, I don't want to.
Don't encourage that.
Pitch invasion.
You don't want to be an old woman, do you, Kate? You can't say that anymore, can you?
Can I not say that?
You can't say it's an insult.
Well, it wasn't really. It was.
You said you sounded like an old woman. That was a pejorative. You used that, didn't you?
I do apologise.
Get back on the course.
And Adrian might be in the car still on the way home. There will obviously be Middlesbrough fans on the way home, that 5-hour journey. Fair play to them, mate, because obviously that is a long journey to make on a Tuesday night.
580-mile round trip.
But look, it was...
big night for Saints. Big night for football.
We outclassed them, really. And I know you can say it's parachute payments and all that, but no, what it is we kept to the core of our squad together. When teams go down, they normally do fire sales. But no, instead we kept the...
That got you down with only 13 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody really wanted those players.
No, but come on, people want...
Who they want?
But they wanted... They definitely want Shay Charles now, don't they?
Now, but do they want when they got relegated with 13 points? No, maybe not. I'm just saying. You know, I'm going to be. I'm playing devil's advocate.
But we kept the core of the team, and Mr. Ecker, who I have backed vigorously since he came in.
Unfair, but everyone can be educated by experience. They kept the core of the team together. Who started your season? It wasn't Tom Ecker, was it? It was manager.
No, it wasn't. I wonder what Mr. Will Steele is thinking now. He's probably watching it with his brother Ed. He's at a loose end as well, isn't he? What a waste of time Will Steele was, by the way. He came in thinking he was all that. He underestimated how good those players were.
What, the ones who got you relegated?
Well, but in this league,
they're
different. Kept efficient, they're better. They are. And
well, they're not better. They got through the playoffs. They're not better than 2 teams.
Yeah, we would have got up automatically if it wasn't for the time we wasted with Will. But still, it doesn't matter. We're through.
Still,
we're in the final. I'm obviously a little bit nervous against Hull because
Liverpool team.
Yeah, and they've got that sort of siege mentality of finishing sixth. They have the drama of getting into the playoffs on the final day of the season. They're going to be riding that wave, aren't they? It's just going to be a nice day out at Wembley again, though. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you going then?
I'm going to try my best. Might go set up with Adrian Darren, maybe.
Yeah, now you've insulted him. Help him on with his makeup and his frock, as you call him, an old woman.
And also, another colleague of ours I want to just mention. Who? Well, Henry Winter.
Oh, Henry.
Who I think is the pinnacle of sports journalists. I think he's a class writer, but sometimes he's a little bit...
What are you saying? Why are you leaving?
Well, we don't want to focus on his Sunday show.
Fair enough. I'm not checking. I'm only asking. I don't know, do I?
But sometimes he gets his moral compass out of it too much.
Oh dear.
And he's done.
If he's done it to the point.
Sometimes when you put up an X or a tweet, you know, it's meant to be short, sharp and sweet.
Pithy.
My word.
Pithy.
He's put up a whole monologue.
Let's say.
And it's written. Well, he's written about
his voice for us.
How Southampton have, you know, they've gained plaudits for their way of playing, but
it doesn't say plaudits, does it?
But they've lost respect from people.
Shut up.
I know. It just felt like again another old woman leaning and going and making you saying actually we're just disappointed in you.
We need to really address this old woman.
Is it really okay?
And you're implying that there are feminine characteristics that are lesser than a man's.
Well, for older, it's more ageist, isn't it?
That doesn't make it any better.
Very true, very true. Well, I apologise for anyone.
Say he sounds like a fusspot.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, fusspot.
Yeah, I like that's better.
A fusspot.
That's better.
And did he use the word plaudits in his ex message?
Well, I gave up halfway through.
Did you?
But the moral of the story was, you know, well done, but we're disappointed. And also, can I just blame Dirty Leeds again for that?
No. Tom Clayton's on duty for us overnight.
He is. I do apologise, Tom.
I'm sure he was more careful.
The whole reason that this is such a big deal is because Leeds did it in the first place, to the point where the EFL had to then create a rule.
No defence.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Can't blame Leeds for the... Bielsa cost immediately, gave an extensive press conference. Oh, by the way, he paid the £200,000 fine out of his own pocket.
Yeah, a bit tight, didn't they, Leeds, making their own manager pay for it.
But he was trying to recover some of the dignity that Henry Winter thinks your team has lost.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Mr... Oh, do you know what? We'll do a whip round and give Ponderecker the money to pay them.
How much do you chip in?
I'll chip in more than the 20p I gave Paul. Bucket all those years back.
You wanted a receipt for that?
Yeah, I do. Now they're riding high in the Premier League.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
But there wouldn't have been a rule in the first place if Leeds didn't do what they did.
The initial ruling against it was more to do with effectively ungentlemanly conduct.
Yeah.
Bringing the game to disrepute.
Well, yeah, but it's not. It shouldn't be a rule to be ungentlemanly.
Which it should be.
Shouldn't? Well, why not?
Why would you not want courtesy on the pitch? As well as passion and commitment.
No, I like this dark side of Southampton. I like that we've become a bit Mourinho-esque.
But that's a dark side. Even though your man got caught furiously deleting whatever information got off his phone. Well, he's hardly Napoleon Solo.
He was
or
probably deleting his terrible golf rounds that he was jotting down. Yeah. Look, mate, no one's going to believe how bad this score is. I'll get rid of it. Exactly. You know, we've all hit a shot into the rough, haven't we? And we never played golf. I haven't either. I can't stand it. But apparently the golf course by the Riverside. Oh, people go miles to it. Nothing to do with the fact it's in a training centre. It's a wonderful course. It is. Donald Trump hasn't bought it. I do feel for Middlesbrough though, because it feels like they're never going to get back in the Premier League. Really, does it? Yeah, but they're just kind of loitering now, aren't they? Oh. But I do like them because Steve Gibson is, you know, a fan of the club, and he's stuck with them through thick and thin. And he does have a record of hiring good managers. And also, Mr. Hellberg, I do salute him because he hasn't gone in on Southampton. He's not used this whole spying controversy that the media have played up to. As I thought they were staying training though, in case they get the place they richly deserve in the playoff final. I'm just saying. A little embarrassing. A little. And, you know, because where was Henry Winter's tweet about that? Well, yeah, exactly. Come on, Henry. But Middlesbrough, stop sucking on those sour grapes. But also, it's not just the players that have to go into training. They're going to have to get the cooks in, aren't they? The therapists and. They get paid, don't they? But they thought their season's over. Now they've got to go into training as well, just because they're clinging on to the faint. They're not going to train if you're a cook. Have you? You know how to do it. The players don't take their own packed lunch in, do they? No, but you can't be a cook, but you're not training to be a cook, are you? But I just feel, just give it up now. But we should be in celebratory mode because we now know it's going to be on talkSPORT. Of course, it is the final, the playoff final, for that final place to get back into the Premier League. Who replaces West Ham? Well, we don't know, do we? I mean, it could still be Spurs. I take that back because I don't want you to go down, really. But you want us to play Millwall in the Championship, don't you? I'd just love to see you play Millwall. And what about the Spurs playing Millwall? That'd be funny. Would that be quite feisty as well, would it? Everybody in the Championship playing Spurs will have a feisty game. It will. They're going to have a great big target on their buttocks. And also Jamie O'Hara, you could hear the Pompey in him still. You did? Yeah. You challenged him a bit about that, didn't you? I did indeed. Before the show. Gave me a little cheeky smile. No, not at all. He had a great... You said he played for Pompey. Yeah, he had a great 6 months in that season they went down with them. But, you know, don't flog the beehive. He's back in tonight and so are you. Now, you could tell that he loved his time at Portsmouth because he doesn't like us. But he had to, you know... Jason was going big on defending Southampton about Spygate. I suppose. But Jamie, you took the other side. I guess so. But anyway, we're through to the final. It doesn't matter. You can cry all you want about, you know, a pair of binoculars looking for a fence. You know, it's hardly a Stephen Fleming novel, is it? Really? It's a pair of binoculars looking through... Is it a pair of binoculars? No, he was inside the ground, wasn't he? I don't think he got that close. I don't think he did. A useless spy. But if he had a periscope, if he make his periscopes over the fence. But if he did get that close to them, they really do you up their security, don't they? And let's be honest, I mean, you're not going to learn a huge amount. I'd have to know what he was deleting. But maybe it was his personal history. It might have been, yeah. I don't know. He was probably ashamed that he's gone all the way out to Middlesbrough to watch them train because they were so poor. No, that's not fair. It was 0-0 the first game. And there were Middlesbrough fans listening, they're making that long journey. What have we learned from that? That they held you to extra time. I think it was scored first. So you weren't, let's be honest, it was an in from Mark Dennis going, I mean, you weren't great for the first half of that. Exactly, so what I'm saying is that there were no benefits from what we supposedly... They were missing it now, eh? Well, if we did what? If we did send someone up there to watch them, we haven't learned anything really from them, have we? Because, you know, it wasn't like we beat them from a set piece or anything like that. We'll never know, will we? Oh. These are only allegations. Well, you know, unless you've got inside information. Unless they came back and said, hey, have a shot because the Middlesbrough goalkeeper doesn't actually move. No. Oh, you see? They were a bit of consolation, these Middlesbrough fans. If you're a smoggy, give us a call, 03717. Smoggy? But they're known as. Oh, is it? I thought that was an insult. That's one of their nicknames. No, it's the Smoggies. Oh, is it really? Yeah. Do you know what we should dig out? You should look into that. Yeah. Jeff Stelling, when he was on Gillette Soccer Saturday back in the day, he had a good old rant about quite right good Middlesbrough is, because they were voted as one of the worst places to live in the UK. By who? I'm not. I think it was either. It was one of the Sunday paper. It was, yeah. Sunday broadsheet. We don't know which one. No, we're not sure which one. No. But wasn't the one that Henry Winter wrote? Was it? No, it couldn't be. No. I'm sure it's a Telegraph. Maybe the I paper. Observer, maybe.
Anyway, they said it's the worst place to live in the UK, and Jeff Stelling mounted a Henry V type sterling speech in their defence.
He defended them, and I think it boosted Middlesbrough's tourism massively.
I did like Jason Cundy's Has Anyone Seen? He included in it Middlesbrough's genius comedic son Bob Mortimer.
Oh yeah, he was at the Riverside for the first game on Saturday.
Yes, he was, good lad.
Who else have they got then, Middlesbrough up there, as celebrity fans? No. It stops at Bob.
Well, you've got Craig David, haven't you?
Exactly.
Wow, he's walking away.
Good morning to Gavin at Norfolk Broads, who says, congratulations, Kate. Gavin, thank you. The worst result for Borough and the worst result for Rob Edwards. Yeah, because he's going to have to play them next season. Unless he gets sacked by Wolves, they're not very happy with Rob Edwards at the moment.
Well, they wouldn't be overjoyed given that he's got them down at the very foot of the table.
Also,
he beat West Ham.
Lots of text saying, can we drop Spygate? It's a bit ridiculous, I'm with you.
To be fair, John Clayton said so-called Spygate in his new bulletin.
Oh, did he? Oh, good. Oh, fair play. Fair play. Yeah, we didn't go...
He's a proper newsman, Tom, isn't he?
Oh, we didn't go full out like Leeds did and admit to it.
That was years ago, and we've...
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying...
When they transgressed...
There wasn't a rule until Leeds did what they did.
But there was a rule that they got Leeds busted on, which was about effectively ungentlemanly conduct.
But it depends what you class as ungentlemanly.
Well, obviously spying on somebody else is fairly ungentlemanly. If your next-door neighbour's wife was undressing and you were spying on her, would that not be ungentlemanly?
Would you not take that as a compliment for a door?
Well, the defence you might mount, I use the word mount advisedly, but I would say it's ungentlemanly conduct to spy on somebody. People want their privacy.
Well, I suppose, yeah, but... well,
yeah, let's park that.
Park that one. Yeah, that's an interesting analogy.
It's a conundrum, isn't it?
It is.
Wander through the moral maze with me, Paul Ross of Cambridge. On the way to Upper Mark Donaldson from ESPN. We're also going to be hearing from Andy Lounder, outer space expert in the next hour of the programme. Any questions of an interplanetary, galactic nature for Andy? Get him in early. 81089 via the text, but that'll cost you 50 pence, but you'll all send in charge. Or you can access or tweet us at TS Extra Time. Or why not leave us a voice note message. 03717 22 33 If it's on your mind, get it on the radio.
Extra Time with Acorn Taxi Insurance. Supporting British taxi drivers since 1982. Not available in Northern Ireland.
Just one cornetto. Well, actually, it's not just one cornetto. It's cornetto max, hazelnut and chocolate. So maybe instead of just one cornetto, it's more like just one cornetto max. Smooth hazelnut and chocolate ice creams, rich cocoa sauce and chocolate disc. The maximum of the maximum, the top of toppings, and Max iconic cone. Can you fit that into the first line, please? Oh, and creamy and crunchy as ever. Like that.
Unwrap your summer to the max with the best ever cornetto. New Cornetto Max, hazelnut and chocolate.
The future is unpredictable at times, but the Open University are the experts in online learning, allowing you to fit study around your life. What's more, you'll have support from dedicated tutors every step of the way. Now, suddenly the possibilities are open. Search the Open University to find out more. The Open University, the future is open.
On May 22nd, strap in. Star Wars is back on the big screen with The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Grogu, now.
Feel the Force only in cinemas and IMAX.
This isn't about revenge. It's about preventing another war.
Book your tickets now to see Star Wars, The Mandalorian and Grogu.
This is the way.
There's always a risk involved in supporting your team. Will they win or lose? How you watch can also be a game of winning and losing. Research shows that almost 2 in 5 people who stream content illegally have suffered financial loss, losing £1,680 on average. Illegal streams can also leave your devices, your data, and your identity wide open to fraudsters. To truly enjoy the sport you love, watch without risk. Choose official sources. Find out more at bestreamwise.com.
Do you belong here? Troubleshooting an engine in a military workshop? What's your gut saying? Want to turn the volume down? Or stay here and get paid to learn a trade? With an army apprenticeship that'll set you right for life. Still listening? You belong here. Army, recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
This season, I want to feel it from the start. Want to beat the odds and prove them all wrong. Look them in the eye and say, want to bet? Bet Fred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Evening. How's your night shift going? Just a quick check-in from Acorn Insurance, the taxi specialists. We've been by your side for over 40 years, helping new drivers earn a no-claims bonus from day one and accepting up to 9 years no claims from veteran cabbies. That's why we're the largest taxi insurance specialist in the UK. Find out more at acorninsure.co.uk/taxi. Bye for now. Acorn Insurance and Financial Services Limited is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Friday night, the League Two playoff semi-final second leg, live on talkSPORT 2.
Salford City versus Grimsby Town.
Gets there from 7, kick-off, 7:50. He fires it in! Defeat is not an option. It's a first-rate Friday night of fast-acting football on talkSPORT 2.
And you, my friends, are listening to Extra Time with Acorn Insurance, supporting British taxi drivers since 1982. Welcome back to the show. One of our favourites, one of our regulars, our mate Mark Donaldson, top ESPN commentator. Good morning, Mark. So now we know Southampton are through to the Champions League playoff, Championship playoff against Hull. No, Ken, it's not the Champions League next season. Don't let your mind might check, or your mouth might check, your mind can't catch, or whatever the saying is. Anyhow, Mark, I wanted to ask you a bit about that, but down the line slightly. What I wanted to ask you about was the story dominating the Mirror's back page and also the Star and the Express. I think they've got the same owners. That Chelsea fans, angry Chelsea fans, will create history this Saturday by protesting at Wembley in their FA Cup final. This must be the first time the fans have protested against their club's ownership after reaching an FA Cup final. Does the word entitlement mean nothing to these people?
I think they're perfectly entitled to do what they're doing because the club is a basket case and they can't keep continuing the way that they are. I mean, the latest is that Xabi Alonso might be the one, it might be Iraola, but they have to make a decision and they have to decide that when that decision is made, that person, regardless of the results, is given time to do what that person is employed to do. And Chelsea fans have an opportunity in front of a global audience to make their claims known and to make their gripes known. So I don't have an issue with it because it will certainly gain publicity for what they're doing. But this is not about Chelsea managers. This is about the running of the football club and how poorly it has been run. All the managers that they have appointed, most of them are decent. It's not the managers, it's way beyond that. And if they need to take their case to the FA Cup final and make their point, good on them for doing that, because their club so far, under Todd Bowley, has not been run well. Just because you do well in over here in the United States with the sports organisations that you own, football's different. You have to adapt. He hasn't adapted. So Chelsea fans, for me, are perfectly entitled to have a go. And quite rightly, they're going to do that on Saturday.
Two things on that. They're in the FA Cup final. I think they're still holders of the Club World Cup. And until Roman Abramovich came and distorted football forever, they were a mid-table side, weren't they?
They were, yeah.
But they've got delusions of adequacy from a past that they're never going to have again. Because the game's changed and the way you spend money has changed since Roman came in, as I said earlier, in a brilliant but kind of slightly dysfunctional way, distorted football forever in this country.
Think about you as a West Ham fan, me as a Hearts fan. Maybe it's a false economy. Maybe we achieve European success as West Ham did. Maybe we're challenging for a title that no one expected. The bar is raised. And what Roman Abramovich did, coming in, spending the money that he did, whether it was ill-gained or whatever, he raised the bar. And Chelsea fans, as a result, from being mid-table mediocrity prior to Roman Abramovich, they kind of, the expectation levels increased. Look at David Moyes at West Ham. Took you to a European final, won a European final. Expectation levels increase. It's not always easy. In fact, a lot of the times when you outkick your coverage, as they say over here, when you bat above your average, it's very difficult to kind of maintain that level. West Ham haven't been able to do it. Chelsea haven't been able to do it. Goodness knows what will happen to Hearts over the next few years. Hopefully they can buck the trend and do so. But expectation levels increase. West Ham fans thought, oh, nice, yeah, we've just won a European trophy now. Hearts fans are thinking, hey, we could win a league. It's not easy to maintain that. So I understand the Chelsea fans, and just because you've come from where you are. Man, I remember Man City, a friend of mine, Paul Ritchie, he was playing for Manchester City, and they were close to going into the third tier of English football. fact, they might even have been in the third tier of English football. They were just another team. No one was even thinking about Manchester City when they were playing against these other sides when they were way down in the leagues. And look at them now. So the Manchester City fans expect success every season. If Arsenal win the league, which is looking likely, the Arsenal fans will have an expectation, right? Anything less than winning the league next season is unacceptable. So when you are successful, your level of the fans' expectation increases as well, and it's up to you, having done that, to back up what the fans expect. It's not easy, though.
There's an interesting piece on the back of the Mirror as well, and you mentioned the chat. Forget Blues and wait to cop the top job, Alonso. That's an interesting thought.
Whoever gets this Chelsea job is going to know that it might not be for long, but honestly, Paul, it's a big job.
It's a plan.
It really is. It's a super job, and whoever can fix that, my goodness. I mean, right now we have a two-horse race for the title. We have had past couple of seasons, obviously Liverpool have been involved. It's been a three-horse title race, or it's been Liverpool, Man City in a two-horse title race. The more the merrier. If Chelsea can get back, they're World Club champions, right? Anyone can win a cup. You need a certain amount of good fortune in playing, not over 38 games, but over however many games that Chelsea played to win that. And they were excellent against PSG, but now you have that mantra of World Club champions, right? Are they the best team in Europe? Are they the best team in the world? No, they're not. Paris Saint-Germain are better than them, but hey, Chelsea beat them in the final. So look, this is a difficult one. The Chelsea job is still a prime job. It really is. And whoever gets that job, if they are given time to do what they need to do, not one transfer window, not two transfer windows, there might be a kind of down spell before they get to where they want to be again. But I tell you what, they've got the talent in place. It's just it needs someone who's allowed that time to do what they need to do at that football. It might not work, but at least give them the chance to try.
Now, later in the programme, we've got a guest called Felix White, who's a lead guitarist with a great band. They broke up about 10 years ago. They kind of got back together again. They've got a tour book for something called The Maccabees. And he's written a brilliant book about football. You know, I mean, they're a great band, I thought. I saw them live a couple of times. And he's written a great book where he's followed, it's his personal memories and love of football, but he's followed it from the very first kind of extra preliminary qualifying game he went to by chance. Penrith, I think, were playing, all the way through to the finals of last season, Man City, Chelsea. It's a lovely book. And of course, for all of us here, and the same way for Scottish football and the Scottish FA Cup, it means a huge amount. It's the final this Saturday. It's Man City, Chelsea. Does it have the same cachet, the same importance, the same focus to any degree in the States, the FA Cup?
Yeah, we show it on ESPN. It's sad for me that FA Cup used to be the pinnacle. Yeah. It was always the final game of the season. It's a knockout, FA Cup final special, same with the Scottish Cup as well. It was a day. You start at 9 o'clock, kick off at 3 o'clock. Now it's kind of, I've seen games that have kicked off at the kind of either side of the FA Cup final, and it's not what it was. But you know what? When you get to this stage, it's still huge. It's still an opportunity for silverware. And over here, it's big. Yeah, I mean, Premier League coverage is on NBC, does really well. FA Cup's on ESPN, does really well. We've got two really good teams in the final. And by the way, Chelsea could easily win this. Chelsea are not a bad side. They've got talented players. Man City are favourites, but there'll be a lot of eyeballs watching this one. I just think it's a shame that, maybe I'm showing my age, that I grew up with the FA Cup being the final game of the season in England, the Scottish Cup final, which still is the final game of the season in Scotland. But the Premier League, this behemoth, has kind of taken over a little bit, and for me it just dilutes the importance of the competition, and that the Premier League is kind of still seen as this big thing, where the FA Cup, while still a huge competition, it doesn't really have the platform that I think it deserves at the end of the season.
Now, I'm looking at a quote from the Hearts captain, Lawrence Shankland. He says the squad... No, don't laugh. I know you're a big Hearts fan.
I'm nervous.
The squad is fully focused on the job tonight as they chase their first Scottish Premiership title since 1960. Unthinkable, 66 years ago. Now, if they beat Falkirk tonight and Celtic lose to Motherwell, that's kind of it, isn't it? Or am I missing something?
Thank God I'm on tonight, not tomorrow, if that scenario occurred. Because I would not be... phone would be in a gutter. No, you're not missing anything. That is spot on. The likelihood is that both teams will probably win, or share the same result, and it will go to the final day.
Yeah.
And
the final day has Celtic at home to Hearts.
Of course it does. Of course it does. And Hearts fans think they're going to get a decision in Glasgow on the final day. Yeah, very good. Look, that's
sorry they've got to tug their forelock to your mob, because Edinburgh's the capital city. Glaswegians should know their place, shouldn't they?
Yeah, but Glasgow's the football capital because they've been so dominant. So Alex Ferguson, or as he was known back in the day, Alec Ferguson, was the last manager to win the league with a non-Old Firm club in 1985 with Aberdeen, yeah. So it's been a while, and Hearts haven't won it since 1960. Honestly, it's a dream for us. I've just written a piece for the ESPN website about how we should be feeling, or how are we feeling?
How are you feeling?
If I told you how I was feeling, I'd never work on talkSPORT again.
Trepidations.
Yeah. I'm excited. I love the fact we're involved. I mean, I'd much rather be involved and feel really nervous than be on the outside looking in. But it means more to